Krama, the second sequence with the 308 asanas of Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. First, let us make sure we have all the components you need for the yoga practice. Have your yoga mat on the ground. Have your Panchapacha and Udani ready. 1 cup with a spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. All the male bodies, please remove your upper cloth and apply the vibhuti on the 16 places over your body, as you can see on our acharyas. All the female bodies, you can apply it on your forehead. Wear the kumkum on your third eye, the Ajna chakra in between the eyebrows, and wear the Rudraksha mala around your neck. You can keep some weights at the side of the mat if you want to intensify the asana practice. And make sure you have 1 energized Shri Yantra on your yoga mat. Gaze at the yantra whenever possible. To mirror the macrocosmic energies into your microcosmos. Let us all now settle down into a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you bring your hands into Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as we open this session with the Satguru Vandanam.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha 11 times, invoking Paramashiva's presence for this ritual of Nithyananda Yoga. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha.
Let us now enter into the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Take your Panchapatam and Udana. Keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Take 1 Udani, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm and take another Udani of water into your hand for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatam and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with all the tips of the fingers joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Now place your right hand over the left and place both your hands on the right thigh. Sit straight, close your eyes and make a conscious resolution, what you want to manifest in today's Nithyananda Yoga session. Hold the visualization of what you want to manifest as we chant the Sankalpa mantra.
ॐ ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थं च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयाण गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीजिन्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यजापवर्गवर्ष विश्राणजीमूत परमतकलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपनशाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमदृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञानसंबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञानसंबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरी योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध बल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये।
Now wash your right hand once more.
Om apa upasprisya.
And keep your Panchapatam and Udani aside out of harm's way. Let us now move to the next asana of the sequence, Savitri Asana. Now place your hands flat on the knees as you keep the right heel against the perineum with the left foot on top. Fix your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space as you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your navel, hold your breath, and visualize the fire in your navel rising up your spine.
जीमणो पगमोड़ी पगथली की माहिली कोरे.
Now shift your gaze to the nose and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility in Vajrasana too.
सव्येन कन्दं प्रपीड्य चान्यं पादं तु लिङ्गोपरि निक्षिपेत् च वज्रासदं प्राणजये च सिद्धं ग्रीवातनोमस्तथमस्तशक्तम्.
Now gaze up towards your third eye and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a Siddha Yoga Master in Siddhasana too.
योनिस्थानकमधिमूलघटितं सम्पीय.
From the same position now, bring the left foot in between the thigh and calf of the right leg and cup your palms on top of the right knee. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Lord Brahma in your inner space in Brahmasana too.
पद्मं ब्रह्मंस्तथा सैद्धं स्वस्तिकं वज्रमासनं बद्धकोणं भद्रपृष्ठं मूलबन्धं तथैव च.
Now keep your hands relaxed on the knees and sit in a relaxed way as you intensely listen for a sound in your right ear, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, liberating your soul in Muktasana too.
मुक्तासने स्थितो योगी मुद्रां सन्धाय शाम्भवे शृणुयात् दक्षिणे कर्णे नादमन्तस्तमेकधिः.
Now shift your gaze up towards your third eye and rotate your hands into Bindu Mudra. Visualize the great sage Valmiki, poet and author of Ramayana, in Valmikasana too.
देसी करीडा वा पग की पगथली जेडी बारिला फणा दिशिमोडी.
Now place your hands flat on your knees and raise the left shoulder to the height of your head. Like a god, visualize yourself with more than one head in Dvishirasana.
स्कन्दशिरः पर्यन्तं नीत्वा स्थातव्यं द्विशीर्षं भवति.
Lower the left shoulder and now raise the right shoulder. Again, visualize yourself with more than one head.
स्कन्धशिरः पर्यन्तं नीत्वा स्थातव्यं द्विशीर्षं भवति.
Now raise your hands up, place them on top of your head, fingers interlocked. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose, pull your stomach in and up, and visualize yourself as an alligator in Kumbhirasana.
नितम्बे हस्तयुगलं भूमौ सङ्कोचितः पतेत् कुम्भीरासनमावक्षे वायूनां धारणाय च.
Place your hands back down on the knees. Sit with your spine straight. Now place your heels underneath the opposite thighs. Sit with your spine straight, gaze to your nose, and visualize each of your chakras as a bright white light in Chakrasana 2.
सव्योरुदक्षिणे गुल्फे दक्षिणं दक्षिणेतरे निदध्यादृजुकायास्तु चक्रासनमिदं मतम्.
Now bring your feet in between the opposite thighs and calves. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Keep your hands on the knees and embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in swastikasana too.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् दृष्ट्वा पादतले उभे समगाय सुखासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते अनेन विधिना योगी मारुतं साधयेत् सुधीः देहे न क्रमते व्याधिस्तस्य वायुश्च सिद्ध्यति.
Maintain your legs in the same position, but interlock your fingers in front of your chest in Parashu Mudra. Keep visualizing a swastika in swastikasana 3.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे कृत्वा योगी पादतले उभे ऋजुगाय समासीन स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Now keep the right foot between the thigh and calf and place the left foot onto the opposite thigh. Gaze the tip of your nose and embody Vira, the state and space of bravery in Virasana 2.
वीरासनमनस्थैर्यकरमुत्साह वीर्यकृते लक्ष्यसन्धानजननं सुखासनमनामयम्.
Now bring your heels together at the perineum. Sit with your toes slightly separated. Keep your knees wide and interlace your fingers around the feet. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, unclutch from all ego-fulfilling successes in your life as you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha in Siddhi Haritali Asana.
पगतली संपूट करी अंगुल को संपूट करे.
Now interlock your fingers around the feet and pull them close towards your perineum. Gaze at the tip of your nose as you perform Mahamudra Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Veeravata in Bhattarasana form.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्फं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्फं तु दक्षिणे.
Now, sitting on the ground, cross your heels and keep the knees raised. Place the back of your hands on the knees with the palms facing upwards. Stick out your tongue, gaze to the nose and exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again as you visualize Narasimha, the lion-man avatar of Lord Vishnu, in Yoga Narasimhasana.
मायूरस्पिञ्छ मायूरं पद्मपीठसमन्वितं कौक्कुटं गर्भपिण्डं च कौर्मयोगनृसिंहकम्.
Now rotate your hands, keep the palms facing downwards on the knees, keep your feet crossed, gaze to the tip of the nose, and visualize a flock of crows in Kakarupa Skandhasana.
कलिपापात् प्रमुच्येत वायवीं वशमानयेत् निजपादद्वयं बद्ध्वा स्कन्धदेशे च साधकः नित्यमेतत्पदद्वन्द्वं भूमौ पुष्टिकरद्वयम्.
Now place your feet flat and uncross the ankles as you keep the knees raised. Sit with the heels close towards the buttocks. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you place your hands flat on the knees. Visualize sitting in the space of Upanishad with the supreme one of Hinduism as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Utkatikasana.
श्लिष्टर्गुलिश्लिष्टगुल्फौ भूश्लिष्टोरुप्रसारयेत् यत्रोपविश्य पादौ तद्दण्डासनमुदीरितम्.
Now extend your legs in front with the ankles and the toes together. Rest your hands on your thighs. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Paramashiva's Yoga Danda in Dandasana 2.
श्लिष्टर्गुलिश्लिष्टगुल्फौ भूश्लिष्टोरुप्रसारयेत् यत्रोपविश्य पादौ तद्दण्डासनमुदीरितम्.
Now, keeping your legs extended forward, lean forward and down, hold on to the big toes and bring your forehead to the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose. As you perform Uddiyana Bandha, pull your stomach in and up. Visualize a tank of water in Tataka Mudrasana.
सभागशीर्ष सर्वांग महामुद्रा च ताटगी बद्धकोणस्बद्ध पद्मं दण्डं पश्चिमतानकम्.
As you sit with your legs extended straight, keep the hands next to your body on the ground. Press your hands into the mat and lift your entire body off the ground and move your body from side to side. As you visualize yourself as a cradle rocking side to side in Pratyaksha.
प्रेङ्खवत् स्थित्वा पादाग्रे मस्तके परिनीत्वा.
Now, from the same position, with your legs extended forward, raise your body off the ground and swing back and forth like a cradle in Pratyaksha too.
प्रेङ्खवत् स्थित्वा पादाग्रे मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा पृष्ठभागे भूमौ निधाय.
Now sit with your feet flat, your knees bent, and wrap your arms around the knees as you gaze up towards your third eye. Sit and be in the space of Advaita, oneness with Swamiji in Yogasana 3.
पृष्ठे भेदान्वितं पादं तस्य हस्तेन बन्धयेत् अथ योगासनं वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा योगिरात् भवेत्.
Next up is Vrishapati-asana. Now place the left heel underneath the left buttock and keep the toes pointing sideways. Stake the right knee over top and keep your hands on top of the knee. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you experience the energy of a temple inside you. Breathe in Siddhkari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the teeth. Press your tongue up against the palate of your mouth without touching the teeth and hiss through your teeth as you inhale in Vrishapati-asana.
जीमना गोडो अग्र करिडावो पगजीमणि पाशति आनी.
Now, slide the left heel outside the hip. Sit in between the heels with the tips of the right hand fingers. Touch the middle joints of the left hand. And place your hands in your lap. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize the purifying effect of Durva grass happening on your being in Durvasasana.
दायी जंघ परिकरि जीवनो पगदायि पाशति आनी.
Maintain the position. Bring your hands into Padma Mudra and place them on your knees. Gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize all gods and goddesses pleased with you in Sukha Devasana.
वाम जंघ अरुपीडी माही दक्षिण पीडी धरे सुताही.
Now place your hands on the feet and hold on to the feet firmly. Your spine straight, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Lord Shiva blessing you to go beyond material needs and desires in Datta Digambarasana.
प्रथम जीवनो पाव उचावे दायी जंघ उपरि करि ल्यावे.
Now catch a hold of your big toes. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a fish. As you lean forward and down, bring your forehead close to the mat in Machandrasana 3.
जीमनो पगडायी जंघ परिराशे येड़ी गड़ी लगावे.
Keep the right knee on top of the left and rise up. Now bring your right arm up over your shoulder and bring the left arm below. Reach for the opposite hand behind your back. Hold on. If you can reach the opposite hand, that's okay. Just reach as far as possible. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize the face of a cow in your inner space in Gomukhasana 2 as you gaze to your nose.
उत्तान कूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now bring the right heel below the right buttock and stick the left knee over top. Keep the toes of the right foot pointing to the side as you place your hands on the knees. Gaze to the tip of your nose and experience the energy of a temple inside of you in Vrishabhati Asana on the other side.
जीमना गोड़ो अग्र करी डावो पगजी मणि पाशति आनी.
Now slide the right heel outside the hip. Sit in between the heels. And now touch the middle joints of your right hand fingers with the fingertips of the left hand. Place your hands in your lap and gaze to your nose as you visualize the purifying effects of Durva grass happening on your being in Durvasasana on the other side.
दाई जंग परिकरी जीमनो पगदाई पाशति आनी.
Now bring your thumbs and little fingers together and open up your palms resembling a lotus flower. Place your hands on the top knee. Gaze the tip of the nose and visualize that all gods and goddesses are pleased with you in Sukha Devasana.
वामजंग अरुपीडे माही दक्षिण पीडे धरे सुताही.
Now hold on to your feet firmly. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Lord Shiva blessing you to go beyond material needs and desires in Tata Digambarasana on the other side.
प्रथम जीवन पाव उचावे डाई जंग उपरिकरी ल्यावे.
Now hold on to the big toes as you gaze to your nose and lean forward and down, visualizing yourself as a fish. Don't forget to breathe in Siddhkari Kumbhaka in Machandasana 3.
जीमनो पगडाई जंग परिराशे येड़ी कड़ी लगावे.
Now rise up with the left knee on top. Raise the left arm over top of the shoulder and bring the right arm behind your back. Hold on to opposite hands behind your back if you can, as you visualize the face of a cow in your inner space in Gomukhasana 2.
उत्तान कूर्म पीठं च सैंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now come to a kneeling position. Sit on your heels and place your hands on your thighs. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Embody Vira, the state and space of bravery, as you exhale deeply and hold your breath again and again in Rechaka Kumbhaka in Nidasana.
बने पग गोठन थी वालिने तेना भनुगुदानि नीचे.
Now place your left foot flat on the ground in front of you, with the heel touching your perineum. Place your hands on the respective knees and gaze up towards your third eye. Embody Vida, the state and space of bravery, and Dakshina Pada Puja.
बने पग गोठन थी वालिने तेना भनुगुदानि नीचे.
Now move your right knee to the side and keep the foot in front, with the heel close to the perineum. Wrap your arms around the raised knee, holding on to opposite forearms. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize and control the outgoing breath as you keep breathing in Rechaka Kumbhaka in Dakshina Shvasa Gamanasana.
जमनो पगनो ढीचन जमने हाथनी काखली मा राखी.
Now raise the right knee and sit back down onto the left heel. Keep the right heel against the perineum, hands on the knees, gaze to your third eye, embody Vira, the state and space of bravery, in Vamapada Puja.
बने पग गोठा नथी वालिने तेना भनुगुदानि नीचे.
Now bring the left knee outwards, the left foot in front with the heel against the perineum. And wrap your arms around the right knee, holding on to opposite forearms, gaze to your nose, and visualize and control the outgoing breath in Parama Ashirwada.
जमनो पगनो ढीचन जमने हाथनी काखलिमा राखिए.
Now place both your feet flat on the ground and bring your right arm around the raised knees. Twist to the side and bring the other arm behind your back, interlocking the fingers if you can. Balance in this posture, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself bound by a noose of integrity, keeping your emotions integrated and aligned to your purpose in Parashasana.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जाननिवृति निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति.
Now bring the left arm around the knees and the right arm behind your back. Repeat Parashasana on the other side as you gaze to the tip of your nose.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जाननिवृति निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्याम् ऊरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति.
Now cross your legs behind and sit your perineum onto the raised heel. Place your hands on the knees, gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize and embody the space and state of a lion as you breathe calmly through your nose in Simha Rupakasana.
सीवनीं गुल्फदेशेभ्यो निपीड्य व्युत्क्रमेण तु प्रसार्य जानुनोर्हस्तावासनं सिंहरूपकम्.
Now cross your legs even further and sit in between the heels as you keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to the nose and visualize sitting in the space of Upanishad with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Guptasana.
जानोर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत् पादोपरि च संस्थाप्य गुदं गुप्तासनं विदुः.
Now stand on your knees, keep the feet crossed behind, and bring your fingers in between the thighs and calves, with the thumbs outside. Gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize and rid yourself of all pain and suffering in Viyogasana.
गोड़ा वामो उबो होई गोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई दक्षि पाद के पानी रहावे हणो वाम गोड़ा ढील्यावे.
Now stand on the knees and cross your hands in front, holding onto opposite elbows. And quickly raise your heels to the buttocks again and again. As you visualize yourself as a deer in Harinasana.
उड्डानं कृत्वा पार्श्वनिभ्यां नितम्बं हरिणासनं भवति.
Now place your feet flat and bend back. Hold on to your heels as you push your hips forward. Visualize yourself as a camel. Breathe calmly through your nose in Ushtrasana 3.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्य संविपादयिषुः पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
Now place your hands flat on the ground in front of you. As you bring your legs over top of your shoulders. And raise your feet off the ground, visualizing your legs as flower garlands hanging around you in Mahalasana.
हस्ताभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य स्कन्धयो जानुनी संस्थाप्य.
We move on to Ganga Vattarana Karna. Now stand up. From a standing position, keep your toes pointing outwards. Raise your heels and keep your knees bent. Lean forward and place your hands on the ground in Tripataka Mudra with all fingers together except for the ring finger which is bent. Then lower your body down onto your stomach and raise the legs up behind for this posture. Now come to a kneeling position. Now bring your hands flat on the mat, shoulder width apart. Bring your head in between the hands. Raise your hips, straighten the legs. Align the hips with the shoulders and raise your legs up into a headstand. Visualize the divine masculine energy flowing through your body as you breathe through your nose in Narasana.
Yogasanastascha yogi bhavati sadhakaha.
Now slowly lower your legs down and come to a kneeling position.
Adho mundasanam vakshe sarvesham praninam sukham.
Now slowly lower your legs down and come to a kneeling position. Keep your heels under the buttocks and interlock your fingers in Parusha Mudra. Place them on the ground to the right side of your body and bring your head forward and down. Visualize your body being softly purified in Midaki Pavasana 2.
Asana ko guna gulamay bayi jayi.
Now bring your hands to the other side of the body. Place them down on the ground. Lower your head down as you repeat Midaki Pavasana 2.
Asana ko guna gulamay bayi jayi.
Now bring your heels outside the hips and place your hands on the knees. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize and embody the state and space of bravery, Vida. Pulling your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha in Virasana 3.
Danda Padma Bharadwaja Veerabhadra Samanito Asanani Sada Kuryat Sudirghaire Chapurakaihi.
Now place both hands down on the ground and press your entire body up. Bring your forehead down and touch the ground again and again as you visualize yourself as a hawk in Shenasana.
विपरीत नृत्य च स्थितो नासिका भूमौ संस्पृश्य.
Now place your forearms on the ground, elbows shoulder width apart, and keep your palms flat as you raise your hips and lift your legs up over top of your body. Keep the legs as straight as possible. Bring your body into a C shape as you visualize yourself as a peacock. And breathe calmly through your nose in Pincha Mayurasana.
Mayuraspincha Mayuram Padmapetha Samanvitam.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Tuck your toes with the heels raised and sit down on the heels. Place your hands. Make a fist with your hands and place them on your thighs as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself milking a cow in Godorhikasana.
पार्ष्णिभ्यां तु भुवस्त्यागे तत्स्यात् गोदोहिकासनम्.
Now slowly stand up. Raise your arms up above your head with the hands separated. Raise your chin. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana form.
पादाङ्गुल्याभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा बाहु ऊर्ध्वीकृत्य तिष्ठेत् उष्ट्रासनं भवति.
Now join your hands in Anjali Mudra above your head. Gaze up towards the sky as you visualize yourself as a mountain standing stable for thousands of years in Tadasana 2.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्पत्नी पतिप्रिया.
Now again, separate your palms, face them up towards the sky as you visualize yourself as a palmyra tree in Kailasana.
બે હાથ ઊંચા કરીને પંજા પહોળા રાખીને.
Now extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level and swing the hands forward in a circular motion again and again as you visualize yourself as a potter's wheel in Kulala Chakrasana.
हस्तो प्रसार्य भ्रमणं कर्तव्यं. कुलालचक्रासनं भवति.
Now rise up onto the tips of your toes. Keep your spine straight. Cross your hands in front of your chest and hold on to opposite arms. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a caged bird being released in Panchasana.
चरणस्याग्रभागेनोत्तिष्ठेत् भुवस्थले मुनिः कृत्वा हस्तपरीयस्तीं सिद्धं सेवेत सिद्धये.
Now lower your heels down, keep your hands at the side and raise the sole of the left foot against the right knee. Keep your hands at the side, gaze at the tip of the nose. Visualize the moon in your inner space as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and perform Ujjayi Kumbhaka, making an ocean-like sound with your mouth in Ardha Chandrasana.
एकेन पादेन भूमिं वष्टभ्य अन्यपादतलेन ऊरुमवष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत्.
Now bring the left heel towards the opposite hip. Now sit down and stand back up, alternating the sides again and again. Visualize yourself as an arrow to Shiva's bow in Sankhasana.
तिष्ठन् सन् पार्ष्णिना इतरजगनप्रदेशे सम्पीड्य.
Now raise the left arm over top of your head and visualize yourself as a palmyra tree as you repeat Ardha Talasana.
બે હાથ ઊંચા કરીને પંજ પહોળા રાખીને ઊભા રહેવું તે.
Now lower your arm down and step the left foot forward with the front knee bent at a 90-degree angle. Keep your arms parallel to the ground, gaze forward and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana too.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Lean forward and down. Bring the left foot to the inside. Bring the left hand to the inside of the foot. Raise the other arm up towards the sky and visualize Swamiji as you gaze upwards in Parshvakonasana.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकाञ्चननेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now straighten the front knee as you rotate your upper body. Bring the right hand outside of the left foot and gaze up along the raised arm, visualizing yourself as a triangle in Parivrita Trigunasana.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकाञ्चननेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now come to the front. Stand on the left knee and extend the right leg back. Extend your arms out the front. Balance on the foot as you visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana 3.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now bring the right foot to the front. Keep the hands at the side of your body. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dakshina Padasana.
जेमणे आपनो माहोयते भानि.
Now raise the right foot against the left knee and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. And bring your palms together in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a tree in Matantara Vrikshasana.
अर्धवृक्षासन ए आसनने अवान्तर भेद छे.
Now bring the right foot onto the left hip. Extend your little fingers and lean forward and down, touching the fingers to the ground. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you embody pure, unconditional love in Kamasana.
नितंबे च पादगोष्ठी हस्ताभ्याम अंगुलीयकम अथ कामासनं वक्षे कामसंगेन हेतुना.
Now rise up. Slide the right foot onto the knee and squat down, keeping the hands on the respective knees as you bring the hips to the same level as the knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a Vimana, capable of crossing into different dimensions in Vimanasana.
एकं पादं भूमौ निधाय नितंबं जानुप्रदेश आनीय.
Rise back up. Now keep the sole of the right foot against the knee and join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Ardha Bhadasana.
बने पगे उभा रहे ऊंते पूर्ण पादासन कहा वेछे.
Now catch a hold of the foot and extend it up towards your head, keeping the knees straight. Visualize Swamiji in a space in Uttita Trivikramasana.
उत्तान कूर्म पीठं च संहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now bring the leg behind. Bring your hands over top of your shoulders and catch a hold of the foot behind your back. As you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Next up is Latha Vrishchika Karana. Now stand on the right foot with the knee bent and the toes pointing outwards. Bring the left foot behind towards the buttocks. Raise the right arm and keep the hand by the side of your chest with the fingers pointing upwards. Extend your left arm outwards and slightly up and curl your fingers inwards as you bend the wrists. Now stand straight with the feet together and the hands by the side of your body. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Purna Padasana.
बने पगे उभा रहे ऊंते पूर्ण पादासन कहा वेछे.
Now stand tall, raising one arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a Palmira tree in Ardha Thalasana.
बे हाथ ऊंचा करीने पंजा पहोला राखीने.
Lower your arm down. Now step the right foot forward. Bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle. Extend your arms parallel to the ground. Gaze forward as you visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana too.
उत्तान पादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठ प्रसारणे.
Now lean forward and down. Bring the right hand to the inside of the right leg. Raise the other arm up. Gaze up along the raised arm as you visualize Swamiji in a space in Parshvakonasana.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान् जननेन्द्रियदार्ढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now straighten the front knee and rotate your body. Bring the left hand to the outside of the right leg and raise the other arm up. Gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as a triangle in Parivritta Trikonasana.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान् जननेन्द्रियदार्ढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now rise up. Lean forward as you raise your left leg off the ground. Extend your arms over top of your head and balance as you visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra in Virabhadrasana 3.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now extend the left leg to the front at a 90-degree angle. Keep your hands relaxed at the side as you visualize Swamiji. Gaze through your nose and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama in Dakshina Padasana.
जे मने आपनो मा होयते भानी.
Now lift the right foot towards the left knee. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a tree in Matantara Vrikshasana.
अर्धवृक्षासन ए आसनने अवांतर भेद छे.
Now lift the right foot onto the left hip. Extend your little fingers outwards and lean forward and down, touching the little fingers to the ground. Gaze to your nose as you embody pure, unconditional love in Kamasana.
नितंबे च पादगोष्ठी हस्ताभ्याम अंगुलीजकम अथ कामासनं वक्ष्ये कामसंगेन हेतुना.
Now slide the foot onto the knee. Place your hands on the respective knees and squat down. Keep your body elevated above the ground. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a Vimana capable of crossing into different dimensions in Vimanasana.
एकं पादं भूमौ निधाय नितंबं जानुप्रदेश आनीज्य द्वितीयं पादं जानुनी निधाय.
Rise back up. Bring the foot towards the side of the knee. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest and gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Ardha Padasana.
बने पगे उभा रहे वूते पूर्ण पादासन कहावे छे.
Now catch a hold of the left foot and extend your leg up towards your head. Keep the knee as straight as possible as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttita Trivikramasana.
उत्तान कूर्म पीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now raise your foot up behind yourself. Now raise your foot up behind your back. Catch a hold of the foot with both hands. As you pull it up, bend your back and visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्ड भेरुण्ड सहित शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now turn the toes of the left foot outwards. Bend the left knee. Bring the right foot behind the buttocks. As you bring the left hand to the side of the chest with the fingers pointing up, extend your right hand outwards and up as you bend the wrist in Latha Vrishtika Karma. Now stand on the tips of your toes, cup your hands around the genital region, gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself going beyond all sin in Kalpinasana as you perform Rechaka Kumbhaka. Exhale deeply and hold your breath.
वृष्ण सहित लिंगम ऊर्मध्ये गाढ़ं धृत्वा चरणाग्राभ्यां स्थातव्यं कौपीनासनं भवति.
Now spread the legs to the side as far as possible. Lower your body down into a side split and extend your arms out to the side, parallel to the ground. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself destroying and going beyond anything which finds you in Tipakarasana.
आसन को गुण शरीर को सो जाई.
Now turn your body into a front split. Keep the top of the foot which is behind flat on the ground. Place your hands on the respective knees as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji while you reside in the ultimate posture, Parasana.
वर आसन को गुण चौरसी वाई जाई.
Now place your hands on the ground in front of you with the fingers pointing towards your body. Lift the front leg over top of the respective shoulder. Keep the back leg extended and lift your entire body off the ground as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Pinda Mayurasana.
एकं पादं मयूराग्रे प्रसार्यैकं मयूरवत् इदं पिण्डमयूराख्यं सर्वव्याधिविनाशकम्.
Now exchange the position of your legs. Bring the other foot to the front. Bring the other foot to the front. Your hands on the knees. And gaze to the nose. Reside in the ultimate posture and visualize Swamiji in Padasana.
पर आसन को गुण चौरसी वायु जाई.
Now again, place your hands flat on the ground with the fingers pointing towards your body. This time, lift the other leg over top of your shoulder. Lift your body off the ground as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Pinda Mayurasana.
एकं पादं मयूराग्रे प्रसार्यैकं मयूरवते इदं पिण्डमयूराख्यं सर्वव्याधिविनाशकम्.
Now come to a sitting posture with your legs extended out to the side and the side split. Now bring your legs to the side and stretch the legs out as far as possible. Rest your hands on the ground in front of you and gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Prasaditasana.
पादद्वयं प्रसार्यात्मा सुमुखं सुप्रसारितम्.
From Prasaditasana, now join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Exhale deeply again and again in Uttana Padasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now lean forward and down and catch a hold of your feet as you rest your chin on the ground. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Upavista Konasana.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकाञ्चननेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Catch a hold of opposite big toes in Prana Mudra. Pull the right foot over top of the left arm towards your face. Bend the left elbow as if you're pulling a bowstring as you visualize yourself as the arrow to Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana 3. Breathe in Pratyahara Kumbhaka. Focus on the prana flowing upwards throughout your body.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now bring the right foot onto the left thigh and place your palms over top of each other. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize and embody Veera, the state and space of bravery in Virasana 3.
द्विगुणं पतितं पादं वामं दक्षिणथोत्थितं कृत्वान्योन्यतलस्थं तु वीरपट्टमथोच्यते. द्विगुणं पतितं पादं वामं दक्षिणथोत्थितं कृत्वान्योन्यतलस्थं तु वीरपट्टमथोच्यते.
Now lift the right leg behind your neck with the left leg extended forward. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest and gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana 2.
एकपादमथो कण्ठे उत्थाप्यैकं च दण्डवत् करौ सम्पुटितौ कृत्वा एकपादं तदुच्यते.
Hold this posture. Now bend the left leg. Keep the left heel against your perineum. Keep gazing upwards towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in Dakshinapada Shirshasana.
डेसिने बामे पगमाथा उपर लावीदाकाना.
Now place the hands on the ground in front of you with the fingers pointing towards your body. Lean forwards onto your elbows and extend the left leg back. Balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Ekapada Mayurasana.
कण्ठे पादं प्रसार्यैकम् एकपादं मयूरके.
Now bring the left leg to the front and roll back. Lay down on your back as you hold onto the right foot with both hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Supta Trivikramasana.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहद्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Keep the leg behind your neck. Extend your hands below your body with the palms facing down. Lay on your arms as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a tiger in Vyagrasana.
व्याघ्रासनमथो भक्षे क्रोधकालविनाशनम् एकपादं शीर्षमध्ये मेरुदण्डोपरि स्थितम्.
Now rise up. Extend your legs out to the front. Again, catch a hold of opposite big toes. As you repeat Dhanurasana 3 on the other side, bring the left leg over top of your shoulder and pull the left foot towards your face. Now bring the left leg over top of your shoulder and pull the foot towards your face as if you're pulling a bowstring, visualizing yourself as an arrow to Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now place the left foot onto the right thigh. Place your palms over top of each other. Rest them in your lap as you gaze to the nose and embody Vira, the state and space of bravery in Virasana.
द्विगुणं पतितं पादं वामदक्षिणतोत्थितं कृत्वान्योन्यतलस्थं तु वीरपट्टमथोच्यते.
Now lift the left foot behind your neck as you join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
एकं पादमथो कण्ठे उत्थापीकं च दण्डवते करौ सम्पुटितौ कृत्वा एकपादं तदुच्यते.
Now bend the right foot. Bring the heel towards your perineum. Maintain your hands in front of your chest, the leg behind your neck. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Parama Ashirwada.
बेसिने बामे पगमाथा उपर लाविडा काना.
Now place your hands on the ground in front of you. Keep the fingers pointing back. Lean forward onto your elbows. Extend the right leg back. Balance on your arms with the leg behind your neck as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Ekapada Mayurasana.
कण्ठे पादं प्रसार्यैकम् एकपादं मयूरके.
Now extend the right leg forward and lay down on your back. Keep the left leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot with both hands. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Supta Trivikramasana.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now bring your hands down below your body with the palms facing down. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a tiger in Vyagrasana.
व्याघ्रासनमथो वक्षे क्रोधकालविनाशनम् एकपादं शीर्षमध्ये मेरुदण्डोपरि स्थितम्.
Now free your leg. Lay down on your back and pull your knees to the chest and circle them with your hands. Gaze to the nose. Squeeze your body into a ball and visualize yourself relaxing on a sofa in Paryankasana 3.
जानुप्रसारित बाहो शयनं पर्यङ्कासनम्.
Now sit up and one by one lift your legs behind your neck and join the soles of the feet as you reach your hands up and join them around the feet in Anjali Mudra. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta in Vashishtasana 2.
दोवु पगतली जोड़ी संपूट करे.
Maintain this posture and now interlock your fingers around the toes. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as a sacred Shiva Linga in Shiva Lingasana.
दो पाव शीस परि आने फुनी एक जुगति और तहाँ ठाने.
Now cross your feet behind your back and place your hands on the ground next to your body. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as an owl sitting on a branch in Kakarupa Skandhasana 2.
अथ वक्षेकाकरूपस्कन्धासनमनुत्तमं कलिपापात् प्रमुच्येत वायवीं वशमानयेत्.
Now shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a bird in a forest in Aranya Chatakasana.
एकेन पादेन भूमिं वष्टभ्य अन्यपादतलेनोरु अवष्टभ्य.
Now keep the soles of the feet together behind your head. Place your right hand on the left shoulder and extend the left arm up towards the sky. Gaze towards the tip of the nose and visualize yourself painting your reality and it manifesting into existence in Chitlakasana.
प्रथम भगदले संपुट करे पुनः जुगति ऐसे विस्तारे.
Now place the left hand on the right shoulder and extend the right arm up. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself painting your reality into existence in Chitlakasana.
प्रथम भगदले संपुट करे पुनः जुगति ऐसे विस्तारे.
Now sit and lift both legs behind your head. Cross them behind your head. As you keep your hands on the ground in front of you. Gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to focus on the upward flowing prana in Tatyahara Pranayama in Thanindrasana.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कंठं करयो संस्थितोन्मुखं फणीन्द्रं सर्वदोषग्नं वो भूयात् सुखदं सदा.
With your feet crossed behind your head, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself bound by a noose of integrity, keeping your emotions integrated and aligned to your purpose in Pashini Mudrasana.
काण्ठपृष्ठे क्षिपेत् पादौ पाशवदृढबन्धनं सा एव पाशिनी मुद्रा शक्तिप्रबोधकारिणी.
Maintain this posture and now keep your hands in fists and stack one hand over the other as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a fish in Machandasana form.
बैसी करी दो वो काढ़े राशे.
Now join the soles of the feet behind your back and join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize Swamiji in Dvipada Shirashasana.
वेसिने वामे पगमाथा उपरला विद्या कानाम.
Now hold on to the feet behind your head with your hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose and manifest Garima and feel the weight of your body increasing in Baladhari Asana.
आसन गोपी चंद कख्यो जैसे याहू को कीजे पुनिते से.
Now roll onto your back and keep your feet behind your head, holding onto the feet with your hands. Gaze to the nose and visualize all the gods and goddesses blessing you in Devasana.
प्रथमे सोदो सोवे सोजी करे काकसी कर गहदोजी.
Now hold your feet from the side with your legs behind your head. Keep the back of your head on the ground. Gaze to the tip of the nose and maintain silence externally and internally. Visualize yourself as the source of energy with nutritious vegetation sprouting from your being in Mritika Banjikasana.
प्रथमसेन सुतो होय ठाने पग ऊंचाई आगने आने.
Now cross your feet behind your head and interlock your fingers around your lower back. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize an abundance of gold being showered on you in Masakasana.
मसकासन प्रथमे सूधो सैन है करे वाम पाद कंधा परिधरे.
Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you extend your legs up straight. Keep your back flat and visualize each of your chakras as a bright white light as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka. In Chakrasana, breathe.
देहातानी आंगल्योठी बेपगाना अंगली पकड़िने.
Now place your feet flat on the ground. Keep your knees raised and place your hands at the side of your body. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Tanasana.
पादद्वयं विनोत्तानासनं भवति.
Now keep your elbows on the ground and raise the middle portion of the ground and raise the middle portion of your body off the ground. Visualize yourself as a mountain with 3 peaks as you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka, in Trikutasana.
उत्तानशयनं पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Now bring your hands in towards your shoulders. Keep them flat on the mat and lift your body up. Keep your hands and feet flat on the ground as you visualize each of your limbs as a pillar of a Hindu temple in Chatushpada Pitam. In Chatushpada Pitam.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्.
Now extend your legs forward and raise your hips. Keep the hands flat on the mat. Now extend your legs forward and raise your hips up. Your fingers pointing towards your feet. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in Purvatanasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्.
The next asana is Ulpakonasana. Now lay down on your back. Now raise your hips and your legs up. Support your lower back with your hands and separate your legs wide to the side as you bring them down towards your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Ulpakonasana.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकाञ्जननेन्द्रियदादाढ्य कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्.
Now lay down on your back. Extend your legs. Now bring the crown of your head onto the ground. Raise your chest up and then extend your legs and your arms forwards and up. And visualize Swamiji in Uttana Padasana too.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now place your head on the ground and raise your hips up high. Visualize your body as a bridge in Setubandhanasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Keep the hands flat with the fingers pointing towards your feet. Step your feet flat, raise your hips up high, and walk your hands towards the feet. As you visualize each of your chakras as a bright light in Chakrasana form.
नोभ्यामारं समागृह्य कुण्डल्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Now bring your hands even closer towards your feet. Hold onto your ankles if you can. Now walk your feet towards your hand and hold onto your ankles if you can. Gaze forward. Visualize Swamiji in Beta Asana.
आसन को गुणपान अपान की गाठी सूटे.
Now lay down on your back and lift your legs up high over top of your head. Now as you lay on your back, lift your legs up and bring the toes on the ground over top of your head. Hold on to your feet, gaze to the tip of your nose, and visualize Swamiji in Vichtrakarani.
शैत पश्चिमतानस्ते हस्तौ तत्र प्रसारयेत् पादौ दण्डासनौ कृत्वा विचित्रकरणी भवेत्.
Lower your legs, lay on your back, keep your toes pointing up to the sky. And now bring one thumb towards your nose and bring the other hand down to the hip. Alternate the position of your hands again and again. Visualize yourself as a hatchet being thrown in Parashvasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जाननि उरसि निधाय.
Now roll your body to the side. Place the right elbow on the ground and rest your head on the hand. Place the left hand on the thigh and raise your hips off the ground. Keep your body straight as a plank as you visualize yourself as Bhagavan Dakshinamurti in Dakshinasana.
शय्यर्जुदक्षिणाङ्गेन मस्तके धो निधायशः दक्षं हस्तं च वामान्तो जङ्घपृष्ठे ततो जपेत्.
Now lay down on your stomach. Bring your hands back to the hips. And lift your legs and arms off the ground. Raise your head and chest as you visualize yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana too.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now bend your knees. Hold on to the feet and pull them outside the hips. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply. Hold your breath and really move the prana within your system as you visualize yourself as a frog in Bhekasana.
बकं भेकासनं चैव मकरं मत्स्य नामकं मत्स्येन्द्रद्विविधं चात्र कुण्डलीबोधकारणम्.
Now keep pushing the left foot towards the ground as you pull the right foot up towards your head. Visualize yourself as a hyena or another beast of prey in Bherundasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now bring the right foot back down. As you lift the left foot towards your foot, repeat Bherundasana on the other side.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now catch the big toe of one of your feet with thumb, little and ring fingers. Extend the other hand to the front. As you alternate the position of your hands again and again, hold on to the respective big toe. Hold on to the respective big toe again and again in Shakatasya Karana. In Shakatasya Karana. Now place your elbows on the ground in front of you. Rest your chin on your hands. Keep the knees bent, the feet raised up. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Shulasana.
कूर्पराभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य हस्ततलाभ्यां हनुमवष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् शूलासनं भवति.
Now place your feet flat on the ground. Your toes pointing back. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as an alligator in Makarasana.
उदासूने बाणे हाथ माथानि बाणे भानि.
Now place your hands flat on the ground next to your shoulders and raise your hips up. Bring the legs over top of your body and try to touch your feet to the back of your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as the leader of a hyena pack or another beast of prey in Ganda Bhirundasana.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now place your arms flat on the ground. Again, lift your hips up. Bend your knees and bring the feet to the back of your head. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as the pack leader of a hyena pack in Ganda Bhirundasana 2.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now bring your feet to the ground in front of your face. Keep visualizing yourself as a hyena pack leader in Ganda Bhirundasana 3.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now raise your feet up, straighten the leg, point the toes at a 45-degree angle, and visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana 2.
शलभासन भेदाश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके गण्डभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा.
Now bring your legs flat on the ground. Keep your hands at the side of your shoulders. Now, as you lay on your stomach, with the hands by the shoulders, tuck your toes, and just ever so slightly lift your body off the ground. Keep it completely straight as you visualize yourself as sturdy as a wooden stick or staff in Chaturanga Dandasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Sit on top of your heels and lean forward and down. Hold on to your head with both hands. The elbows at the side of the knees. Touch your knees with your chin. Pull your stomach in and up and contract the perineal floor as you forcefully pull the apana vayu upwards within your body, visualizing yourself having no karma at all in Niranjana Karmasana.
बालको गर्भशय्यायां तिष्ठेत् संकुचितो यथा तथा गर्भासने योगी निरञ्जन विधिं भजेत्.
Now rise up. Place your hands on the ground in front of you with the fingers pointing towards your body. Bend your elbows, bring them towards your navel, and lift the legs off the ground. Extend the legs straight. Be completely parallel to the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Samana Kumbhaka. Without inhaling or exhaling, hold the prana in your navel region in Danda Mayurasana.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Lower your body down.
मयूरासनवत् संस्थाप्य एकेन हस्तेन एकस्य हस्तस्य मणिबन्धं धारयेत् पाङ्गमयूरं भवति.
Settle down. Now, place the left hand on the ground. Hold the left wrist with the right hand. And again, extend your legs back. Balance on your arm with the elbow at the navel region. In Pangu Mayurasana on the other side, visualizing yourself as a peacock.
मयूरासनवत् संस्थाप्य एकेन हस्तेन एकस्य हस्तस्य मणिबन्धं धारयेत् पाङ्गमयूरं भवति.
Now, bring the right foot outside the hip and bring the left foot to the right side of the groin against your thigh. Hold on to the right foot with your hand and gaze to the nose as you visualize Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge, engaging Mahamudravanda in Jnanasana.
अथान्यदासनं कृत्वा सर्वव्याधिनिवारणं योगाभ्यासी भवेत् क्षिप्रं ज्ञानासनप्रसादतः.
Now take the left foot and pull it towards the left armpit. Hold the foot with both hands and gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize yourself having no karma at all in Kubjikasana.
अथ जठराग्निसन्दीपनं गुल्मप्लीहशूलहरकुब्जिकासनम्.
Now place the left foot onto the right thigh. Bring your left arm behind your back. Hold on to the left foot. Bring the right hand outside the left thigh and twist your spine. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Lord Kartikeya, the ruler of planet Mars. Bharadwajasana.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Untwist your spine. And now lift the left foot up against your chest as you place your hands on the respective knees. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and embody Vida, the state and space of bravery in Virasana 5.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यसेदूरु संस्थितम् इतरस्मिंस्तथा पश्चाद् वीरासनमितीरितम्.
Keep the sole of your left foot against your chest. Interlock your fingers in Parashamudra and raise them up above your head as you visualize yourself as an alpha wolf, leader of a wolf pack. Gaze to your nose and Bhairo Asana 2.
मूलद्वारटिकबैसिकधरे वामपादगुद औन्धौ करे.
Now move the right foot to the outside of the left hip. Place the left foot flat on the ground with the knee raised. Bring your left arm around the raised knee and behind your back. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindrata, the master of Hatha Yoga, in Baddha Matsindrasana.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Now bring the left foot outside the hip and place the right foot on top of the left side. Hold on to the left foot with your hand as you gaze to the nose and visualize Goddess Saraswati as you perform Mahamudra Bandha in Jnanasana.
अथान्यदासनं कृत्वा सर्वव्याधिनिवारणं योगाभ्यासी भवेत् क्षिप्रं ज्ञानासनप्रसादतः.
Now lift the right foot towards the right armpit. Hold it with both hands as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself having no karma at all in Kubjikasana.
अथ जठराग्निसन्दीपनं गुल्मप्लीहशूलहरकुब्जिकासनम्.
Now place the right foot on the left thigh. Bring the right arm behind your back. Catch a hold of the right foot. And place the left hand outside of the right thigh to twist your spine. Gaze up to your third eye and visualize Lord Murugan in Bharadwajasana.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहं गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now lift the right foot to the left chest. Keep your hands on the respective knees as you gaze to the tip of the nose and embody Vida, the space and state of bravery in Virasana 5.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यसेदूरु संस्थितम् इतरस्मिंस्तथा पश्चाद् वीरासनमितीरितम्.
Now interlock your fingers and raise them up above your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as an alpha wolf, leader of a wolf pack in Bhairo Asana.
मूलद्वारटिकबैसिकधरे वामपादगुद औन्धौ करे.
Now lower your hands down. Bring the left foot to the outside of the right hip. Place the right foot flat on the ground. Bring the right arm around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindarata in Badhama Sindasana.
Patsendrapidham jatara pradiptim prachanda rukmandala khandanastram.
Now bring the soles of the feet together in front of your perineum. Interlock the fingers around the toes. Push the knees to the mat. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And hold your breath. Hold the air inside and visualize the presence of Vayu inside and outside your body in Santa Kumbhaka, in Baddha Konasana.
Padmam brahmam stata saidham swastikam vajramasanam baddhakonam bhadraprishtham moolabandham tathaiva cha.
Now keep your heels against the perineum. Place the right hand on top of the heels and place the left hand on top of the right hand. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Vidavata in Bhadrasana 5.
Vrishanani niche sivanina daba bhagama daba.
Now raise your heels up and turn your feet inwards to sit down on the heels with the toes pointing back. Place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti as you perform Santa Kumbhaka. Hold the breath and visualize the prana inside and outside your body in Yonyasana.
Padau sammilya padagre adhare pashni lingadaha aniya padatalo samvishet yonyasanam bhavati.
From the same position, now firmly hold your heels with your hands. Gaze to the third eye. Engage all the bandhas and visualize Sage Gorakhnath, the founder of the Nithyananda Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, in Gorakshasana Patrasana.
Vrishanani niche sivanina daba bhagama daba pagani.
Now bring your hands behind the back. And interlock your fingers around the feet as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, burning up all your patterns with his love in Kama Dahanasana.
Bhadrasanam sukham sthapya viparite tu dvepade anena yadi kurya chai tatkamaдаhanam bhavet.
Now, again, bring your feet to the front, the heels together at your groin. Now turn your feet upwards and bring them towards your navel. Bring your hands towards your neck. Hold on to your shoulders as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Baddha Konasana.
Mahamudra baddha kono tadasana vibhedakan vinottanam sada kuryadantarvatni patipriya.
Keep pressing your feet against your stomach. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a frog in Bhekasana 2.
ध्यायेद्धिचित् पदं भ्रान्तमासनस्थसुखाय च यदि सर्वाङ्गमुत्तोल्य गगने खेचरासनम्.
Now keep your heels together at your perineum and bring your navel towards the toes as you place your hands on the knees. Gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in Bhagasana 3.
Paga ulta modi baise paga ka mahila gultha.
Rise up. The next asana is Siddhi Jivasana. As you keep the soles of the feet upwards towards your stomach, place your hands on the respective knees and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself living the life of a perfected yogi. Put your stomach in and up.
Paga ko sojo jayi.
The next asana is Panipatrasana. With the soles of the feet inwards towards your stomach, join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize yourself as a source of water.
नाभौ संस्थाप्य गुल्फौ च तन्मध्ये करपात्रतां शनैर्यत्नेन कुर्वीत पाणिपात्रं तदुच्यते.
Now, one by one, raise your feet up into your armpits and interlock your fingers and place your hands on top of your head. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as one of the Saptarishis in Saptarishi Asana.
दोवो पग की पगथली तिनकी लैकज सोजा.
Relax. Now bring your feet in so the heels are touching your navel. Push the knees together and bring the outside of your thighs down on the ground. Visualize yourself as a pearl born from the womb of. As you visualize yourself as a pearl born from the womb of an oyster in Suktyasana.
पार्श्विनाभौ संस्थाप्य जङ्घाबहिः प्रदेशेन सम्मीलयेत् श्रुक्यासनं भवति.
Now slide your knees apart so you can keep your feet on top of opposite thighs in Padmasana. Place your hands down on the mat in front of your body. Lean forward. Press your hips down in the ground. Lift your head up. Stick your tongue out. Gaze to your third eye. And sit and be in the space of Advaita, oneness with Swamiji in Sthitarasana.
जवनो पगने फने डाबा पगनी आगनी चे.
Now place your hands flat on your knees. Gaze up towards your third eye. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself formed from a lotus flower in Ambujasana as you keep your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow and inhale through your mouth in Ambujasana.
अपानमुत्थापय शनैः स्वशक्तितः प्राणं समाकृष्य.
Now maintain your legs in Padmasana posture. Cross your arms in front of your body and place your hands flat on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up and contract the perineal floor to intensely raise the Apana Vayu upwards and hold your breath. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself born from a lotus flower in Kamalasana.
तत्र कौलासनं कृत्वा अथवा कमलासनं महाविद्या महामन्त्रं जप्त्वा लिङ्गमवाप्नुयात्.
Now with your legs in Padmasana, extend your arms out in front and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttamangasana.
स्थित्वैतदासने मन्त्रे अधशीर्षः करोति चेत् उत्तमाङ्गासनं ज्ञेयं योगीनाम् अतिदुर्लभम्.
Now rise up, sit with your legs in Padmasana, bring your hands together and interlace them on top of your head, forming an arc with your arms. Now turn your head to the right, gaze towards your armpits and visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Shiva, experiencing supreme bliss as you pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha in Padmasana 5.
उपविश्यासने सम्यक् बाहू कृत्वार्धकुञ्चितो कक्षव्योम्नि मनः कुर्वन् शममायाति तल्लयात्.
Now bring your right hand in front of your third eye and place the left hand against the back of your neck. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize a river of Shakti, conscious energy flowing into you through the Sahasrara chakra in Kulyasana.
अथ कुल्यासनं वक्षे यत्कृत्वा कौलिको भवेत् एकहस्तं मस्तकस्थो दशीर्षभिन्नगेकरम्.
Now place your left hand on your stomach and bring the right hand behind your back, holding onto the left elbow. Then lean forward and down and touch your nose to the mat. Gaze to the tip of the nose as you visualize all the celestial gods and goddesses blessing you in Divyasana.
अथ दिव्यासनं वक्ष्ये पृष्ठं हस्तेन बन्धयेत् एकहस्तमध्यदेशं भूमिहस्तं च नासया.
Now rise up. Again, raise your hands above your head, interlock the fingers, place them on your head, form an arc with your arms and gaze to the left towards your armpit. Perform Uddiyana Bandha, pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Shiva, experiencing supreme bliss in Padmasana 5.
उपविश्यासने सम्यक् बाहू कृत्वार्धकुञ्चितो कक्षव्योम्नि मनः कुर्वन् शममायाति तल्लजात्.
Now place the left hand on your third eye and bring the right hand behind your neck. Gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize a river of Shakti, conscious energy flowing into you through your Sahasrara chakra in Kulyasana.
अथ कुल्यासनं वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा कौलिको भवेत् एकहस्तं मस्तकस्थो दशीर्षभिन्नगेकरम्.
Now place your right hand on your stomach and bring the left hand behind your back. Hold on to the right elbow with your left hand. Lean forward and down and touch your nose to the mat as you gaze to your nose and visualize all the celestial gods and goddesses blessing you in Divyasana.
अथ दिव्यासनं वक्ष्ये पृष्ठं हस्तेन बन्धयेत् एकहस्तमध्यदेशं भूमिहस्तं च नासया.
As you sit in Padmasana now, interlock your fingers and place them against your navel. Inhale deeply through your nose and hold your breath. Inhale deeply and hold your breath as you gaze to your third eye and visualize your body being completely purified in Pavanasana.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये साधकानां हिताय वै पवनासनरूपो च खेचरो योगिराट् भवेत्.
Now bring your hands through the legs and keep your legs in Padmasana. As you hold on to your neck, tuck your chin to the chest, lock your throat, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a bat as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama in Valgulyasana.
अथ भूरिभुक्तस्य पाचनं सद्यो जरामशूलदो वल्गुल्यासनं स्थित्वा.
Now unlock your throat, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space in Parasharamasana 2.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सूधोसो वे भूपरिपाछे.
Now holding onto your neck, roll onto your back, rock back and forth, performing a circular motion with your entire body. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Complete the circle as you visualize yourself generating unlimited potential energy in Garbha Bindasana.
मायूरं पिञ्छमायूरं पद्मपीठसमन्वितम्.
Now keep your legs crossed in Padmasana. Place your hands down on the mat in front of your body. Lean forward, push your hips into the ground. Lift your head up, stick the tongue out and gaze to your third eye. And visualize and embody the space and state of a lion in Simhasana 2.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
The next asana is Urdhva Kukutasana 2. With your hands on the ground, bring your knees towards your armpits, lift your body up and balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now sit in Padmasana. Pull your feet in closer towards your body. Then cross your arms behind your back and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful lotus flower in Padmasana 6.
वामोरुपरि दक्षिणं च चरणं संस्थाप्य
Now raise your head and pull your stomach in and up as you keep holding on to the feet behind your back. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful lotus flower in Bandha Padmasana.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य ततङ्गुष्ठद्वयं पुनः व्युत्क्रमेणैव हस्ताभ्यां बद्धपद्मासनं भवेत्.
Maintain your legs to Padmasana. Now bring your hands towards the neck and press the Vijnana Nadis outside of your spine. Press your chin to the chest. Force the prana upwards. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Parama Shiva and renounce the society of man in Padmasana 7.
पद्मासनस्थिता योगी जनसङ्गविवर्जितः विज्ञाननाडिद्वितीयमङ्गुलीभ्यां निरोधयेत्.
Sit with your legs crossed as a Padmasana. Lay down on your back and kick your legs and hips up. Support your lower back with your hands. Bear your body weight with your elbows. Gaze to your nose. Lock your chin to the chest and visualize yourself as an inverted lotus flower in Urdhva Padmasana.
प्रथम अर्धपद्मासनानि पेठे.
Now lay down on your back. Join your hands above the head in Anjali Mudra. Feel the energy flowing up along your spine as you engage all the bandhas. Cleanse your body. Gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a mountain standing stable for thousands of years in Parvatasana 2.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Now lay down flat on your back. Place your hands on your stomach and gaze to the nose. As you forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine in Shakti Charan Mudra. Visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you in Shivasana 2 as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
शवासनं हृत्कुपितवातग्रन्थिविभेदकं सर्वासनश्रान्तिजित् हृच्छ्रमं योगिसौखिकम्.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes. Rotate your wrists and your ankles. Bend and stretch your elbows and knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball as you rock your body from side to side. And slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama 508 asana sequence of Kailasa's Nithyananda Yoga. Now let us conclude today's ritual of Nithyananda Yoga as we sit with our head, neck and spine in a straight line, the hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Eyes closed. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you all for joining us in today's Nithyananda Yoga ritual. In deep gratitude to Swamiji, let us now perform the Shashtanga Namaskar.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization.
Please sit in a space of deep gratitude. Inhale deeply and exhale. Feel the presence of the Master in your inner space. Feel the presence of Swamiji seated in front of you. Feel the presence of Swamiji in the Guru Padukas, alive, radiating. When you offer the puja, visualize you dropping all of your karmas of lifetimes, your incompletions, unfulfilled desires, patterns. Visualize all of that being liberated by the Guru. Come to a space of deep Guru Bhakti, the feeling connection with the Master. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We request all the Pada Puja participants to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to this, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, embodiments and representations of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer during the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We begin with the Sadguru Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to our Guru, our beloved Swamiji. The meaning of the mantra we will now chant is, I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, and the one who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Now please take some flowers in your hands and close your eyes. Place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandanam, where we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I surrender to the lineage of all the enlightened masters, which has Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva as the beginning, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti as the middle, and my master, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam as the end. Now please take some flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next is the offering of the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, where we offer our respects and gratitude to Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the Lord of all beings, who has the sacred musk paste applied on his forehead, who has a glittering stick, who has worn a loin cloth on his glittering hip, who has worn the Datura flower, the king cobra, and a crescent moon on his forehead. That Arunagiri Yogeshwara's presence happens. Now please take some flowers into your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spurita Katikaupi Nasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Phanirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. The next is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarana Mudra, pour an udharani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now at the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an udharani of water. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udharani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, the right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an udharani of water. The next mantra is Shuklam Bharadaram. We chant this mantra invoking the energy of Mahaganapati, the remover of obstacles. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I meditate upon the Lord Ganesha, who is clad in white garments, who is all-pervading, who is as bright colored as the moon, who has a smiling, pleasant face, having 4 shoulders and hands, and who is the remover and pacifier of all obstacles. Now please take the akshata, the turmeric mixed rice in your hands, and a flower in your right hand. Keeping both your hands as fists, tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Bharadharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantage. The next is the pranayama, the regulation of the prana, the life energy. Now keeping the akshata in your right hand, open your little finger, ring finger and your thumb. Inhale through the left nostril while closing your right nostril. Hold your breath for as long as possible and exhale through your right nostril by moving your thumb away. And chant the Samhita mantras while you perform the inhalation, retention and exhalation. Om Hom Ishana Murdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tat Purushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagor Hridayaya Namaha, Om Him Mamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojata Murteye Namaha, Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirse Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishana Murdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tat Purushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagor Hridayaya Namaha, Om Him Mamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojata Murteye Namaha, Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirse Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishana Murdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tat Purushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagor Hridayaya Namaha, Om Him Mamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojata Murteye Namaha, Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha. The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the Master, the power of the Master's presence itself will simply manifest it as reality. Please close your eyes. Visualize the intention, the Sankalpa that you want to keep in your inner space. Visualize your feeling connection with the Master. Visualize anything that you want to happen as reality. Visualize it already happening in your inner space. Now with this intention, keeping the akshata in your left palm, close it with your right palm and keep both the hands on your thigh. We will now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivaswatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambu Dvipe Bharadavarše Bharadakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye. विश्वावसु नाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ सिंहमासे कृष्णपक्षे अमावास्यां शुभरितौ स्थिरवासरयुक्तायां मघानक्षत्र परिघयोग किंस्तुग्नकरण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभरितौ श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षीसुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्थन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिन्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरडावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्गसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्यापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपनशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृतश्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवत्युत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिवसमुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरंपरा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरुमहान्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञानसंबंधदेशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन्मुक्तिप्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतारभूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये ओम अपौपस्पृश्य wash your hands with an udrani of water. The next is the Ghantanada. Now please take the bell in your left hand and hold it above your heart center and ring the bell as you chant the following mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karomyado Devata Hvanalanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. The next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Now please close your eyes. Visualize the meaning of the mantra in your inner space. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, what seed can I offer to the Master except my heart? I offer the gratitude flowing as the nectar to wash his feet and to rinse his mouth. I offer my mind itself as the arghya, the bouquet. To my Master, who is the very cosmos, what clothing can I offer except the space? I offer my very prana, the life energy, as the incense, and I offer the ocean of nectar as the food offering. The principle of unstruck perennial sound is to be offered as the bell, the air as the chamara, the fan, the sahasrara as the umbrella, the principle of sound as the music, and the actions of the senses and the vagaries of the mind as the dance. I offer all the 7 chakras along with the Shushumna Nadi as a flower garland. The different kinds of flowers with which the Guru should be worshipped are the guilelessness, freedom from the ego, freedom from suffering when your desires are not fulfilled, freedom from arrogance, freedom from ignorance, freedom from deceit, freedom from hatred, freedom from agitation, freedom from jealousy and greed. And the Guru should also be worshipped with the flowers of non-violence, mastery over the senses, compassion, forgiveness, and enlightenment. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Close your eyes and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Requesting all the participants to look at the Acharya and perform the Kurma Mudra. ॐ हृत्पद्ममासनं दद्यात् सहस्रारच्युतामृतैः पाद्यं शरणयोर्दद्यात् मनस्तु अर्घ्यं निवेदयेत् तेन अमृतेन आचमनीयं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धः स्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकम् चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेच्छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेखलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेद्भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमदं तथा अमोहकम् अदम्भं च अद्वेषाक्षोभकौ तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्. The next offering is the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first offering is the asanam, the offering of seat to the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O the one who resides in all the beings, the one who is the very soul of all beings, I offer this seat to you. I surrender, I surrender. Now please take some flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayamyupaveshartham Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, because of being in the everlasting calmness and because of remaining free from the attitude of performing all actions related to the fivefold cosmic function. For a short duration, known as the cosmic sleep, Lord Sadashiva is called Shiva by the experts in the mantras and the tantras. Salutations to such Shiva, who is the Guru and who is eternally free from the desire and the aspects related to embodiment. Because of his immeasurable greatness and because of his quality of being eternally unborn, this Lord is well placed as Ananta. O the Lord of all gods, O the one whose darshan is awaited by gods for the fulfillment of their desires, welcome, welcome. Today my birth, life, and all deeds are fructified. The fruits of all my tapas is materialized just by welcoming you. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritvat Bhavo Paratikaranaat Shiva Ukto Mahatantra Mantra Vidbhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitarakalaya Vai Ameyatvat Anantoyam Ajatva Cha Prakirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Swabhishta Siddhaye Tasmai Te Parameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabho Adya me saphalam janma jivanam sapala kriyaah Swagatam yatvaya tanme tapasam phalamagatam Om Hrim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. The next offering is Padyam, the offering of water for washing the feet of the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer Padyam, that is the water for washing the feet of the Supreme God, the very devotion on whom brings about the ultimate bliss. Now please take the Udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Padyam Om Yad Bhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O Maheshwara, please accept this Arghya, this offering of the traditional bouquet with water to welcome the guest, made of durva grass, a bilva leaf, a flower and a rice pellet, and kept in a beautiful conch. Now please take the conch in your hands and offer the Arghya at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Arghyaha Om Durvakshata Samayuktam Bilvapatram Tatha Param Shobhanam Shankhapatrastam Grahanargyam Maheshwara Om Hrim Esho Arghyaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this auspicious and sin-removing Ganga water offered by me as Achamaniyam, that is the water for mouthwash, offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an Udharani of water in your hand and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinyastu Yadvari Sarvapapaharam Shubham Grihanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam Om Hrim Idam AchamaniyodakamSarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, for the destruction of all negativities, I offer this Madhuparka, this drink which is full of nectar. Be pleased towards me, O Lord. Now please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurnasudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Gandhate to you, O healer of all the worlds. You are the purest among all the worlds. Now please take the Gandhatailam, the scented oil in your hands. Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokesha Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam. Om Hrim Idam Gandhatailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nivedayami. The next offering is Naniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this cool, pure and clear water which is capable of seizing my mind for your sacred bath offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra as ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Shushitalam Vari Shvacham Shuddham Manoharam Snanartham Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratirihyatam. Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nivedayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of the sacred cloth. We will now be repeating the meaning of the mantras and the mantras together, requesting all the participants to please sit straight. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. And when you chant, chant from your stomach as loudly as you can. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer Vastram,
I offer Vastram,
this cloth offering,
this cloth offering,
to the Master
to the Master
who removes
who removes
the veil of Maya
the veil of Maya
or illusion.
or illusion,
The Master
the Master
who is the true
who is the true
light of enlightenment,
light of enlightenment,
who does not
who does not
have a veil of Maya
have a veil of Maya
and has
and has
the very space
the very space
as the dress.
as the dress.
Now please take the offering of clothes in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Vastram
Vastram
Om
Om
Maya
Maya
Chitra
Chitra
Patachanna
Padachanna
Nija
Nija
Guhyo
Kuhyo
Rutejase
Rutejase
Niravarana
Niravarana
Vijnaya
Vijnaya
Vasaste
Vasaste
Kalpayamyaham
Kalpayamyaham
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Vastrottariyam
Vastrotareyam
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer
I offer
this golden ornament
this golden ornament
to you, Master,
to you, Master,
who,
who
by the very nature,
by the very nature
has
has
a very
a very
gracefully
gracefully
beautiful body,
beautiful body,
and who is
and who is
the repository
the repository
of all powers.
of all powers.
May you be pleased.
May you be pleased.
Now please take the jewelry in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Abharanam
Aparanam
Om
Om
Swabhava
Swabhava
Sundarangaya
Sundarangaya
Nana
Nana
Shaktya
Shaktya
Shrayayate
Shrayayate
Suvarnam
Suvarnam
Bhushanam
Bhushanam
Tubhyam
Tubhyam
Kalpayami
Kalpayami
Prasidame
Prasidame
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Suvarnabharanam
Suvarnabharanam
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I neither know
I neither know
what your body is,
what your body is,
nor do I know
nor do I know
what your actions are.
what your actions are.
Please accept
Please accept
and smear this
and smear this
sandalwood paste
sandalwood paste
offered by me.
offered by me.
Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Gandhaha
Gandaha
Om
Om
Shariram
Shariram
Tena Janami
Tena Janami
Cheshtam
Cheshtam
Naivacha Naivacha
Naivacha Naivacha
Maya Niveditan
Maya Niveditan
Gandhan
Gandhan
Pratigrihya
Pratigrihya
Vilipyatam
Vilipyatam
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Esha Gandhaha
Esha Gandaha
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Namaha.
Paramashivaya Namaha.
The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept
Please accept
these blissfully
these blissfully
fragrant,
fragrant,
different kinds of flowers
different kinds of flowers
which are taken
which are taken
from the forest of Turiya,
from the forest of Turiya,
that is,
that is,
the space of
the space of
ultimate restful awareness.
ultimate restful awareness.
Now please take some flowers, smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam
Pushpam
Om
Om
Turiyavana
Turiyavana
Sampannam
Sampannam
Nana
Nana
Gunamanoharam
Gunamanoharam
Ananda
Ananda
Saurabham
Saurabham
Pushpam
Pushpam
Grihyatam
Grihyatam
Idamuttamam
Idamuttamam
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Etani
Etani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Vaushate.
Paramashivaya Vaushat.
The next offering is Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer you,
I offer you,
O God of all gods,
O God of all gods,
this holy Bilva leaf
this holy Bilva leaf,
in which dwells
in which dwells
the goddess of richness,
the goddess of richness,
and which is
and which is
so much loved
so much loved
by Lord Shiva.
by Lord Shiva.
Now please take the Bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Bilva Patram
Bilva Patram
Om
Om
Amritodbhavam
Amritodbhavam
Shri Vriksham
Shri Vriksham
Shankarasya
Shankarasya
Sada Priyam
Sada Priyam
Bilva Patram
Bilva Patram
Prayachami
Prayachami
Pavitram Te
Pavitram Te
Sureshwara
Sureshwara
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Etani
Etani
Sachandana
Sachandana
Bilvapatrani
Bilvapatrani
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Vaushate.
Paramashivaya Vaushat.
The next offering is Tulasi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, let this offering
Let this offering
of Tulsi leaf
of Tulasi leaf
be unto the
be unto the
Supreme Soul
Supreme Soul
who has
who has
unlimited forms
unlimited forms
and who is
and who is
the bestower
the bestower
of all boons.
of all boons.
Now please take the Tulsi leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Tulasi Patram
Tulasi Patram
Om
Om
Namaste
Namaste
Bahurupaya
Bahurupaya
Varadamurtage
Varadamurtaye
Paramatmane
Paramatmane
Swaha
Swaha
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Sachandana
Sachandana
Tulasi Patram
Tulasi Patram
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Shri Nithyananda
Shri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Namaha.
Paramashivaya Namaha.
We will be continuing with the repetition from tomorrow. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, this incense smoke is made of the sacred herbs of intoxicating fragrance. Please accept this incense smoke fit to be inhaled by all the devas. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhadhyassu Manoharaha Agreya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrihyatam Om Hrim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this light of inner and outer worlds, which is very bright and removes darkness from everywhere. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. दीपः ॐ सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वतस्तिमिरापहः सबाह्याभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of the food. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, these different kinds of food offerings are prepared from sweetener and other ingredients. O Lord, please accept this food offering prepared by me with devotion. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यं विविधं देव शर्करादिविनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या गृहाण परमेश्वर. ॐ ह्रीं इदं शोपकर्णनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि. The next offering is Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O God, the Lord of all demigods, the one who bestows deep fulfillment upon us, please accept this water full of infinite bliss. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Paniyam Om समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ग्रहाणजलमुत्तमम्. ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानार्थोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः. The next offering is Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take the meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer this water for washing the hands and the mouth to you, whose mere remembrance purifies everybody. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapyasujirva yasya smaranamatrataha शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम्. ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to the Master. Now please take the lit camphor in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam Om Hreem Esha Deepamala Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sangrahanyeshtya Yajate Imam Janatagum Sangrinhaniti द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति द्वादशासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्ध्वै मुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत् कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि. आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, Guru is the Brahma, who is the source of creation of the universe, Vishnu, who is the source of sustenance of the universe, and Shiva, who is the rejuvenation of the universe. I surrender to that Guru. Guru is all the three put together in a single form. I surrender to the Guru, who is omnipresent and who has also given me a glimpse of his experience. I surrender to the Guru, who has with the brush of wisdom opened my eyes, blinded by ignorance. I surrender to the Guru, who by giving the knowledge about the self has burnt my karmic baggage of so many births. I surrender to the Guru, who is the Lord of the cosmos, who is the Guru of the cosmos. My soul is the same soul which is in all the beings. I surrender to Dakshinamurti, the primal Guru, who manifests himself differently in the form of Ishvara, Tower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thoughts, and who is beyond emotions, and who is beyond the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and close your eyes till the end of the mantra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnuho Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Akhanda Mandalakaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Aneka Janma Samprapta Karma Bandha Vidahine Atmajnana Pradhanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mannatha Shri Jagannatho Madguru Shri Jagadguruho Mamatma Sarvabhutatma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavadvyapta Dehaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Pushpanjalim Samarpayami Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Charnakamalebhyo Namaha Om Nithyanandam. We will now be beginning with the Paramashiva Puja. The first is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now with the base of the right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, your right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. The next is Sakalikaranam, invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva inside our own body. Please close your eyes. Visualize Bhagavan Paramashiva's energy radiating throughout your body. Visualize Swamiji's presence in your inner space. We will now be invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva in every part of our body, filling us with the space of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Now, using your left hand, wipe the front and back side of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back side of your left hand twice. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands in a Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shaktaye Vaushate. Now keeping your palms together, bring your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Shivasanaye Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now with the tips of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. With the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your ring finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your ring finger. Om Him Vamadev Guhyaya Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Him Tat Purushavaktraya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. Now bring your palms in front of you. Bring your thumbs touching the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers such that they touch the center of your palms. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now bend your thumbs inwards and now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your lip. Murtaye Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Haim Kavachaya Namaha. Now with the base of your index finger. Now your thumbs. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into the Mushti Mudra and roll them around each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now bend your thumbs inwards and touch the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with the right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now keeping your thumbs and little finger together, touch your respective knees. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your navel center. Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your heart center. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and index finger joined together, touch above your upper lip. Om Him Tat Purushavaktraya Namaha. Now with the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. With the tip of your right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch your right eye, third eye and left eye respectively. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. With your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With the right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch the back of your head. Om Hum Shikhaye Vaushate. Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest, keeping your index finger in form of a hook and uncross your arms, moving them around of your head and bringing them till your chest. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now strike your right thumb onto your left palm and the left thumb onto your right palm. Om Hastaya Bate. Now with your right hand, index finger and middle finger, strike your left palm thrice. Om Hastraya Humpate. Using your right hand, index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around you, the 8 directions and down and up. Om Hastraya Pate. Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. The next is Samanya Arghya Stapana, energizing the water with which you worship Bhagwan Paramashiva. Now please mix some akshata, flowers and sandalwood paste into the water in the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your palm and chant Om 7 times internally. Om, 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 Om. Now snap your index finger and thumb around the Panchapatram in all the 10 directions. Om Hastraya Pate. Now keeping your right hand in the Avakunthana Mudra, rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now show the Dhenu Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next, we'll be entering into the Avahana, invoking Bhagwan Paramashiva into our Atmalinga. Now offer a flower to your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in Atmanjali Mudra, and we will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka, meditating on the form of Bhagwan Paramashiva in your inner space. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spurita Kadikaupi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Indhuni Papanchamuka Hastadashayuktam Shulmrigatankama Sivajrama Bayam Syat Pashavaradangkushamanijjvalana Vame Shweta Kamalasana Sadashiva Swarupam. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhyayami Avahayami. Now please show the respective mudras for the mantras and invoke Bhagwan Paramashiva into your Atmalinga. Request him to receive all of your offerings. Now place your thumbs onto your respective palms and place your palms open facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Turn your palms facing downwards. Sthapana. Bring your hands into fists parallel to each other. Sannidhana. Now place your thumbs inside of your fists. Nishthura Mudram Pradarshya. Now interlace your fingers inwards and clasp your hands, keeping your thumbs out. Astraya Humphat Iti Kalakanthi Mudram Pradarshya. Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Iti Linga Mudram. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Namaskara Mudram. Now rotate your right hand index finger around your Atmalinga in a clockwise manner. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Iti Avakunthana Mudram Japradarshya. Now we will be entering into the Upachara Puja. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it at Bhagwan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Asanam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Padyam, Argyam and Achamaniyam. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in the Arghya Patram while chanting the mantra. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Padyachamanargyam Dattva. The next offering is Naniyam, the sacred bath for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take the water in your hands and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva as you chant the following mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Snanam Samarpayami. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Snananantaram Achamaniyam Samarpayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of fresh clothes to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Vastre Yagnopavita Uttari Abharanartam Akshatam Samarpayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. On top of the sandalwood paste, please offer the kumkum at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Gandhan Dharayami. Gandhasyopari Haridra Kumkumam Samarpayami. The next offering is Ashtapushpa Puja, the offering of flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take some flowers in your hands and offer the flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhavasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Om Sharvasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Om Ishanasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Pashupate Devaya Namaha. Om Pashupate Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha. Om Ugrasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Om Rudrasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhimasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Hater Devaya Namaha. Om Hatto Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaf. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Bilva Patram Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Dhupa, the offering of incense to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please offer a flower on the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now sprinkle some water on the incense stick stand. Om Hastraya Pate. Now offer a flower on the incense stick stand. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhupam Agrapayami. Now please take an uddharani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of lamp, offering of the lit lamp for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Deepa. Om Hastraya Pate. Offer a flower on the Deepa. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Deepam Darshayami. Now please take an udrini of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Naivedyam. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Hamrdaya Namaha. Now please take an udrini of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the udrini of water in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take an udrini of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Tambulam, the offering of beetle leaves. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Tambulam Samarpayami. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please sprinkle some water on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hamrdaya Namaha. Now please take the Karpura Arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Karpura Nirajanam Sandarishayami. Now please take a flower in your hands and hover it clockwise over the flame and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra Rakshandharayami. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take some flowers, a durva grass and akshata in your folded hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. The next is the Gayatri Mantra. Now please hold the Yajnopavita with your right hand and chant the Gayatri Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Moola Mantra Japa. Please close your eyes and chant the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Kshama Prarthana. Now please take some flowers, durva grass and akshata into your right hand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now please keep your hands in Dodbhava Mudra and pour some Samanya Arghya water on your hand and let the water flow through your index finger onto the left side of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Yat Kinchit Karma Devesha Sada Sukrita Dushkritam Tanme Shivabadasthasya Bhunkshakshabaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Bhokta Shiva Sarvam Idam Jagate Shivo Yadati Sarvatra Yashiva Sohamevatu. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. The next is the Tvachanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Svadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. Let us now offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji and end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and people.
When you see all these mysterious things which is happening in your body, you will find a big factory is running inside. You cannot say factory. The word is too small. Industry, even if that word is too small, you can say industry district. Here's some high-tech park. Technopark is running. Maybe that's why we need to use white field. They create a white field here, big industry. After the high-tech park is running. And you see the stone, a big industry estate is getting running. Industry estate is running. So many things are happening in the body. You just think about the mysteries which is happening in your body. You will see the glory, or you will be cremated the glory of the existence. It is called, our body is called in Vedanta Pindan. Pindan and Parashakti. The existence is called Brahman. Cosmic universe. The human body is called as a Pindan. What is happening in the universe? Everything happens in your body. It is so mysterious. It is so interesting. When you try to look inside your body, when you try to have some friendship or look into your body, you will simply understand.
Pindanda and Brahmanda is one and the same. Brahmanda is macrocosm. Pindanda is the microcosm. Pindanda is the miniature of Brahmanda. That's all. That is why physics and science, physics and spirituality, they relate with each other so much.
Only when you experience it, then you understand a new dimension of your being. What you call as order, your body, mind and being, there is a wonderful chaos in it. The energy, wilderness in it. When you experience that there is an order in the chaos, the cosmos, macrocosm, you realize there is a chaos in the order, in the microcosm, Pindanda. Macrocosm is Brahmanda, microcosm, the body is Pindanda. This is microcosm, that is macrocosm. When you realize there is an order in the chaos of the macrocosm, you realize there is a chaos in the order of microcosm. You experience there is ultimate chaotic energy inside your being. You are not just a simple body. You are not just a microcosm. You are a macrocosm in miniature form. You are the miniature of macrocosm. You realize you have the ultimate, endless ocean of potential energy in you, just like universe. When you experience there is an order in the chaos, you experience there is a chaos in your order. You experience you are something beyond, you are something more than what you think. As of now, you think you know about everything about yourself. That is why you think you are very orderly. If you have just combed your hair, brushed your teeth, and washed your clothes, took bath, you feel you are very orderly. You are in order. You think everything of you is under your control. You are integrated. You are okay. You are just in order. You know your boundary. Always we feel we know our boundary. We know our limits. We know what we can do and what we can't do. Who we are. And very order. When you experience the cosmic intelligence, the order in the chaos, you will realize there is something more than what you think as yourself. You will realize the chaos in the so-called your order. If the love happens to you in your being, it will be bliss. If it starts expressing through you, it will become compassion. The experience part of love is bliss. Expression part of love is compassion. When you realize the order in chaos, you will experience the experience part of love, bliss. If you realize the chaos in the order, you will express the expression part of love, compassion. Our body, human body, is the most intelligent system in the whole planet Earth. The amount of work which is happening inside, if you see, it is equivalent to the amount of work which is happening in the cosmos. That's why they say macrocosm and microcosm. Pindanda means the universe in miniature form. A simple experiment. You close your eyes and remember your enemy. Enemy means person who gave you money and asking back. Whom you gave money is not giving back. Just remember that person. Within 2-3 minutes, the BP will increase. BP will increase. And the pulse rate will change. Your whole temperature will be different. Means what? Your body responds to your thoughts. Your body responds to your thoughts. Same way, any scene or coding which awakens fantasy, immediately the body temperature is different. Immediately your body is different. Please be very clear. Your body responds to your thoughts. If you are frightened, if you are suffering out of any fear, if you have the fear stroke, immediately you can see your body temperature is different. Your body continuously responds to your thoughts. It is pure intelligence.
You becoming the cosmos, cosmos becoming you. The Brahmanda entering into Pindanda. There's another one small incident happened. I was traveling, I don't know which place, maybe around the area of Madhya Pradesh or Maharashtra. There was one small tree, and under the tree the 3 bricks which is used for construction is kept with turmeric powder applied on it and some puja being done. Usually in the evening time when I rest, I'll search for some brick for the head to keep the head and lie down. I saw that area, nobody was there, just the 3 bricks were there, and I did not know that it was being worshipped by some villager as a deity. And I just picked up that brick and put it for my head and lie down. And really, in 10 minutes, one village guy, elderly person, is running towards me. His house was maybe 1 mile away. He ran towards me, and when he came near me, he understood I am a sadhu. Because I was a sadhu, he did not beat me. He told, do you know, this is Shiva, I worship. He appeared in my dream and told that you are lying on him. Truth, really. Understand? So that's why I came here. And he brought a small pillow. That's another beautiful thing. He brought a pillow. Lie down on this pillow and leave him there. Put that murti back. From 1 mile, he was lying down in his home. He says, I had a dream. Shiva told me that one sadhu is lying on me. Take that. And he brought the pillow and told me to put the brick that side. We don't know who all are having connection to what all. Just this deep love for that ordinary brick, which is used for construction, can create a telepathy power in him. Understand? I read an article. American Army is trying to develop telepathy power to use during the war times. They are doing some research and development to use this telepathy, sending message through the mind. Understand? Ordinary villager, just his love for a brick. Of course, I'm afraid to use the word brick again now. He may get a... I don't think he is dead. Only that elderly lady was dead. I don't think he is dead because I never tried to trace him also. Anyhow, just simple love to the ordinary looking brick can create such a deep telepathy connection between him and Mahadeva. Then understand, between him and Shiva, This ordinary brick is acting like a cell phone. You can't imagine the way in which that guy ran towards me and the way in which he was shouting at me. Just because I am a sadhu, he left me. Otherwise, I would have had the puja. The puja from him. Just I want all of you to understand the power of love, the power of simple love. People who cannot experience, understand the space of being in love with the Master cannot understand the truth. That's why I always tell, we are not cult, we are a culture. Understand, there is a big difference between these two. There is a big difference between these two. When you are in deeply love, you will see the uniqueness of the truth, and everything will become alive, reality to you. And you will see every step you take in your life feels ecstatic, feels joyful. I cannot imagine from 1 mile somebody running with a pillow saying that you are sleeping on my God. Understand the strong telepathy connection. Here the sutra which Shiva says, look lovingly at some object. Do not go to another object. Here in the middle of the object, let the blessing happen to you. You see, you do not even have to choose a deity. You can choose anything with which you feel connected. If it is Coca-Cola bottle, okay. But the problem is, with the Coca-Cola bottle you will have only lust, not love. When you see that bottle, you will think only what I can get out of it. Understand? Looking with love and looking with lust are two different things. When you see a beautiful man or woman, when you look, you only look what I can get out of that person. Then it is looking with lust, not with love. Love means what I can add to that person. What way I can be of some help to that person. If you decide or think of adding something, then it's looking with love. The moment you see and you start calculating what I can get out of that person, it is looking with lust. Understand? Looking with love, looking with lust, two different things. Here Mahadeva says, not only two different things, diametrically opposite. Diametrically opposite. Here Mahadeva says, look lovingly at some object. If you use the divine objects, it is lot more easy, because the possibility of lust is less. Possibility of love is more. From the young age you are taught to look with a love and respect. So it is easy to connect. It is easy to relate. Have any one deity or the photograph of the God or Guru. Try to look with a deep love without moving to the other object. Understand? That is the main. That is the basic thing. Do not move to the other object. The moment you start jumping to the other object, you are tired of this object. The love has disappeared. Understand? As long as love is there, that object is unique, not number. Not number. For example, if you are just a worker, maybe a clerk or a attendant, just a clerk in the office, if you die, nothing will stop. Somebody else will come, replace you. The job will continue, life will continue. You are just an utility, number, figure, that's all. But If somebody is in love with that same clerk, if that clerk dies, that person will never be again the same. Wherever you are just a number, even if you die, that mechanism will not suffer. Wherever you are in love with some object or person or somebody is in love with you, you become unique. Naturally, your death cannot be replaced. That person will miss you. That person's life will never be the same again. Love makes things unique. Love makes things unique. The other day, we were having an energizing ceremony here in the temple. All the Swamis, all of us are sitting and before preparing for the ceremony. One disciple, she asked me, Swamiji, every day you are seeing us, all our mistakes, confusions, are you not bored by us? It was a very honest question. Because they know sometime I tell them, do some new mistake, I will be entertained. Not the same mistakes. Because even to commit new mistakes, you need intelligence. She was asking that, don't you feel bored? I told, just because of my very love, I feel everybody is unique. Understand, I do not look upon the devotees or disciples as number. It is unique. That is why with so much of patience, I continue to work with everybody. If it is just a number, forget about it. Next person will do the work. Over. Devotees or disciples are not number for me. Because of my love for them, they are unique. Everybody is unique. Of course, I never miss anybody. Just because of complete fulfillment. But otherwise, everybody adds something. Everybody is welcomed, is expected, is needed, is wanted, is required to be here. Every individual is unique. Same way, when you are in love with the Master, he is needed, he is unique. When that love is not there, one more Swami, we can go to the other Ananda. What is there? If you just type only Nithyananda, at least 200,000 websites are opening. Just Nithyananda. If you type Swami Nithyananda, I don't know how many million websites will open. And if he is not, then some other Swami, that's all. If you are a number, you can be replaced. If the love, element of love comes to play between you and the other person, you are no more a number. You are unique being, irreplaceable. Unique being. Love adds life even to the person. With love, the person is a spirit, life. Without love, the person is reduced to a thing, utility. Without love, when you look at somebody, a beautiful man or woman, and planning for what I can get out of that person, you are reducing him to a thing, not as a being, as a spirit. Only when you look at that person with a love, he is a spirit, he is a living being. When that love is not there, he is a thing. That is why, whenever people look at you with lustful eyes, you feel repulsive. It looks ugly. You just cover yourself. You just hide yourself. You want to move out of that place. Whenever somebody looks at you with a deep love, you just feel like being around that person continuously. Even if you get only one glimpse, one eye contact with him, you will be waiting for it. You will be just waiting for that one contact. Just waiting for that one glimpse, one look. It's a love which adds value to the uniqueness. Let me first express from the angle of Patanjali. Patanjali talks about love here for the sake of samyama. Please understand, he gives us as technique. He says, do samyama on these great qualities and excel in them. Through this, he approves the expression of love. And he instructs all the yogis to excel in love. He makes this as a technique, a powerful expression of the consciousness in you when it penetrates your blocking low mood logic and expresses itself in spite of your logic. It is called love. Understand? Inside you, there is an intense superconsciousness constantly waiting to break through your body and express itself. But your secured low mood logic, which goes on saying, no, 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 you will be exploited, you will be exploited, you will be exploited. If you are so open, so alive, whoever goes around you will exploit you. Physically, mentally, economically. Men have a fear women will exploit economically if they are too loving. Women feel if they are too loving, men will exploit them physically. Both of them feel if they are too loving, others will exploit them emotionally. So always the fear, if you are loving, you will be exploited. Very dangerous. So there is a certain logic in you which completely bans you from flowing. I want all of you to know, your life is like a river. Only two ways of life exists. One, the river which is embanked, the river which is dammed. Embanked means don't completely stop, use it properly, only tell the river where it should not go. That's all. Making the rules minimum so that the flow of life also is useful for you. It is like making embankment for Kaveri or Ganga. There is another one way of life, completely blocking it. Stop. From now onwards, we will tell, dictate, direct whatever you should do. When the consciousness expresses in you, love is like embankment, guiding you, your flow. The insecure logic which is against the love is like a dam. Build the dam, that's it. Then exploit as you want. All the fellows are afraid of bank, but they don't understand they are caught in the dam. The life flow in you is like a river. If you are afraid of love, you are afraid of the embankment happening around you. True, embankment also does some restrictions. But the fear of love, the secured logic which denies love, which goes on talking and creating ideas against love in you, is a dam. It just completely stops the life force. Not just the shining in the eyes, even the shining in the skin changes when you stop the flow of love in you. Sweet experiences of love constantly reminds you when you open up. I am not talking about only romantic love which is towards one person. I am talking about the love suddenly opens up in you towards whole and your very self. Rarely you will fall in love with yourself. The yellow journalist who is sitting inside you, constantly writing articles and editorials about you, is damn for love. The fear he creates about love is not protection for you, it is destruction for you. Dam is not a protection for river, it is a destruction for river. Only embankment is a protection for river. Love is embankment. Logic is dam. Do samyama on love. That is what Patanjali says. Means sit and meditate on the intense, beautiful inner space you go through when you are in love with you and with the whole. Understand? Here, Patanjali is not saying contemplate on the love which was directed towards one person. No. When at some time you just feel so good about being you, being who you are, but it happens very rarely. That's a big problem. If you are feeling deeply good at, wow, I am really worthy. I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see then everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. The whole. When the love is experienced towards you by you, you will suddenly experience that towards the whole. So meditate on that love. Surely every one of you would have experienced that kind of moments at least few times in your life. When you feel love towards you and the love towards the whole, everything, you feel like blessing everybody and everything. Do samyama on that inner space. not just the love directed towards one person. That may have its own investments, vested interests and all that. That is okay, nothing wrong, but that is not supposed to be the ultimate, or Patanjali does not expect you to do samyama on that. Do samyama on the love experience which you had towards you, towards the whole. You will just excel, radiate those qualities. Not only that, you will be able to transmit those qualities by your very presence. The word, very beautiful word, balani, maitriyadishu balani, means strength. The strength has a three different definition. One, you will have that quality. Second, you will be able to transmit that quality to others. Third, you know how to have that quality as a strength for you. He is not saying doing samyama on love will make you weak. No. I have seen many people claiming their weakness as love. No. Love will be out of strength, and it will make you creative, alive. Balani, Patanjali uses the word strength, friendliness and love. When you contemplate on it, do samyama on it, when it starts expressing, it will be a strength, because you will be in love with you and the whole. Second, you will be able to transmit it. Third, you just know how to use that as a strength, power. Can love also become a meditation? Only love can become meditation. Without the component of love, any technique you do will be dry, dull. You will not be able to continue more than few days. I have seen people doing this technique, that technique, but not more than few days. Only with a deep love, even a technique become meditation. Please understand, technique is not meditation. Technique becomes meditation when the love is added. When the love is added, anything you do is meditation. When you are floating in love, you are in meditation. Real meditation will awaken love in you. The real love will awaken meditation in you. There are two different names. When your soul, with its pure energy, flows through your senses to the outer world, it can be called as love. The same energy, when it flows inward, it can be called as meditation. Whether it is love or meditation, from same source, same energy, same purity. Love should become meditation. Meditation should become love. Please understand. From my own experience, I can say, the time I spent with Arunagiri Yogeshwara in the physical form, maybe, I don't know, around 9 months, from summer vacation to the end of the year, around April, March, April, that time to end of the year. In India, April is the time the summer vacation starts usually, the end of the year, around 9 months I can say. The time I spent with him physically, having his darshan, being around him, I can say, still I remember very clearly the experience of love in me. That was the first and I can say in a way last experience. I experienced love in such a beautiful way towards a person, towards a being. Then it became a different experience, kind of a radiating and connecting with the whole world. But the kind of love I experienced with him, I used to continuously feel what I can do to him, what I can give him. But I'm a small boy, it will feel very silly. What can I give to a God himself, an incarnation, an avatara Purusha? At that time I do not know all these big words, this avatara Purusha, God and all that. I know that he is a sadhu. From my idea, any sadhu means he is an enlightened or avatara Purusha. That's all. These big words I do not know, but I know sadhu means God. That's the way I felt. And it was such an intense connection, experience. Still I remember, in the night I will be sitting with the alarm clock and changing the time, pushing the time fast so that early morning again I can rush to the temple to see him, to have his darshan. But of course, me changing the alarm clock won't push the time. That intense love, and night only when the watchman is about to close the temple, when they go around the temple and vacating everybody, I'll come out of the temple. Whole day practically I'll be sitting with him. I've never bothered about food or water. Whenever I was around him, I never even remembered about food or water. Just sitting, talking or walking with him, going around that area. Nothing particular. Not that he will be teaching me in a very systematic way, nothing like that. Sitting and chatting casually. And still I remember, when I had his darshan, it is not that the other things have been taken away from my sight. I was able to see everything very clearly. It was physical darshan. So just sitting, chatting, you don't know how time passes. I continuously used to feel what I can give, whatever I get in my hand, whether it is a little money in the house or some clothes or some sweets, anything I am given in the house. The first thing I will pack it and keep it for him and bring it to him. He will laugh. Of course, sometimes he will eat also, he will enjoy. And there is a beautiful story in saint named Kannappar. It's a very beautiful story. That saint, he sees a Shivalinga in a place called Kalahasti in Andhra Pradesh, and he just falls in love with the deity. He is just in love with the deity, with Shiva. And the story says Shiva wanted to test his devotion, and in that Shivalinga the eye was carved. From that eye the blood started oozing out. This Kannappar tried all the herbal medicines and everything to heal him, heal the eyes, nothing worked out. He is a hunter, so he knows only one method, eye for eye will heal the eye. So he just removes his own eye and replaces it in the place of Shiva's eye. The story says the first eye bleeding stopped, and immediately within few minutes the next eye started bleeding, and he is not bothered. He was ready to give even the second eye. But before taking his second eye, he suddenly remembered, if I take my second eye, I will become blind. How will I find out where to fix the eye? Where the Shiva's eye is there. So he puts his leg on the second eye of Shiva as a mark. Then he removes his second eye to fix on the Shiva's eye. At that moment, Shiva appears and gives darshan and gives him enlightenment and Shiva Padavi. Shiva Sayujya, we call it, means becoming one with Shiva. Very beautiful story. The love became meditation. That love for Shiva, whole day he was living in meditation. That is why he just feels, what can I give, what can I give, what can I give? I can understand that Kannappar's feeling, because I went through that same feeling with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. It was such a strong experience. The deep love simply becomes meditation, and real meditation just becomes love in you. Love, energy, meditation, compassion, all these are same ingredient with different names. Different names: intelligence, energy, love, compassion, meditation. All these things are just different words for the same experience. Try to go and sit in front of any one deity which you really love, or any other object which you really feel loving. Sit in front of it. Look very deeply, lovingly. Just become look. Let your consciousness be completely centered on your eyes. Let your hand, leg, body, everything lose its very existence. Let you forget about all those things. Let everything disappear. Let you just become eyes. Look deeply with a deep love for few minutes without jumping into the other object. If you jump to other object, come back. Get back. And just sit with a deep love, completely in a relaxed way. You will see a very deep silence, very deep bliss, very deep blessing starts coming out of your system. You need to understand one more thing. All techniques can lead only to peace. When the peace settles inside your system, bliss will explode. Do not expect the bliss which is being expressed or shown in my body language. Meditation will lead you only to peace. And when the peace settles inside your system, when your nerves are cleaned, when your nervous system is cleaned by the peace, the settling peace, the bliss will explode. You will start expressing the bliss which is expressed in the master's body language. Try this meditation technique with any one deity with a deep love and silence. Let the blessing happen to you. Let the blessing happen to everyone. Siddha, master, is a person who doesn't have perishable identity because of it has eternal identity. Understand? His identity is made out of material which is imperishable. There is no perishable component in the identity he created for himself. There's a huge water body. Breeze flows over the water body. Small waves are happening. Or some drawings or figures appear on the water. In that figure there is no perishable component. That figure, the source, cause, effect, everything is just water. When the breeze flows, again that same wave will happen. When the breeze stops, the wave will settle down into the water. Same way, whenever a strong devoted samyama is the breeze. Water is the pure consciousness. Whenever the strong devoted samyama from a disciple happens over the conscious water, Master's forms appear and blesses you, graces you, and again it relaxes back into the same water. There is no perishable component. Please understand. There is no perishable component in the system. Because there is no perishable component, it is eternal identity. Siddha is a being whose all 7 sariras does not have any perishable component. Means any engram is perishable component. When all the engrams have disappeared, that body has become such a pure liquid, it creates different shapes, shades, waves, visuals based on the breeze flowing over it. The lake has no interest to take some shape. The flow of the breeze decides the shape. Master is a being happening without any perishable component. He is just a beautiful rhythmic play. The pure non-perishable experience happening in the source. That is the reason any siddha happened in the planet Earth is available forever for anybody to connect with or have the benefit of his presence and energy. Understand? Any siddha, any master happened in the planet Earth is available eternally for anybody to relate or connect with, experience his presence, knowledge or initiation. The word mystic and word enlightened master, avatar, there is no much difference. It is just reference, different reference. Please understand? There is a big difference between difference and reference. Here, the word enlightened master, avatar, Bhagavan, mystic, God, Atma, Paramatma, all these, between all these words, there is no difference, but they are all different references. Mystic is the word usually used for creators. Please understand. Person who uses energies which are beyond 5 senses and creates is a mystic. For example, senses, those energies using that energies and creating something which is beyond five senses. For example, when I materialize a diamond or certain object, there is no normal human power is used. The powers known to the five senses are not used. The powers which is beyond five senses are used. Anybody who uses the powers beyond five senses and creates something is a mystic. Don't mistake. Person who creates is a mystic. A mystic constantly creates. Even in you, when the transformed you is created, you become a mystic. Mystic is a person who is constantly creating so many new things, continuously using the extraordinary powers. Actually, anybody who creates, contributes to society will be a mystic. Otherwise, you are a mistake. In society only there are two kinds of human beings. One who is a mystic, another one who is a mistake. Mystic is a person who goes on, creates, using mystical energy. Enlightened master is a person who constantly showers enlightenment on others. Avatar is a person who is direct descendants, directly appeared from superconsciousness, radiates all the sadgunas, all the auspicious qualities. Bhagavan is a being who radiates all the qualities, including giving enlightenment. God is the formless energy. Atma is the energy, formless energy reflecting on the form. Paramatma is the formless energy in its original existence and all its reflections put together. I have defined all the technical terms. As I said, there are no differences between all these terms. They are only different references. This whole Vedanta Sampradaya, the only requirement is a proper guru. Beautifully Vedanta Sampradaya describes how to catch the right guru. Peel all the things which are common. For example, if I have an organization, somebody else is also having organization. There are so many spiritual organizations. Remove that part from my glory. If I have body, then many of you also have body. Remove that part from my glory. If I have amazing orating power, many of them are having. Remove that part from my glory. So go on peeling. Finally, at some point, your logic will not be able to peel further, but still you will feel he is something more than all these things. When your logic feels, I cannot peel further, I have peeled everything, even after all these things are removed, he has something more than all these things put together. When you feel this understanding with somebody, he is your guru. If that does not happen, if you feel, no, after I peel 3-4 things, he is not worthy, then forget about him. He is not worthy of being your guru. You are not worthy of being his disciple. The guru-disciple relationship is sacred, should be started after thorough study and research and should never be ended. should be started after thorough research and should never be ended. I tell you, ending the Guru-disciple relationship in your life is a worst crime you will do to yourself, worst punishment you are imposing upon yourself, worst conspiracy against yourself. One more thing I want to tell you, change of Guru is perfectly all right, nothing wrong. For example, you go to one Guru, after some time you grow out of him or you get more matured, you feel connected to some other Guru, that is perfect, nothing wrong. At some point if you feel you have grown out of me, please carry on with your life. If you are feeling connected to somebody, great. But dropping from the Guru and not having some other Guru is the crime. It means you did not drop from this earlier Guru because you are advancing. You dropped because you have fallen.
Somebody asks Bhagavan to Nisargadatta Maharaj, Bhagavan, you say enlightened beings do not have karma, then how are you moving your body? You cannot even move your body without having karma. Understand? You need to have some karma, only then you can even move your hand or you can talk. He is asking Bhagavan, you say enlightened beings do not have karma, but how you are talking? How you are working? He said, I am not doing anything. The disciple says, no, you are not understanding my question. How you are talking to me, even that is a work. How you are talking to me if there is no karma? Bhagavan says, I am not misunderstanding, you are misunderstanding. I am telling you, I am not talking to you. Very difficult to talk to these guys. I understand many times what my disciples go through. Nisargadatta Maharaj says, no, I am not talking. Disciple was really confused because he is talking and he is saying, I am not talking. And another one big problem, we have to believe they are talking the truth. We can't say, why are you lying? No. That is another one difficulty. Disciple was completely confused. He asked, Bhagavan, please explain. You are talking and you say you are not talking. And then Maharaj says beautifully, understand, because there is a movement in you, you think there is a movement in me. You can never understand talking can happen without any movement in the inner space. That is why you think when the sound comes out of my mouth also there is same kind of a movements in my inner space. Maharaj says, in you, you never had a time or a moment where your body or your mouth can move without your being moving. In me, I have experienced my body or mouth or even mind, anything can move, but inside me, my inner space, nothing moves. Understand? Having such a strong, clear peace inside you, even your thoughts cannot disturb. That is enlightenment. I wanted all of you to understand, do not think enlightened masters don't have thoughts. I can say the space is so big, it is negligible part. In normal mind, if you have 10-acre mind, all 10-acre is jumping like a zoo. With an enlightened being, they have 1,000,000 acre. Only 10 acre is zoo. In million acre, can you consider 10 acre being a zoo is something disturbing? Some movement? No. It is negligible. Practically, which is not there. It just no more. It is not there. That is why Ramana Maharshi says, for normal persons, I am body. For enlightened being, I am also the body. It's not that the idea that I am body disappears, it just expands. I am also the body. This is also part. So I have nowhere to go. It's a very important thing. Judging the masters based on their movement, physical movement, is the worst thing can happen to a disciple. Because he will judge master's action from his idea. If he does that particular action, what logic will go through in his head? He thinks that same logic is going through in his head. Especially the people who live around few days or few years or who claim, I know Swamiji for so many years. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. I always tell people, these people who claim, I know Swamiji for so many years. What do they know? Nothing. First of all, they don't know themselves. And they think they know me. They think with their logic, the logic with which their head functions, with the same logic my head is also functioning. If the same logic, with the same logic, if my head is also functioning, then why I am sitting here and why you are sitting there? No. There is no logic which you can understand logically with which master's system functions. There is no logic with which you can understand logically the master's system's function. But slowly, slowly, you see, same way only he walks, same way he talks, same way he eats, same way he laughs, sometimes much more than us, and almost looks same. You start thinking the inner space, inner programming is also same. That is where you miss. That is where you miss. Inner programming is not same. That is where Nisargadatta Maharaj says, I am not talking to you. He says, what you understand by the word talking is not happening in me. Just I am reflecting the movements which is happening in you. Whatever you want to see, you are seeing it in this body. Like a mirror reflecting. People come and ask me, Swamiji, many times I feel you are talking exactly to me, directly to me. It is not the public discourse. You know you are talking only to me. They ask me, how do you read? Did you read my mind? And are you answering all the questions which I am having? Did you read my mind? I tell them, first thing, I never do that job because I respect your privacy. Second thing, who want to waste time with all the nonsense which goes on in their head? Neither I am interested nor I am willing to read somebody's mind. What exactly happens, you know? The presence of the master is so intense. Any mind which comes and sits in front of it, just by the very presence heat, your questions are answered. That's all. Whatever questions you carry, just the answer comes out without even me logically reading and answering. Many times, I ask people to talk so that they will understand what their problem is, not for me to solve. Because the master's mind, enlightened mind, does not work with the logic with which your mind is working. If you think the enlightened master's logic work in the same way your mind is working, you miss the whole truth. You miss even the master. You will not be able to understand the truth. You will not be able to raise yourself to his level. You will bring him to your level.
Living around the master, catching the master, missing the master, abusing the master. 3 different dimensions. Just this basic 2-3 truths. 1, all scriptures, all literature, all method of teachings can only inspire you, cannot give experience. Understand? It's the first law. All books, all DVDs, when I say all, capital letter ALL, including mine, books, cassettes, DVDs, everything can only create inspiration in you, but cannot give experience. Experience can be transmitted. It's like, you see, experience is like a lamp. Only from a burning lamp light you can pick up, catch. Only from a lamp you can light a lamp. Only from a lamp you can light a lamp. Same way, the Jivan Mukti is transmitted only from a living body to living body. Living body to living body. If that body has to catch Jivan Mukti, it has to catch from a same material source which is living enlightenment. Please understand, I am describing very clearly the need of the master. If that body made out of muscles and the mind made out of thoughts, if it needs to catch living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti fire, it has to catch it only from another one body which is living enlightenment of the same frequency, means like a same flesh and bones. Only from that you can catch. Be very clear, Mahavatar Baba cannot give you living enlightenment. Please understand, I am making a very strong statement, but truth. He cannot give you Jivan Mukti. He can only give you inspiration, experience, some glimpse. But if he wants to give Jivan Mukti, he has to guide you to a person who is in the physical body. In the physical body. Ramakrishna, or Ramana Maharshi, or Mahavatar Baba, or Osho, or J. Krishnamurti, anybody. They are all still in the cosmic plane. Why, you know? With whoever they committed when they are in the physical body. For example, if you are there, if you were when Ramakrishna was there, and you had directly connection with him, and he blessed you, he passed away, still you are here, then he will be there to take care of you. But no new addition is possible after the body is left. No new addition is possible. Now, Mahavatar Baba, all of you I think understand what I am saying. All of you understand what I am saying clearly? Now, if you are seeker, starting to pray to Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, they can guide you to a living master. That's all. They themselves will not be able to give, because it has to be transmitted from this plane, from flesh and bone. That is why the need of living master again and again and again comes back. Understand? That is why no huge organization is able to own spirituality than a living master. Seekers are around me. The reason is, it can be transmitted only from flesh to flesh. The person who is living Jivan Mukti through his muscle memory and muscles. See, I will be living Jivan Mukti without muscles after I leave the body. I will be living Jivan Mukti, that is not a problem. But because there is no muscles, I will not be able to transmit it to the person who is with muscles. If I initiate you now and give you the assurance, only then I can handle you even if I leave the body. So if you had assurance from Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi or Osho, somebody, when they are in the flesh,
then you don't need to go to new master. It may not be needed. But even then usually they guide to a living master, because living around the master is not only living enlightenment, it's a joy. It's an ecstasy. It's a way of life. For that reason they guide. Understand thoroughly. Otherwise, if you have not had connection with them physically, when they were in the body, even they can't do anything. Mahavatar Baba will not be able to give you enlightenment or the spiritual experience. He can only guide you. That is the reason why still that living master's necessary is not replaced at all. It's not replaced. Still, the necessity for living master is there when the whole thing started by Shiva millions of years ago. The only thing which is not yet outdated, which can never be outdated, is necessity of a living master. See, the only difference between you and me is not enlightenment, because you also carry that, I also carry that. In our 7 layers, see, you are having 7 body, I have 7 body. The last 2 body, the cosmic layer and the nirvanic layer, the last 2 layers are one and the same for you and me. Even now, please understand. Even now, the cosmic layer and nirvanic layer is same for you and same for me. There is no difference in that. But this physical, these layers, these 5 layers, that is where the difference starts. So all you need is not enlightenment, but the body language of enlightenment. Please understand. I think all of you catch what I am saying. See, this first 2 layers, this nirvanic body and cosmic body. In this, in that 2 layers, you are one and the, both of us are same. Only these layers, these outside layers, like a physical, oh God, it's not right. Only these outside layers, like a physical, mental, and physical, pranic, mental, subtle, these outside layers, only there we differ. It means what? You don't need enlightenment. You need enlightened body language. You understand what I am saying? You already have enlightenment. You don't need it. See, the inside, the pure consciousness is there. You can't create that. But the walls, the layers, they all are like a, what to say, covering the original light inside. So now those layers should become like a glass house. Instead of wall, it should become glass. See, in me, so consciousness is same. I have 7 layer glasses around me. You have 7 layer walls around you. That's all. Because of that walls, that light is not radiating. Because I have a 7 layer glass, it is not only radiating, it's just shining. So all we need to do, change your walls into glass. So all you need is enlightened body language, not enlightenment itself. Understand, I am breaking one of the important part. You don't need enlightenment. You need enlightened body language. I don't know whether you are understanding the key difference, the key shift. All you need is see how an enlightened master lives and live the same way. That's all. See how an enlightened, that's why the Bhagavata says, Leela Dhyana is the ultimate than any Nirvikalpa Dhyana. If you need enlightenment, you need to unclutch and be in Nirvikalpa state. But you don't need enlightenment. You actually need an enlightened body language. Then all you need to do is not to unclutch and try to achieve that pure inner space. All you need is meditate on the person who is radiating enlightenment and do the same thing in you. Understand? Understand the importance of the Leela Dhyana. Leela Dhyana means seeing the place of a living master and constantly being soaked in it. Nirvikalpa dhyana means continuously unclutching and settling into that silence. Now you understand the difference between the two. You can continuously unclutch and merge into that silence also, no problem. But I don't know how many years it will take, and how long it will take, and what all will be the side effect and time, these, that. And actually you don't need to. You don't need to. Instead, meditating on the Leelas. So naturally when you meditate on Leelas of the Master, you don't need to do anything else. Automatically that body language will start expressing in you. The NSP, I got a few letters, devotees are telling, after 2-3 days we feel like I'm talking like you, Swamiji. I feel my face is like you. When I close my eyes, and I feel you are me. And sometimes when I see your photograph, I feel it is my photograph. My photograph. How many of you had like this glimpse at least sometime? Once in a while. Raise your hand, let's see. So that whole started happening in you. Means that Leela Dhyana Dwara, that initiation of Leela Dhyana started happening in you. Understand, if this happens, then you are done. If that same feeling starts staying inside you without your effort, you are done, that's all. I think now you understand living around the Master, what it does inside you. What it does inside you. Catching the Master, missing the Master, abusing the Master. Oh God. Is catch that fire and having that strong vidarka, catching that living enlightenment fire and start living. So catching the Master. Missing the Master is unable to catch that fire, but understanding that Master is of compassion, only I am not able to catch it. He is missing the Master. Abusing the Master is no, he is not giving. Understand? The three major things. See, catching the Master means you understand. Straight away relating, having vidarka, experiencing, catching the fire and start living it. Living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. This is catching the Master. Missing the Master means understanding that you are responsible and you have to catch it. Trying to alter inside you is missing the Master. Abusing the Master means trying to alter the Master. Trying to correct the Master. Understand? Trying to judge him. See, first thing, if you catch the Master, that is the ultimate best. Even if you miss the Master, don't worry, you will come back again. But never ever do that abusing the Master. Gone, once for all. Understand? It's like in Cinefield, if you produce a movie and did not pay the artists, they will complain and your file will be closed. You will not be able to do any movies further. Any movie you try to do, this file will be there. No artist will come to act in your movie. Same way, if you abuse the Master once, please understand, I am not threatening you or anything. Consciously it gets recorded into your system. To anybody your file goes, they will say wait.
Living with the Master is just living with a dynamic, dynamite diamond. When a dynamic diamond is made to work on any stone, other than the diamond part in the stone will be completely removed. See, the quality of diamond is, when it is dynamic and made to work on any object, all other particles in that object except its very strength, diamond, it will all be removed. That's the way the diamonds are polished.
Only the diamonds are used to polish the diamond. It's like any stone has some component of diamond in it and some component of ordinary carbon in it. When the moving dynamic diamond is made to work on that object, all other particles except the diamond component, carbon or anything, is burnt away. Same way, when you live with the master, everything other than the master component in you, everything other than the cosmos in you, everything other than the enlightenment in you is burnt away. This is the greatest fortunate thing and unfortunate thing. If you identify yourself with enlightenment, the highest reality, this is the most fortunate thing. You don't need to do anything, just be around, hang around, that's all. Enlightenment simply happens. But if you identify yourself with the perishing components, the carbon component or the non-diamond component, this is the most torturous suffering. Very beautifully, George Gurdjieff, one of the greatest revolutionary master of modern days, he says, only if you associate yourself with me, be around me. If you think you are separate, I am separate, then this is not the place for you. Because constantly you will feel threatened by me. If you are blissful around the master, be very clear, you are enlightened. That's a very beautiful Nithyananda Zen koan written by Bhaktananda. No. Every day when he was in prison with me, he will write something and show me. If you are living with the master and still he is not driving you crazy, up in the wall, either he is not enlightened. There is a very beautiful koan, he put it in a very nice way, or you are not living with him. As long as you think you are a separate entity other than your higher reality, he will be driving you crazy. Constantly shaking the very roots on which you build your foundation. But fortunately, if you identify with him, with your higher reality, this is the most fortunate thing can happen in the planet Earth, because without any effort, the ultimate will just happen in you. The ultimate will just happen in you without any effort. Nothing needs to be done, just hanging around. But you will see his simple movements, his simple words, his just look will be shaking the very foundation on which you are building you, or the false you. Anything you do, he will be constantly on his job. How he will create situations, how he will create people, how he will create happenings around you, you do not know. You can't imagine. Just the person who is walking next to you will exactly hit you where you are holding you. Don't think he is hitting you, I am hitting you. When you are around the master, please understand, when you live around the master, including a mosquito bites you after taking permission from him about the time, the intensity of the bite, and the place where you are needed to be bitten. I am very clearly telling you, please understand. If you are inside a Sangha, you are under a controlled condition where your ego is constantly operated. Whatever is not you but you hold on to it as you is removed from you. I can say, living around the Master without resisting is living enlightenment process. The definition of living enlightenment process. All you need is whatever you think as your intellect, your efficiency, your energy, just cooperate with that, that's all. If he asks you to sit and unclench, how much you can, just do that, nothing more. See, if you fall into unconscious, means if your mind drifts away somewhere, or if you fall asleep, it's not under your control, then don't worry about it, don't have guilt. But as long as you are aware, as long as you have backbone to sit, as long as you have awareness to unclench, do it, that's all. Nothing more. If he asks you to chant the Mahamantra, as long as your energy is there in the throat, as long as you can hum, do it, that's all. Nothing more. See, when you feel you can't do anymore, just your body falls, either falling asleep or your mind has drifted away somewhere, then nothing can be done. It's not under your control. So you are not asked to do things which is beyond your control. No. Just do things which are under your control. That's enough. Beyond your control is not under your control, it is under his control. Whether it is handling your anger, handling your hunger, handling your fear, handling your greed, or handling your life, anything, as much as you can, with the clear intention of as much as you can. That's all. Nothing else. Nothing more. As long as you identify yourself with the higher reality, living around the Master is the ultimate celebration and liberation. But when you identify yourself with the lower realities, other than the Master, the big problem is the intellect starts developing a very logical principles to go against the Master. How to find out whether I am with the right Guru or wrong Guru? A right Guru will go on pushing you continuously to move forward. Will never give you the feeling you are done. I tell you, the real peace is the explosion of the mind which asks for peace into peace. The real peace is the explosion of the mind which asks for peace into peace. Now that is where the real peace happens. Understand? What you think as real peace is the tamasic tiredness, chronic fatigue. That is why when life comes in front of you, you just jump into some cave. Wanted to have a cozy cave. No. Even your cave is inside my Himalayas, understand? Even if you catch a cave, you do not understand, I am the walls of the cave. A real master will go on be pushing you. As I said, the samadhi happens to a person whose non-mechanical parts of the brain is alive, awakened, the mind which asks you for vacation, for rest, for peace, for tiredness, has to be blown away. It should explode to peace, peace, peace. Only then peace happens. A real master will go on be pushing you, will not encourage that fatigue, tiredness. He will never run a resort. He will run only a commune. Maybe after his death, his disciples will change the name into resort. He himself will never run a resort. Person who asks for the peace of the resort out of fatigue, tiredness, wanted rest, will never be allowed in the presence of a living master. The mind which asks once in a while, I think I need rest. I think I need a break. Yes, you need. Not from the situation. You need break in the root. You need to be broken. The mind which asks for the break need to be broken. That is the break it needs. A real master is a person goes on pushing you. Ability to receive the suffering as prasadam, poison as nectar. What you think as poison, not the real poison. What you think as poison, the ability to receive what you think as poison and stand with it. Is what I call tapas. To surrender to a living master fully is almost impossible for me. What is the best way to attain enlightenment for a seeker who cannot surrender completely? It's a wonderful question. It's like you are asking, achieving enlightenment is almost impossible for me. What is the way you give for me to achieve enlightenment? Actually, there are some possibilities. You can surrender to a deity. You can surrender to the master who left the body. Understand, masters who left the body don't think they are dead as you think. The dead masters are not dead as you think. Living masters are not alive as you think. Dead masters are not dead as you think. They are still available. Their presence does not have body. You can still connect with them. The only problem is, takes a lot of time. Takes a lot of time. I always tell people, directly sitting in front of you, clearly in English I am making statement which you can understand. With this itself you are not able to catch the thread and catch the message. Somebody is sitting somewhere in some consciousness, some space. How do you think you are going to connect with him telepathically? And even if you get some message, how are you going to find out how much is your mixture and how much is from him? And how are you going to classify? How are you going to understand? And you think even if you start following, getting some message, you will have the courage to complete it? In between, if there is some problem, what you will think? Who knows, maybe my own imagination. Who knows from where message came? My own imagination. This kind of difficulties, that is the reason we always say the living master is a lot more easy. Forget about forget about the dead masters. Even with the living master, in few days, you will, if you try to remember my words, it will not be exactly as I uttered. It will be as you wanted. So even with the living master, again and again you need to correct your notes. You need to update your notes. You need to clear your notes. You need to update your understanding. Even with the living master, it becomes such a big task. So what? With the masters who left the body, it becomes too difficult. Of course, that is at least second choice. Living master is the first choice. The second choice is masters who left the body, trying to connect with them. And the third choice, some deity whom you don't even know whether they existed or not. That is the third choice. Of course, last choice, try to connect or surrender to anything, even to a hill or a river or ocean or a small stone. The very surrender will raise you to the deeper and higher frequencies. When you say Nama, let the eye and mind be relaxed. Let the eye and mind be surrendered. That itself will raise you to the higher states of consciousness, higher frequencies. But whatever is said and done, it will all take its own time, and only second or third choices. With living masters, straight away he will work. I have always seen the karma which they will exhaust or the clarity which they will get after years suddenly happens. The whole being opens up just in 1 or 2 days of working with the master. Even 1 or 2 days, so many things will open up, so many things will be cleaned, so much of purification will start happening. That's the reason so much of emphasis on the living master in the Vedic tradition.
When you enter into me, you disappear into something beyond you. That's what we call black hole. Black hole means all these planets, everything disappearing into something which is beyond your comprehension, beyond your understanding. So when you disappear into something which is beyond your comprehension, that is black hole. I made another one statement. When I enter into you, it is Big Bang. Means, what is Big Bang? Whatever you see appearing from something which you can't understand is Big Bang. Understand? When I enter into you, it is Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. When you enter into me, it is Videha Mukti, enlightenment beyond body. So Big Bang means what? Initiation. Me entering into you, you experiencing new you. At some day, suddenly you will feel even the trace of your old identity is not there in you. 2 questions I'll answer. Does every guru go through religious persecution? First thing I want you to know, do not go to a guru who has not gone through religious persecution. I tell you, any guru who is an authentic enlightened master will have a unique integrity and strength which cannot be tolerated by collective negativity of an ignorance and the collective unconsciousness. They will try to persecute him. See, an unconscious man who possesses even 10 rupee he has, who is greedy of money, cannot even understand, I am not attached to this gold Rudraksha or this golden throne. He cannot understand. See, when a man comes out and does so much good, the collective negativity cannot tolerate. It will persecute. Understand? If somebody is not persecuted, he has compromised with enlightenment. He doesn't have that integrity, that strength.
So I tell you, don't go to a guru who is not persecuted. Persecution is being persecuted is one of the basic scale to find out whether somebody is a real guru or not. That's the truth. That is the truth. Gurus go through religious persecution because of the honest, truthful contribution they give it to the world. I can only give this one scale. Maybe this can guide you. That technique or that person, after you come in contact with that person, initial introduction or initial exposure, does it add intelligence, awareness and bliss to you? If these three quality, even one quality increases in you, go behind that person. Surely you will be helped. Or in these three, if you are not growing in these three, forget about him, even if he brings fortune and wealth in your life. Please understand, I am your father, mother, friend, beloved, and something more. I am father and mother of your possibility. I am father and mother of what will happen out of you. I am friend and beloved of your possibility. Please understand, I am not father and mother of you. I am father and mother of your possibility. I cannot reject your love. It is so beautiful, even though mixed with a lot of ignorance and innocence. When a cub brings grass to the lion, lion cannot eat the grass. It will be laughing inside, but it cannot reject the grass because it is mixed with the possibility of you. I am your father and mother. I cannot reject your love. Same way, I cannot accept it. If I accept your love, you will accept you as you are now, which is not the right thing. You will not look up and grow into your possibility. Understand? So I need to accept your love, but I need to constantly remind you, you need to become your possibility. I am beloved of your possibility, not you. Whenever you expand towards your possibility, you will always see me just taking you to my heart as a mother, father, friend, beloved, and more. Whenever you try to shrink me to your level, see, first of all, there is no you and me. Once you become Ashramite, there is only one thing. The relationship between you and me lives through you. If the relationship is flowering, you are joyful. If that relationship is shrinking, you are in pain. I tell you, there is no you actually. Of course, long before there is no me, I have disappeared. The moment you become Ashramite, you are also disappearing. So there is no you and me. Then what is living in you? The relationship between you and me is only living in you. If the relationship is flowering, you are happy. If it is not flowering, you are suffering. But there is no separate you. Whenever you raise to the level of your possibility, the relationship becomes very sweet and beautiful. Whenever you go down, shrink from your possibility, relationship becomes bitter. Understand that bitterness goes to your core. Whether my love or my anger goes to your core. A smile or staring goes to your core. My smile can make your very being flower, your root flower. When I stare, your very gut will shiver. Try your best to avoid, what is there? It's okay, it is usual. My staring will never be usual. My love will never be usual. It is alive, living. You might have had 10,000 hugs, but 10,001 hug will be new and fresh and alive. I might have stared at you 1 lakh times, but 1 lakh one staring will be fresh, alive and shivering, frightening. Understand, I have to do a job of neither rejecting you nor accepting you. Human being cannot do this job. Either he falls in love or hates. That's all. Here, I have to completely keep you in my heart and just cutting and doing the surgery, removing the cancer, removing the tumor. I cannot reject your love and I cannot accept it. Hot love always turns into anger. Your love is too hot. The hot feeling of security always turns as a deep insecurity. Means the hot fear. If I have all this, only then it is security. Security with legs always will become handicapped. Love which is hot will always become hatred. Love should have tremendous coolness like Ganga flowing. In some Puranas they say Ganga is one more wife of Shiva. No. Shiva made Sati into Ganga and keeping it. Sati is too hot. Dakshayani is too hot. He makes her like Ganga. Then you can always be Ardhangini, part of Shiva. Whether you are in a male body or female body, understand, once you are ashramite, nothing else lives in you except the relationship between me and you. When that is flowering, you are flowering. When that is shrinking, you are shrinking. That's it. Because you don't have any other source. Not only you don't have any other source to enlighten you or entrain you. In the ashram, you don't even have any other source to entertain you.
After a few years, again he starts thinking. He starts analyzing. What is going on? I am just living the same life, eating, moving around, and just normal life. I feel something seriously is missing. I am missing something. I found whatever a person can get, best things, but inside me some emptiness, something is empty. I don't feel fulfilled. What is happening to me? He started searching. The seeking starts. Maybe he's around the age of 40. He's around the age of 40. Then suddenly one day, lion attacks the sheep again, attacks the flock again. When the lion attacked the flock, all the sheep ran away. This lion sheep, neither lion nor sheep, the lion sheep, it neither felt like running away, nor it had the courage to stand and face. Because the guy who is trying to attack, he looks so graceful. Something is different. He has never seen a being or a beast like this. So slowly, somehow, unconsciously, this lion sheep feels attracted towards lion. Because of that attraction, neither he ran away, nor he had the courage to stand, because he thinks he is a sheep. So he slowly walks, looking at the lion, he walks. He is walking behind, but looking at the lion. His face is towards the lion, but he is slowly walking. Lion straight away comes near him and catches him. This fellow starts blurting, "Oh, leave me, don't kill me, don't kill me." Lion says, "Fool, I have not come to kill you. You are a lion. Why are you shouting? Why are you blurting? Why are you thinking that I am going to kill you? You are a lion." He said, "Lion." Then the sheep lion started thinking that this lion is trying to cheat and take him to the forest. So he got frightened. No, leave me. Don't tell me all these things.
Leave me, leave me. Lion said, fool, you are a lion. Why don't you understand? He said, no, I am sheep. And somehow he escaped and ran away. Even though he escaped and ran away, he is not able to forget the lion. He is not able to forget the lion. After 1 week, again, he started feeling like meeting the lion. 1 week, that fear will be there. Once you have the first experience, there will be little fear after the first experience. And after a week, the fear slowly subsided. This guy started thinking again, I think I should meet that lion once more. One part of the mind is saying, no, I am afraid, he may kill me. The other part of being is saying, no, it was a bliss, such a bliss, so beautiful, so graceful. I think we should meet him. Please be very clear. Unless you have enlightenment within yourself, you will not feel attracted towards an enlightened person. If you feel attached, if you feel connected, if you feel that you are in tune with an enlightened person, be very clear, you have enlightenment within you already. If you don't have that already within you, you will not even feel connected. If you have not grown, if you have not become mature to that level, you will not even feel connected. So there are millions of people in this city. Why only few hundred are sitting here? And not only that, there are thousands of people who have come and gone. Why only few hundred are sitting regularly? The moment you feel attracted towards this teaching, be very clear, the enlightenment which is in you has started expressing, started opening. That's the reason. The lion sheep, or sheep lion, feels or remembers the lion. Then it thinks, I think I should go and see the lion. But how to see? You don't know. Lion never sends flyer. Here I am doing program. You can meet me there. How to see? But he waits. This sheep lion always comes near the forest. He comes to the boundary of the forest, the boundary of the meadow and the forest. He waits there every day. Can I catch the glimpse of the lion? After 2-3 months, again once more the lion appears. But the moment this sheep lion sees the lion, again he is caught in the fear. He is waiting more than 3-4 months to see the lion, but the moment he saw him, again the fear came up. This time the lion came near and asked, how are you? The sheep lion said, he started blurting again. I said, no, I'm. He's not able to answer, but he is not running away. Earlier he ran away. This time he is not running away, but he is not able to answer. The lion said, don't worry, if you are afraid, I will go away. I am not going to kill you because you are a lion. I won't eat you. I can't eat you. So I won't kill you. And I have no use because of you. I have no use because of you. There is no need for me to be here if you are afraid. If you are not afraid, I will stay here and spend few minutes with you. Otherwise I am going. When the lion started walking back, the sheep lion shouted, no, please be here, please be here. Please spend few minutes with me. Then the sheep lion says, don't come very close, you can stand little distance, but talk. I want to spend some time with you, but not very close, at some distance. Please be there, at 10 feet distance. And I will stand here, but please spend some time with me. The sheep lion, neither he is able to forget the lion, nor he wants to go near. This is the next phase. Neither he is able to live near, nor he wants to escape. So around 15 feet distance, He stands and talks. But again and again, the lion is saying, you are lion, fool, you are thinking you are a sheep, and you are living with that other, your friends. They are not your friends. They are not your life. This is not the way you are supposed to live. This guy starts thinking. Slowly the doubt, maybe this lion is trying to take me inside the forest and eat. That doubt has disappeared. Now, the sheep lion understood. Lion is not saying all these things because lion has got some benefit. No, lion has no benefit because of me. It has no benefit by me. I have nothing to offer to him. And he is not going to have any benefit from me. Only when that confidence comes, only when that happens in disciple's mind, he starts trusting the words of the master. That is why in the Vedic system, spiritual knowledge is always free. We believed spiritual knowledge is free unless you understand, no way I am going to contribute to the master. No way master is missing me. I am not going to add anything to him which he is not having. Only when you understand that, you will start trusting his words. The trust between the master and disciple will happen only when disciple understands, I have nothing to add in his being. He has got enough of everything. He is overflowing. He is sharing because he is overflowing. He is not giving anything to take something from me. He is just overflowing. It is his very being.
You can never teach just through verbal language. All communication happens more than 90% only through body language. You can never learn through verbal language. It is always body language which teaches. I have seen people, how many video discourses they may see, DVDs they may see, but they don't understand unless they come and sit in front. When they come and sit in front, one discourse is enough to transform them. If they sit and watch the TV, the DVD, the recorded discourses, how many they may watch, but never the transformation happens. Transformation never happens. For transformation, the direct touch is necessary. Master is the person who can give the direct touch, who can radiate the presence, who can teach through body language. It is not even teaching, it's like awakening. He just awakens you by his presence, by his space. He creates such a wonderful space in which automatically you are awakened. Beautiful story from Vivekananda, a great enlightened master. Let me narrate that story. That will give you an idea how master awakens the disciple just by his presence. There was a lioness in a forest. It was pregnant, about to give birth. One day it was searching for food. It was going around the forest, trying to catch some animal. It saw the sheep of flock. And jumped when it was trying to attack. It just gave birth to a lion and died there itself because jumping is too much. It was not able to manage or maintain. Gave birth to a lion and died. The cub was left orphan. Nobody was there to attend. These goats, they somehow felt very friendly with this cub
and they took this cub. Cub started growing with these goats. They started drinking the goat's milk and started eating the grass, almost living like a goat. And actually, one more thing, the way in which you are brought up, that is the way you will have an idea about yourself. And don't think we are human beings just by birth. You walk with two legs because you are taught and you are brought up in that way. Otherwise, naturally, we will be still animals. This cub was brought up just among the goats, and it really felt it is a goat. It used to eat the grass and drink the goat's milk and play with the goats, live like a goat and create sound just like a goat. After a few years, one day, one lion was again attacking that same group, and it saw a cub along with the goats, and it just attacked that cub, brought the cub out of the group. Cub started shouting, leave me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Lion said, don't worry, I won't kill you, you are not a goat. Cub said, don't tell me all these things. Don't kill me, just give me that assurance that you will not kill me. Lion said, don't worry, I will not kill you. It just left. The cub ran, and his cub escaped and ran. Next day again, lion attacked the same group. Again it attacked the same cub and brought it out. Again the cub started shouting, crying, oh, don't kill me, leave me. Lion said, don't you understand? I am not catching you to kill you. Understand, you are not a goat, you are a lion. Again the cub started crying, no, I am lion, I am goat only. Don't kill me. Anyhow, lion tried its best to convince the cub. Cub is not ready to get convinced. Lion left the cub. All right, go. Third day, slowly the cub started feeling somehow connected with the lion. It started remembering the lion again and again. Why should he catch me? Twice he caught me, he could have killed me. He's not killing, or he's not ready to eat me. Why he should again and again catch me? And again he's advising me I am a lion. Why should you do that? He started contemplating on the lion. Something of that lion, some quality of that lion started attracting him. In the heart, without his knowledge, unconsciously, he started contemplating on the lion. Third day, when the flock crossed that area, the cub stood and watched whether the lion is coming or not. Fourth day, the cub started waiting in that same area to have a glimpse of lion. Now lion appeared again, came near the cub. This time it doesn't have to catch the cub. Cub just stood. Cub started trusting the lion. Just stood. Lion said, how are you? How you are doing? After a few words, lion called the cub. Why don't you come and spend some time with me? The moment cub heard this word, got frightened. You can see and spend few minutes, but he is not courageous enough to go with the lion. Again the cub escaped. After a few days, again the cub saw the lion. Now he has got some courage. And not only that, slowly he has developed a little bit attachment. towards the lion. This time he brought a little bit of grass to the lion to offer. Sir, why don't you eat this? Lion also has to act as if it is a goat. It has to show to the cub that he is not somebody superior, he is not somebody away, he is not somebody different. So he acted as if he is eating the grass. Now slowly the cub has started trusting the lion. Now lion started acting. Instead of telling the cub that you are the lion started acting as if it is goat. So that the trust can happen between the cub and lion. Slowly, cub started trusting the lion. One day cub was ready to go with lion to the nearby river, a picnic. Lion took the cub, both of them went near the river. When they were standing near the water, suddenly lion grabbed the face of the cub, head of the cub, neck, and said, look at the river. Cub said, yes, I am seeing. What you are seeing? Cub said, our faces. Do you see my face? Yes. I am a lion. Yes. Do you see your face? Yes, I am seeing. You are also a lion. Again, the fear came up. Cub said, no, leave me, started shouting. Now it is too much. The lion had little meat. He just took the meat, forcibly put inside the mouth of a cub. Cub slowly started chewing. The taste of the blood. When the cub started tasting the blood, slowly he started feeling, yes, I could eat the meat. I am not just a goat. If I am a goat, how can I eat the meat? The first experience that I am the lion started happening. Of course, again the cub is not ready to be convinced. After a few minutes, just out of the old habit, he vomited the meat. Again started shouting, no, don't try to brainwash me. Don't try to teach me. I am goat. He started running. After a few days, again somehow lion managed the cub, brought him to the river. This time he decided he has to realize, he has to experience. This time when he brought the cub, it showed him very clearly, look at your face, look at my face in the river. Both are one and the same. And eat this fresh meat. He gave him the fresh meat to eat, to taste. And naturally, taste of the blood made the cub to realize it is not a goat. It is lion. And he removed him. He removed the cub. Left him in the forest. He didn't let him to stay with the goats. When he has to live in the forest, naturally, he has to search for his food. He has to hunt. He has to go around. He started hunting. He experienced completely who he is and started living as a lion. Beautiful story. I don't know how Vivekananda came up with this story. This is exactly the same thing happens between you and the master. Exactly same thing.
Are the things happening in the outer world
are no way connected to your response from the inner world. In the same way, the thoughts which is rising in your inner world are no way connected to your identity which you have about yourself in the inner world. You have two identity. One which you show for others, another one which you keep it for yourself. Both are lies. Let it be very clear, you always think the identity which you show to the world is lie, and the identity which you have about yourself, within yourself, is a truth. Let it be very clear, the identity which you are keeping within yourself, about yourself, that is a big lie. That is also a lie. Your response or your thoughts related to your identity which you are showing outside to the outer world, and to the identity which you are keeping in your mind about yourself, both are completely unclutched. It's a lie. People come and tell me, they always come and express their guilt. Swamiji, actually I am a different kind of person, but I am showing outside as if I am courageous and a nice, honest person. I don't know how to bridge the gap. Let it be very clear, the guilt which you are carrying, or the personality which you are carrying which creates guilt in you, that is also a pure lie. If you think the personality which you are carrying inside is true, and the personality which you are projecting to the outer world is a lie, you will start thinking about morality. All your morality is the gap between these two, or the gap between these two only creates the idea about morality. I am talking very subtle, but the basic truth about life.
The first step to learn love is go through identity crisis. You should be completely in the crisis of not knowing what your identity is. Literally going through acid wash. All the ideas you carry will be broken to pieces, including the idea about you. It's like only after going through the surgery, you can be out of tumor. Only after going through the identity crisis, you know what is being and loving and life itself. The best place to go through the surgery is hospital. Best place to go through the identity crisis is Jnanapeetham. You can go through the surgery on your own also in the house. You can just cut and try to take the tumor. But you don't know whether you will be alive after that. Same way, if you try to go through this identity crisis outer world on your own, you don't know whether you will stand up after that or not. Identity crisis is a basic requirement for you to flower as a new being. Yatra, spiritual pilgrimage, is such an important dimension for every spiritual seeker. Getting out of the place you are living, where your identity is living, where people perceive in their own way about you, first gives you the freedom to be out of your identity. When you go to these high energy centers like Kailaasa, not only your old identity is removed, the possibility for the growth of new consciousness happens. Especially with an enlightened being, he will properly use that situation and create identity crisis in you and clear your old identity and create complete new inner space. The identities you carry, social identity, professional identity, racial identity, national identity. Sometimes you think
You identify yourself based on your religion, your country, your race, your caste, your community, your creed. Please understand, this racial identity, national identity is responsible for millions of people dying every year in the planet Earth. World's worst terrorist on the planet Earth is racial and national identity. Please understand, largest number of deaths on the planet Earth is caused by racial and national identity. The moment you feel you belong to certain geography, you are ready to sacrifice your life for that geography. People die, especially youngsters. Millions die in the war fields. And without any guilt, without any even second thought, people kill people just because their national identity. Identity you create because of your geography. I tell you, most uncivilized act is killing people because of your racial and national identity. It is so unfortunate still human beings have not evolved from that low conscious of killing people, destroying people because of racial and national identity. Same way, the racial identity is responsible for all religious and communal terrorism. Unclutch from social, professional, racial, national identities, you will see so much of peace, joy, bliss happening in you. Universal intelligence awakens in you the moment you unclutch from low-level identities. The moment you unclutch from racial, national identities, immediately the universal intelligence awakens in you. Unclutching from the inner world identities like parental conditioning, ahankara and mamakara. Ahankara means the idea you project about yourself to others. Mamakara means the idea you believe about you as you inside you. See, always the idea you project to others about you will be more than what you are. Mamakara, the idea you believe about you in the inner self is always lower than you. Idea you project on others, an idea you project on yourself. This ahamkara and mamakara, your whole life is nothing but the fight between the ahankara and mamakara. Means the identity you project in the outer world and the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Unclutch from inner world identities, both the identities. Unclutch from the identity you project to the outer world, unclutch from the identity you believe as you in the inner world. Swamiji, can you please elaborate on what a seeker undergoes during an identity crisis? He undergoes everything other than clarity. Anything negative above the sky and below the sky and under the earth, he goes through. How does one react to such a crisis? Usually, you react in a very foolish way. See, when you get disease, that is the time You need to have more trust and closeness to your doctor, obedience to your doctor. But because you got sick, you say, how dare, such a good doctor is for me. I have such a best family doctor. Still I have fallen sick. I don't trust him. I will not go to him. I will dump him. I will curse him. You escape from him. You don't trust him. You doubt him and you just completely move away from him. What will happen? Death. That is what usually people do when they have identity crisis. They say, what is the use of this great master incarnation in my life? All my life I was with him, I served him, I am his disciple, still he is not helping. You create your own theories, theologies and interpretations for my words. Suddenly, from your eyes, all my grace disappears. Till yesterday, what a grace, what a power, what an energy. Suddenly you say, he's not a handsome guy. And who wants to see him? Suddenly, everything looks like a pain. And even if he helps, who knows whether I will be able to retain that help and stay in that state itself. Your foolishness does everything, all asanas, Sarasasana, Chakrasana, Surya Namaskar, everything your foolishness does, other than finding solution. When you have identity crisis, that is the time you need to have more trust on the master. You need to be more close to him. You need to be available to him. You need to do what he says. It is unfortunate how much ever you tell human beings, only during the identity crisis, they get bumped out of this whole enlightenment machinery. Master's mission is enlightenment machine. But when you go through the identity crisis, you get bumped out. It's like the car assembly line, just before engine being put, the car gets bumped out. What is the use? Just before the engine's installation, the car gets bumped out. Maybe it can be used as a bullock cart, not as a car. If a car gets bumped out in the assembly line before the engine being fixed, the only reason it can be used is, only way it can be used is as a bullock cart, not as a car. Many times, only when you go through the identity crisis, you escape, you get bumped out very foolishly. You are asking, can such a crisis bring about laziness and boredom? What laziness and boredom? It will bring destruction. It's like you are asking, if I drink poison and don't take medicines, will I have boils on my skin? Will I have any ulcer in my stomach? What ulcer? You are going to have cancer. Come on. Boredom and laziness is very small problem. Please understand. Till you become one with the cosmic identity, your identity will be constantly going through a crisis. How can a straw which is floating on the ocean be safe, comfortable, settled? No. Till it disappears into the ocean, it cannot be settled. Identity crisis is a two-word. Identity itself is the meaning of identity crisis. You don't need to use two-word, identity crisis. If you just use the word identity, that's enough. Identity will have crisis, that's all. That is the truth. As long as you have identity, it will have crisis. Normally in the society, when you have identity crisis, you always have escaping routes, exit routes. TV, in TV itself, 200 channel. Only in India, 676 channels are there. Anyhow, hundreds of channels. If not, then pay-per-view, movies, on-demand shows and programs. If nothing is working, then internet. There is so much escape route, exit route is there for you. That is why you manage the identity crisis. Like, you don't allow yourself to be same spot, you just move, check, and try to relax. There also again, a wave attacks you. And again, it's like a straw being pushed and pulled by the waves in the ocean. Slowly that straw goes and hides itself near a boat, small boat. So for 5 minutes, no waves attacks the straw. But after a few minutes, the boat moves. Then again the straw is pulled and pushed this side and that side by the waves. Again this fellow goes and hides behind another one small boat. These boats behind which you hide is this entertainment programs. All the methods you use to change your mood, whether it is alcohol, smoking, TV, newspaper, knowing about others, peeping into others' bedroom. No, really. The sickness of peeping into others' bedroom, I don't know when human beings will lose that. You can peep into any number of people's bedroom and entertain yourself, engage yourself, but the identity crisis is not going to leave you. The moment that boat moves, again the waves are going to attack you. Till the straw disappears into the ocean, identity crisis is not going to be solved. So I tell you, identity crisis brings not just laziness and boredom, it brings destruction. Identity crisis, not handled properly, is equivalent to drinking poison. How does the seeker get past this stage in his spiritual seeking? The only way, you should strongly decide, only during all my confusion and difficult moments, I will not leave the Master. During the most difficult, confusing, identity crisis moments is the time I should be with him. I should be around him. I should not be disconnected. Take this decision strongly. You are trying to protect your identity against your reality. That is where you miss the whole game. That is why our life is a big failure. You are trying to protect which is not. You are trying to fight for which is not against which is. See, the light has got an existence. It has got positive existence. But darkness doesn't have positive existence. It exists only in a negative way. It doesn't have positive existence. You are trying to protect which doesn't have positive existence against which has got positive existence. The neutral zone, the inner space or consciousness is the reality. It is a truth. It exists in you every moment. Every moment when your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, or outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath, you are in that neutral space. You are in that consciousness. But you neither wanted to experience nor feel comfortable with that zone. You are so caught up in your identity, especially with the Western culture. Surrender means death. Just by hearing the word surrender, people get frightened. But you don't know, you are trying to protect something which doesn't have a basic existence. In Shiva Purana, there is a beautiful story called Oodal. Oodal means the Devi knows her whole life is Shiva's. But even then, she tries to get the attention of Shiva by small fights. She just tries to fight with Shiva to get his attention. At least with Krishna, I can imagine he will give you attention if you fight in a small way. And he is that kind of a guy who is interested in keeping all the relationships alive. So he will bend for you. Even if you fight, he will say, okay, don't worry, no, I did not mean that, I meant this. He will give a different interpretation for his words and all these things, pacifying, everything can go on. Shiva, I get lost. Either you are here or you are not here, get out, that's it. She tries to have this small fight. I can describe exactly the same way I felt my individual identity has already realized it lost its base. It can no more claim any insecurity arguments it presents in front of me for any of my actions. It cannot present any argument about greed or fear to me and justify its independent existence. Please understand, your individual consciousness, what do you think as you? It gives all types of justification for its individual existence. If you remove all those justifications, it loses its base and simply dissolves into the cosmos. My individual identity has already realized it has no argument to justify its independent existence. So the basic connection has happened, but still it wants to get little. It's like you know you have to do this work, but you just want to get attention from Swamiji. Can you tell me how to do? This all will work with Krishna, not with Shiva. He just says, get out and get lost. Either you do it on your own or nothing can be done. I tell you, if you want the further purification of your biomemory, these great clicks to settle down in you, the only way is leaving it. Actually, Krishna gives a solid truth and experience in Sankhya Yoga itself. After this, it took at least few hours for Arjuna to completely get convinced and start fighting. I can say the Sankhya Yoga is like a first experience. If Krishna kept quiet, in half an hour Arjuna would have burnt all his biomemory and stood up and fought. After the Sankhya Yoga, Krishna need not speak at all. But Krishna is a type of guy who will always try to, no, 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 no. That is why he is attending all the attention need questions of Arjuna. I tell you honestly, after Sankhya Yoga, this second chapter, nothing to speak. If I have to describe the scene, Arjuna was in terrible depression. He is not even able to raise his head. And Krishna putting his hand on the Arjuna's shoulders, lifting his chin with the other hand, teaches Sankhya Yoga. The moment Sankhya Yoga is over, Arjuna, wow, the extraordinary light has happened in his eyes and he is ready. But he just does not want to accept the victory of Krishna. See, if Arjuna comes out just like that in depression, from depression, and says, wow, come on, let's fight. Now it's victory for Krishna. That is too much. He heard everything and whole thing is clear. But now he just covers the light in his eyes, takes the edge of Krishna's cloth. No, Krishna. Whatever you are saying seems right. But you are telling something about bhakti now. What is that? When you spoke about yoga, you said yogi is the best guy. And you say, do bhakti to me. What is all about this? Fool, here we are talking about fight. It is all about waging war. After the Sankhya Yoga, it is all about the melted golden part of you. Means it's like you have your individual identity standing with 100 logic away from the cosmic truth, and almost 80 logic has lost its base and you have fallen into the cosmic truth. But that remaining 20 legs, it can't help you to stand, but it can help you to fight. The whole problem for a spiritual seeker is that 20 legs. Now anyhow, it's like visualize this. There's a huge part where gold is getting melted. There is another one small part in which the gold is there. Because of this heat, that part gold also is getting melted. That part has 100 leg. When this gold has melted, 80 legs have fallen and that part has fallen into this. Means that gold has become part of this practically. But that gold is trying to use the remaining 20 legs as hands to swim and jump, go out. This 20% is the real suffering. But I can tell you from my experience that 20% has its own sweetness also. It's like love fights. And you simply know nothing can be done. You are already done. But you have that small fight. You always love to have that small fight. Overflowing, feeling life is a too big blessing. Is what Krishna is trying to make Arjuna understand. See, I tell you one more thing. Even if you don't realize that consciousness is imperishable. You are imperishable. I wanted to break an important truth. Even if you don't become enlightened, if you don't realize you are imperishable, you are going to dissolve into that only. It is like a gold. When it is put in the mercury, it will melt. There is a huge mercury part, which is a cosmic intelligence, cosmos. 2 gold coins are there. One gold coin feels, it knows the truth. The moment it falls into the mercury, it will dissolve into the mercury, it will become one with the mercury. This coin only is enlightened gold. And this other gold, it does not understand any of this, and it feels deeply insecure. If I fall into this mercury, what will happen? I will disappear into this, I will die, and my identity will be lost. This is unenlightened gold coin. Whether enlightened gold coin or unenlightened gold coin, both are going to disappear into mercury. Your idea about this hanging decoration cloth is one nadi. Your idea about this bed, one nadi. Your idea about your friend, one nadi. Your idea about your spouse, one nadi. Your idea about your favorite food, one nadi. Like that 72,000 nadi you have in your conscious play. See, it's like that light reflects on me, and that reflection reflects. The reflection reflects is the nadis, and that reflection on this body is individual self. The body is the mirror, the reflection is the individual soul, and that reflection also will be reflecting like a light. It will be radiating. That is what is nadi. Some nadis are spent in your attachment, some nadis are spent in your detachment, some nadis are spent in your fear. That's what is engrams. That is the engrams. Too many nadis, if they are entertained outside, then naturally more suffering, whether to live or to leave. Even while living, more suffering, or to leave, more suffering. But at least if 10,000 nadi is centered, yes. See, this is what, just a simple example. This is superconscious. This light is superconsciousness. Sun. This is the body. And here is a reflection of that light. You are able to see that light reflection? Not. Now, okay. See, this is what is depression. This is the expression. And now this reflection is falling on all of you guys. Are you able to see? This reflection is falling. This is what is 72,000 nadi. Now I have 10 nadi for this light. Means on 10 people it is reflecting. On how many information it is reflecting, that many nadis are extravert. You understand what I am saying? See, now this reflection, this is body, this is individual soul, that is cosmos, the superconsciousness. This reflection is falling on 10 people now. So this reflection, individual souls, 10 nadi is extravert. Means caught. That in the 10 he may like 2, he may hate 2, he may be detached about 2. So the more nadis are functioning towards outside, more suffering for living or leaving. More nadis are looking at the source. For example, now I am turning. See, now he is enlightened. Now he is dead. Understand? Now he is dead. This is what is death. This is enlightenment. This is worldly life. And this is depression. Means little deflected. Depression. That's all. Whole life is this much only. See, now there's a reflection. That reflection may be reflecting here for 2 centimeter by 2 centimeter. In the 2 by 2, when it goes out only 70,000 ner. In the 2 by 2, I keep it in such a way, 1 by 1 reflects on you, 1 by 1 reflects on itself, to the source. That is what I call, even if 10,000 nadi gets centered on the source of, from who is seeing, from where it is reflecting, that is choiceless awareness. That's all is required, nothing else. I see, if you can change priority itself, then you don't even need to center 10,000 nadis. Just 2,000-3,000 nadi is enough. See, when I say 10,000 nadi, I wanted to equate to the time of day. I was telling you, see, modern day youth, at least 1 hour to 2 hours in your life, spend contemplating on the source from where you came. Means telling them to add only at least 1 or 2 hours for spirituality. As a time related only, I said 10,000. But if you think attitude of life itself you are interested in shifting, you don't need 10,000. Just 2,000 is enough. If your attitude itself is centered on who is reflecting, then while you are driving the car, you will be thinking about that only. Naturally, in your car only my music or my discourse will be getting played. You see, if you go through the attitudinal shift, you don't need 2 hours. You don't need 2 hours. You just casually in your day, in your time, whenever you feel like happening, that is enough for you. That itself will make you the choiceless awareness centered. Now this reflection. Let me see. The reflection. You guys are able to see? Reflection. That soul, the superconsciousness, God, individual soul, body, on which it is reflected, it's a world. For this soul, it's a world. And sometime that reflection is such, the world and the reflection of God, both is seen in this. That is what is Guru. I don't know whether you are able to catch. No, if somebody else is holding this mirror, if in the reflection I am also seen. So I am telling that reflection, look back to your source. That's what I am saying. The person who is telling you to look at the source is source. If I am telling you to look at the source, I am telling you to look at me. Because I am the source, you see. So understand, when I say look at the source, because I realized I am the source, I am telling you to look at the source. Some of you might have heard this incident happened in my life, my experience with Arunagiri Yogeshwara, a great incarnation, Shiva himself, a great avatar Purusha, Shiva himself. I will describe only few things, few parts of that incident, how the Asambranyada Samadhi happened in me when I connected with him, I had his darshan and experienced him. Maybe around the age of 11, during summer vacation, I was playing inside the temple, backside. If you have visited Arunachala temple, you may be able to relate with the place where I am saying. Backside the temple, one small 4-pillared mandapam, 4-pillared hall. One young sadhu came out of that mandapam. That mandapam had a small kind of a opening, or I was thinking it was an opening. It was a small cave. One sadhu came out. I saw this sadhu. He was very bright, shining, maybe 30 to 35, and well built, young sannyasi. It was immediate click. A strong connection, very strong connection. I just know I belong to him, or he belongs to me. Very strong connection. I can say that falling in love or raising in love, whatever word you want to use, you can use. Very strong connection. Sometimes when you see people, suddenly you fall in love. And you know, you may bring all kinds of reasoning. No, I am already married. I am this, I am that. You can bring all kinds of your logic. No, see the age difference. And you can bring all conditionings. But you are in love, nothing can be done. You may keep distance because of all these conditionings. The social conditioning, and you have to behave as yourself. And there are so many restrictions. There are so many, the morality or social conditioning, whatever you call it. But heart doesn't bother about which country you belong to, which race you belong to, what is your morality, what is your discipline, decency. Heart doesn't care for all those things. Maybe your action or your logic cares for all these things. Heart doesn't care, it just falls in love, that's all. There's such a strong falling in love. Every day, I'll come and sit there with him. Morning till evening, he'll be talking, sitting. Sometimes I wonder what I used to talk. If I recall, there was nothing much, just sitting and chatting only. And you don't know why you are sitting together, but sitting together was such a pleasant, joyful experience. I was sitting together. It's like spending time together. He was also very happy with me. And he will eat whatever I bring. He will bring some fruits or something for me to eat. He will be talking, some experiences, these, that. I can say that Mundaka Upanishad, I did not complete that story. That story says that when the small bird, like this, traveling this way, suddenly it really had a bitter experience, one strong bitter experience. It decides no more eating fruits. It just shuts its mouth. Without opening its mouth, it just travels towards the bigger bird. When it goes near the bigger bird, nearer and nearer, suddenly it realizes it is losing its individuality. It is losing its individuality. After a few minutes, it feels it is just a shadow of that bird. Actually, when you are really deeply in love with somebody, you can experience, when you touch that body, you won't feel it is a two-person. You just know it is your own extension. Your extension is in that body. You are just extension of your extension is that body. That small bird feels its very extension is that big bird, golden bird. After a few minutes he feels it is not even his own extension. That bird's extension is he. And after a few seconds he feels there is no extension, he is just a shadow. After a few seconds, there is not even a shadow, only that golden bird exists. It was only illusion that I was an individual. The different levels of feeling connection. In Vaishnava tradition, they explain Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti, the 4 states of liberation. Please understand, 4 states of liberation. In Vaishnava tradition they explain. First, when the bird feels, I am connected to him, I belong to him, it is Salokya Mukti, living in his loka, living in his frequency. When he feels, no, he is my very extension, it is Samibhya Mukti, the liberation which happens just by his nearness. When he says, when the bird experiences, no, I am his very form, I am his very form, I am his very form, I am just his shadow, I am not an individual identity, then it's called Sarubhya Mukti, his own form, Sarubhya Mukti. When the small bird realizes, I never existed, it's only he who was existing, it was just an illusion, that I existed. It's called Sayujya Mukti. I can say it was a strong feeling connection, just like how that bird felt. Very own extension. I felt with that sadhu, that my very own extension. It was almost like Samibhya Mukti. First when I met him. Then it slowly developed into Sarubhya Mukti, that same Rupa. I used to play with him, go wherever he calls. Sometime he will take me to the temple inside, sometime he will take me to the hill, sometime here, there, he will take me to different places. Understand? It was such a strong feeling connection. What Ramakrishna experienced with Kali, that Sambranyada Samadhi, I have started experiencing that. Even when I am not physically around him, even when I go back to the house, late night I will go back to the house because they will close the temple. By the time they close the temple, they will vacate everybody. They will vacate everybody. And when I go back to the house also, I will be sitting in the house and waiting when it will become again morning 4 o'clock, so that I can rush to the temple to see him.
Devotion is such, even once if your core is touched, it cannot go. It cannot leave you. It just transforms. It pulls you back. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, in the Vrindavan, Bangi Bihari's temple, every evening, they throw rice mixed with a little abin to the peacocks, so that they will eat and start dancing. So Ramakrishna says, once that peacocks which eats little abin will never miss the next day timing, will be there sharp at that time. Because of the taste. Same way the devotion, once you taste it, once you experience it, you will be there. Next day morning again, 7:30. It is so sacred. I have experienced it with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. The very idea you and the object of your devotion is separate will disappear. You just do not know what to give, how to give, what to do. Still I remember when early morning I get up to go and see him, I look around all over the house and I always used to feel, I used to read in the Ramayana that Ravana took the whole house in which Sita was when he kidnapped Sita. Actually in Tamil there is another version of Ramayana, Kamba Ramayana. A great poet saint Kamba wrote that. When he wrote, he did not translate some parts as it is in Valmiki. Valmiki says, just Ravana physically handled Sita, took her and put her in his flight and took it away, kidnapped. But somehow Kambar was not happy with that idea. So he says that he lifted the whole house in which Sita was staying, put it in his flight and kidnapped. So early morning when I wake up and get ready to go and meet Arunagiri Yogeshwara, that is the way I will feel. Somehow I can take this whole house and give it to him. I even planned one day, I took a chalk piece and marked my parents' portion of the house and wanted to go and ask Raghupati Yogi. Raghupati Yogi will do all kinds of this weightlifting and everything. He's a
amazing yogic body. He will show visibly the power of yogic body. He will tie the iron rope in his chest and break it, blast it just by breathing. And lift any size rock, just like that he will lift, or he will roll. There is one huge rock in Arunachala hill which has rolled, and at least some 200 feet it has rolled and stopped. Nobody knows how it happened. I know. It's Raghupada Yogi's work. One day we both were sitting and talking, and he was explaining on Yoga Sutra, when you feel one with nature, nature listens to you. I said, how can that be? He asked me to feel one with the rock. I just contemplated, meditated, and I was feeling one with that rock. Huge boulder. When I was in that ecstasy, he just moved my hand. Suddenly, without telling me, he moved my hand. I literally saw the whole boulder rolling. I did not touch it. There is no physical contact with that rock, boulder. Just that feeling one with that rock, when he moved my hand and that boulder started rolling, I started shouting, oh, what happened, what happened, what happened, what is happening? Stop, stop, stop. Then he stopped my hand and the boulder stopped. I think from that time only I started shaking people. That was the first object responded to my movement. I actually wanted to ask him, can you lift this house and bring it and give it to Arunagiri Yogeshwara? He was laughing. He asked me, why did you put a mark? I said, I should take only my parents' portion, not anybody else's. Anyhow, early morning before going to the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I will have my one dhoti. Whatever I can look around and get, take it. I will put everything and pack it. And it will all be very silly. It will not be directly useful for him at all. But whatever I feel as useful in my life, all these wooden box, cardboard box, I make small temples with that only. I'll take all that. And he will laugh at me. One day I wanted to stitch a shirt for him. I remember. I took a measurement with a rope to stitch a shirt. He was laughing. Actually, I called him, you come to the tailor shop and give the measurement, I want to stitch a shirt for you. He said, no, I will not come to tailor shop and all, you yourself take a measurement and give it to tailor. We had one family friend tailor. He's a very good person. I said, no, he's a very good person. He will stitch and give you the right measurement and everything. Somehow that Arunagiri Yogeshwara said, no, I don't want to come, you take it and give the measurement. But finally it never got materialized. Never, because this tailor will ask, no, I want this measurement, get it. Next day I will bring that measurement. Then he will tell, no, I want this measurement also, bring it. Finally, till the end we were not able to take all the measurements at all. I was never able to give all the measurements. So it never got materialized. But I used to feel, whole day I'll feel, what can I take it to him? What I can get? You just do not know what to do. What way you can please him? What pleases him? What satisfies him? What fulfills him? You just do not know. Devotion is the sacred sentiment which makes you feel, how can I please him? You know very clearly you can't fulfill him. He is already fulfilled. But how can I please him? What I can do to please? How can I pour myself on him? That intense mood is what I call devotion. Imbibe, imbibe, imbibe. Just be soaked in this one sacred sentiment. How can I please him? To whichever object or deity or God or Guru you are devoted, again and again and again soaking yourself in that sacred sentiment of how can I shower me on him and please him. Again and again and again soak yourself, fill yourself in this one sacred sentiment. You will melt in devotion. Entanglement means two persons falling in tune with same thought. Entrainment means two persons falling in tune with the same idea. Enlightenment means two persons uniting beyond ideas. When you unclutch, you are in entangle with me. You are in entanglement with me. This again opens a huge door. Then is the thoughts of a healer going to affect us? I say yes. That is why I am telling you, go to a person only who is thoughtless and beyond mind. Do not receive healing from ordinary Reiki healers, this healers, that healers. No. Receive only from enlightened being. And all my healers, during the moment of healing, because they are entangled with me, they represent me, and it is equivalent to you receiving healing directly from me. You don't need to worry at all, doubt at all about my healers. Understand? This is the physiology of feeling connection. When you have a feeling connection, your very physiology is different. And feeling connection has its own physiology. When you have feeling connection, your physiology is different. Feeling connection itself has its own physiology. One more thing you need to know. All the doctors, even allopathy doctors, need to raise their energy level high. Otherwise, when you treat the patient, when the patient feels respectful, feeling connection with you, you are going to entangle yourself with the patient. If you don't raise your energy to a higher level, you are going to get the patient's disease to you. Understand, entanglement can be negative also. If you are not energetic enough to protect yourself, if you do not have a direct protection of an enlightened being or higher frequency, if you don't have higher entanglement, only lower entanglements in your life, you are bound to fall sick. In the grown-up countries, they are suffering because they are not able to dispose the garbage. One city collects from the whole city and dumps it to another one village. That village collects and dumps it to another one village. They collect it and dump it in another one city. Same way only the so-called grown-up societies are suffering, unable to dump the inner garbage. The housewife collects everything and dumps on the husband. Husband collects everything and dumps on the psychiatric doctor. Psychiatric doctor collects and dumps everything on another one, his psychiatric doctor. His psychiatric doctor do not know where to go and dump. The dumping garbage has become a big problem for the humanity in grown-up countries. Not only external, internal also. In India, fortunately, we know how to reduce the garbage into ashes without any side effect or after effect, without leaving anything affecting the environment. Method of dumping the inner garbage without creating any societal, environmental pollution, side effect and after effect is deity worship. Each deity energized, which went through the prana pratishta process, is in entanglement with higher consciousness. That is what I prove when I materialize. See, when a devotee can receive vibhuti or kumkum and materialize, same thing, the deity also receives vibhuti, kumkum and materializes. How? When somebody's kundalini is awakened, when somebody is initiated as a healer, is in entanglement with me, same way the deity is also in entanglement with me. Once the prana pratishta is done, that deity is continuously in entanglement with that superconsciousness. Ramanatha Swami is in entanglement with Sri Ramachandra and the consciousness Sri Ramachandra experienced, which is Shiva himself. Because Ramanatha Swami installed, Rama installed that Ramanatha Swami in Rameshwaram. Now the Ramanatha Swami is in entanglement with Rama and Rama's pure inner consciousness. Same way there is a deity called Krishneshwar in Dwarka, installed and worshipped by Krishna. That deity is in entanglement with Krishna and the Krishna's inner space, which is Shiva himself. Same way in Tiruvannamalai, there is a temple called Adi Annamalai. Please understand, the main Arunachaleshwara temple is Jiva Samadhi of Arunagiri Yogeshwara. But the Adi Annamalai temple is the deity installed by Arunagiri Yogeshwara for his own personal worship when he was in the body. Understand? That Adi Annamalai temple, small temple in the forest. Now it has become a small village. And the Shivalinga in the temple is in entanglement with Arunagiri Yogeshwara. And of course, Shiva himself, Arunagiri Ishvara is Shiva himself, came in the physical form. So each deity is in entanglement with the consciousness which has installed it. That is why I am telling you, deity worship is one of the greatest garbage removing system, inner garbage removing system created by our ancient rishis. The whole Western countries, so-called developed countries, are suffering with unable to do the garbage removal. They are spending billions of dollars in the inner garbage removal, creating huge psychiatrists, psychoanalysts, and psychiatrists and psychoanalysts for psychiatrists and psychoanalysts. This therapy, that therapy. 32.4%, 75 million Americans are suffering from clinically provable mental disorder every year. Please understand, who needs clinical attention. I'm not even talking about the borderline personalities. You know borderline personality means? They will look almost all right till you touch one of their wrong engram. Just one engram. When they come, you did not smile, or you smiled at somebody else and said Nithyanandam, over. I am not even talking about borderline personalities, people who need direct clinical attention. Medical attention, 75 million. See, the garbage disposal problem. In the Vedic tradition, we know how to burn the garbage and make it as a manure. All our temples, we burn your garbage, internal garbage, and transform you, make the whole garbage into manure and give it back to you. Means you go to temples only when you have a problem or to feel little stress free? No. When you finish your business accounts, go to temple and offer your gratitude. When you finish some of your life related decisions, go to temple and offer the gratitude. If you have finished building the house, go to the temple, offer the gratitude. If you got married, go to the temple, offer the gratitude. Any major events in your life, connect it with the temple. Even entertainment, entrainment, enlightenment, everything should happen with entanglement. I am creating a new word, entemplement. Life should become entemplement, because that is the easiest way of clearing the inner garbage. Patanjali is one of the greatest inner scientists. Man who demonstrated the science of enlightenment. Even after he left the body, he did not deteriorate or die or show any symbols of death. It was just living, alive, radiating the presence. The disciples don't know what to do. So they just kept his body and built a room around him. He is the only master whose body is not buried with sand or salt or bay leaf. Usually masters' bodies are buried, filling the ash, bay leaves, salt. His body is not buried at all. His body is just kept, and a big stone room is built. It's a huge room, stone room, sealed room, where he is sitting inside. Still you can listen the breathing sound. Again, the big problem is you will think that I am promoting some fantasy. Still you can experience his breathing sound. At least I have experienced. And whoever went and put their ears, don't think, usually if you put your ears on any wall, you will hear a kind of a sound. It will not be like that. Put your ears on this wall and listen. This sound will be different. And go and put your ears on that wall is samadhi. A very systematic, clear breathing sound. How you will feel your breathing, that way you can feel. He is living there. His jiva samadhi is there. He became one with Nataraja. That is why the Nataraja's murti is installed there. And he loved to wear the sacred beads, Rudraksha, so that whole hall is decorated with Rudraksha. They made a Rudraksha Mantapa in his memory, and Nataraja. He did not want his own murti to be installed, but the disciples put his murti also in the side. But as a main deity, he became a Nataraja. So he became one with that. Chidakasa, Chitampara, Nataraja. So his Nataraja's murti is there, and side his murti is also there, his form. The form with which he operated in the body, that body is also there. If you are helped by yoga in any form, you are indebted to him. Anybody wants to experience his presence should go there. You should not miss the opportunity of going to Rameshwaram. Even if you are not able to go this time, you need to go back. Sometime when you come back again, don't miss, mark it as a point to go to Rameshwaram and see his physical presence. We have some of the great masters' physical body retained as it is, mummified. Not the mummifying of the Egyptian way of mummifying is totally different. They are able to only maintain the body. Our guys are able to maintain the body as the center of the cosmic or conscious functions. When the Vedic tradition way of mummifying happens, not only body doesn't get spoiled and it stays, it continues to be the center of their conscious operations. The cognition is taken, buddhi works, the works, responses happen, they continue to be the center of their conscious activities. That is why your prayers are fulfilled in their presence. If you pray to a mummy, your prayers will not be answered. Because the physical part is retained, but not the response part. Here, the response part is retained. The pure cognition, the and buddhi is retained. And same way, Srirangam, still Ramanujas, Udayavar, Ramanujas, Acharya's body is there as it is. You can see the nails growing, the hand lines, the palm lines, the eyebrow hairs, all that you can see even now. And not only that, you can feel his presence. You can offer any prayers, you will see the response. You can talk to him. I am telling you from my experience, because I have been helped, I am telling you this. Many times I told, the Arunachaleshwara temple, the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Samadhi is there. He is in Jiva Samadhi. Jiva Samadhi means he is residing there. Shiva himself came down as Arunagiri Yogeshwara. He is residing there. When we went this time, I just wanted to let the world know that really he is there, is Jiva Samadhi is there. All I said is, if he is really sitting here in Jiva Samadhi, let few of his hair come, get materialized in our devotee's hand, so that we can do the DNA test and prove it is 2000-year-old DNA and he is alive sitting there in Jiva Samadhi. We got 6 hair. It is there. And we are now sending it for DNA test. Now we are sending it for DNA test. We will prove it. It is 2000-year-old, at least 2000-year-old. So through that way, at least my one statement is proved. Somebody 2000-year-old is sitting down in Jiva Samadhi. Of course, we can't compare because there is no record of Arunagiri Yogeshwara's DNA, but at least this we can prove. Anyhow, when you live in the body, if you arrive to the sensitivity where the buddhi and the functions in awareness and sensitivity, even after you leave the body, that will continue to be there with you, radiate through your body and through you. That is why when you go to the great masters' samadhis, jiva samadhis, whatever prayers you offer, it directly helps you. Immediately they respond to it. Some of these masters' presence, all seekers should experience. The great Jiva Samadhi of Ellam Valla Sittar in Madurai, and Meenakshi's presence in Madurai, and Patanjali's presence in Rameshwaram, Ramanujar's presence in Srirangam, Kamakshi is Devi herself came and did tapas towards Shiva and became enlightened. Kamakshi's presence in Kanchipuram, all these major masters, energy fields, they all radiate the highest sensitivity. Understand? I saw so many of you guys in the Tiruvannamalai temple levitating, rolling and receiving vibhuti in their hands. How many received vibhuti in Tiruvannamalai temple? 2-3 people came and reported me. 1, 2. Receiving vibhuti in your hands. Understand, you need to know, this is a solid confirmation. Your experience is superconscious experience. If you are receiving vibhuti because of some black magic or yakshini vidya or some unconscious siddhis, it will not happen inside the energy field, Garbha Mandir of the great incarnations, masters like Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Shiva. If it is happening there, understand, the energy which is responsible for all these extraordinary experiences in you and the energy which resides as Shiva, Arunagiri Yogeshwara in the temple is one and the same. Achala Murti is Sachala Murti. Because in the superconscious energy field, the unconscious black magic cannot interfere. Let the listening be your God. Today learn this one basic truth. Then I'll explain different sacred secrets from the sutra. When the words come and fall on you, see how the cognition is taken, how the decision is made. Be aware of buddhi and these function. Come back to sensitivity. You can start mastering the senses. I'll continue on the sutra for next few more days. Now, let this be the essence of today's message. Let the listening be your God. Unable to get back to the highest ideal in practical life. So no shortcut. This is the only way. Again and again and again, creating the Pratyaksha Bhavana. Means creating contrary thoughts to negativity and bringing yourself back to your center. It's such a difficult job. People feel lazy. That is why sometimes I need to push them to do that job. Sometimes I use love, or sometimes I use the fake or so-called hatred to push them to get back to their center. Because inability to create Pratyaksha Bhavana means inability to create the contrary thoughts to negativity and destroy negativity will allow negativity to grow in you. Once the negativity grasps you over, your life is in hell. You are done. You are done. Even if it is fake, the restful awareness and peace and joy which you get through the fake ideas, please understand, those experiences will become solid and the fake ideas will lose its power over you. But even if it is so-called logically strong idea, if you are restless, suffering, tortured inside, those torture, restlessness and suffering will stay inside, and these strong logical thoughts will become more and more powerful over you. So understand, the goal and the scale should be the restful awareness. So Patanjali puts the right truth in the right sutra, in right place. Just now he taught us on yama and niyama, highest coherence of life, and told us how to be established in that, and giving us now technique, the applied technique. When you have violence, what to do. Is giving us an example. First time in Patanjali Sutra I am seeing an example. He doesn't wait to give example only. He just gives the sutra and goes. He knows, because his disciples were such high intelligent people. If he is giving example, means something very important. Timing is very important, and making disciples understand, very important. Please understand, it's a very important process for all spiritual seekers in the life. Creating contrary thoughts to negative thoughts. Because whenever negativity rises in you, don't give up. Don't flow with it. Don't go with it. Again and again and again stand up till your muscle memories feel confidence. I can say that this is the one process which has raised my whole awareness in the young age. I used to have a notebook. Whatever spiritual things I read or hear, all the essence I'll write down. And whenever I have any confusion or necessity to understand, I'll read that. I'll carry the book always with me. That is like my extension of heart and brain. Extended heart and brain. I used to call that as my book. Now I am trying to remember the contents of my book to publish, because there are so many things I have noted down in that book which I heard from Arunagiri Yogeshwara directly. Almost it's like I'll remind me. All my Pratyaksha Bhavanas are written in that. So practically any negative thought which can come to a human being, I have solution in that book. And I'll always refer to it. It's almost like my guide. I'll continuously cherish, and get those ideas back to the inner space and establish myself again into yoga. Understand, even if you miss once the timing of creating the right thought against the wrong thought, you are caught. Timing is very important. I read an incident in Ramana Maharshi's life. He had a disciple, Muruganar. Whenever Ramana Maharshi speaks something, when Muruganar will pen down and take it back to Ramana Maharshi, he will purposely make some mistakes so that Ramana Maharshi will correct it in his own pen, handwriting. So two things. One, Ramana Maharshi's handwriting will be recorded. Second thing, all other words are authenticated now. When you correct one mistake, then all other words have been authenticated as without any mistake. I tell you, I can say at least some 192 page, that is the notebook, 192 page notebook, long size notebook. I have the recording of Arunagiri Yogeshwara's teaching. At least in 10 places I have his own handwriting. Unfortunately, we are not able to retrieve them. I am trying to trace. I am sending people to all the friend's house, relatives' house in my native place, and all the devotees' house where I stayed. Still we are not able to track. 10 bound volume notebooks, bound by me personally. The 192 page. It's a regular notebook I bought. Then I made hardcover with a satin cloth. I bound it. I call it my book. That's the title. I can say the first book I wrote in my life. My book. At least 10 volumes. Everything in that my book is my Atma Pramana. To the level in which those great truths have penetrated me. That's it. Whenever I wanted to read, I'll just brush and go through. I'll know how I evolved to certain understanding. See, one of the biggest problem a seeker faces in his life is forgetfulness. We go on reinventing the solution for same problem every day 12 times. You may say, not 12 times Swamiji, maybe 2-3 times. No, you forget. Same problem, you will be reinventing the solution 12 times a day. And then again next day morning, when you have that problem, you will have the same problem and you will not find solution. Half an hour your mind will struggle, then you will find a solution. Simple problem, worry. Tell me, how many thousands of times you found a solution and decided not to worry anymore? And all it takes is only 5 more minutes of a betel nut chewing time. Again you are in worry. Forgetfulness. Sometime when you hit the right click, you are very clear. Even if death comes, I will not worry. In next half an hour, you don't need death. Just the shadow of your spouse. Or just one small word. One small practical problem. You are there, back again in worry. You need to understand, not having smarana, remembrance, is one of the biggest problem. Biggest problem. If you have the habit of my book, all of you should have that habit of my book. You should have your own book. Once in a while, pen down, so that you will stop wasting the time in reinventing the same solution. You see, for example, you have a worry. You catch certain thought trend. No, how can this? How can this? How can this? Then you say, hey, foolishness, this worry is useless. You come out of it. But next day morning, again you are in the same worry. But you forget the thought trend how which you came out. Because you forgot the thought trend, now you will be wasting your time in worrying at least 2 hours, and after 2 hours you will catch the thought trend. And oh God, I should have remembered this half an hour before. Not having smarana, remembrance, not hitting the right click when required, is one of the major problem seekers face in their life in the path of enlightenment. That problem can be sorted out with this great solution, my book. Have this attitude and habit of my book. After a debate, create my book. You can do it even in your Facebook. So the whole world can read it. Not just by yourself. Whole world can read it. I had such amazing masters in my life. My masters and my mentors and my teachers. Every day is excitement to live around them. Of course, when Mahadeva, Shiva comes down in the physical body and lives around you, naturally how it will be. Especially this Arunagiri Yogeshwara. I still remember once he was teaching about this samana. Yes, sharing few words. And he was telling samana is sweetness. If your samana is active, your body will have, your sweat will have a sweet taste, not salty. It will be very sweet. I said, how can that be? Then he was very playfully showing, if you remove a hair from the root, and there will be a small wax in that edge of that hair. He removed one hair from my body and asked me to taste that wax. It was very salty. Then he removed one hair from his body and asked me to taste that wax. It was very sweet. And not only that, you are showing another method to see the power of your lungs. If your samana is active, if you remove one hair and just stick that hair in that wax on your hand or on any object and blow, if you are not able to blow, your samana is not active. You can experiment actually. Just remove that one hair from the root, along with the root. You should just stick that with that wax. That wax you have to stick it on a paper or on your hand. Try to blow with your full force. You can keep it any closer. If you are not able to blow that hair away, if that hair is not flying, your samana is not active. If that hair is flying, your samana is active. I tried my best, I was not able to blow the hair. You can experiment. At least 80% of you will not be able to blow. You may think, what is this, Swamiji? Just one hair sticking and blowing. Try, then you will understand. So they go on giving so many practical teachings, techniques. It was so exciting that my book is filled with all these things which directly helped my life. So you guys should start the habit of maintaining my book. It will really awaken your whole life, transform the whole life, help you for the higher consciousness. The my book can be a very powerful method to kill your ego. See, we read in the newspapers, terrorists used to have cyanide in their body continuously. So whenever they are caught by police and when they need to close their life, if they feel that living anymore is going to be more dangerous and torturous, they will just swallow the cyanide poison and die. Same way, this my book can be the poison for your ego. So whenever you have the dangers of life, read this my book, ego will die, you will be in peace and you can live the life joyfully. Of course, it's a wrong equation. You cannot equate the my book and cyanide. My book is a nectar, I can say, the ultimate nectar. Russian scientists Graisna Fozer and Franz Bludorf, you should see their website, really amazing. They have done a lot of research and articles and very powerful discoveries. I am exactly quoting from their research. The human DNA is a biological internet with evidence that DNA can be influenced and reprogrammed by words and frequencies. Understand? The words and frequencies can directly program your DNA. It is biological internet. They call it as biological internet. These Russian scientists reveal that genetic code of 90% of the junk DNA or dormant DNA, which I was revealing that day, as the Jivatman, self in all of you, the part which these people call as a junk DNA or dormant DNA, but I call as Jivatman DNA, self DNA. 90% of the Jivatman DNA follows the rules of human languages. Understand, it's very powerful. I am revealing step by step, then I will connect it. How it can be applied in our life. The third important revelation. Graisna Fozer and Franz Bludorf compared the rules of syntax the way in which words are put together to form phrases and sentences, and semantics, study of meaning in language and grammar, and found out that alkalines of our DNA follow a regular grammar and set rules like our language. Always Raghupati Yogi used to tell me, he will teach different yoga for different parts of the body. See, for hands he will give some yoga. For eyes he will give some yoga. For tongue he will give some yoga. For nose he will give some yoga. And the most difficult part to work out is the cheek. Even for that he has some yoga. He will give some yoga. When I ask him, what is the yoga for brain? He will categorically tell, chant Sanskrit. The Sanskrit language, learn Sanskrit language, chant Sanskrit mantras. You should be surprised. How can brain have yoga by Sanskrit? He will insist that I chant the Surya Namaskar mantras during the postures. He will insist that mantra chanting is done. He used to ask, how can mantra have yoga for brain? But now I know. It's true. I can tell you from my experience, whatever is said and done, a person who speaks a decent cultured language naturally behaves, lives, thinks decently and culturally. I'm really telling you. Because I wandered length and breadth of India, I have seen all kinds of dialects, people who speak dialects. I have seen Tamil alone, 20 versions. Kongu Tamil and Madurai, Chennai, in Chennai, Kuvam Tamil, and North Arcot district Tamil. In that, there are different languages, Mudaliyar Tamil, Counter Tamil, all kinds of dialects are seen. And in North, the different dialects of Bengali, different dialects of Hindi, I have seen. I tell you, from my experience I can tell you, the language, the standard of language a person speaks directly affects the way in which he thinks, the way in which he acts. It really affects. There may be exemptions, very few, like a person speaking very cultural language and behaving indecently, very rare exemption. But as a nature, it doesn't happen. As a rule, it's a rule. Exemptions does not break the rule, it only enforces the possibility of existence of the rule. Understand, when I say all these candies are sweet, there may be one or two which are not sweet. That does not mean that rule is broken or weakened. Those 2-3 exemptions ensures the existence of the rule. Look in the other side. Look from the other side. All exemptions ensure the existence of the greater possibility of the rule. So maybe 1 or 2 exemptions. But otherwise I can say, the language they speak, the cultural, cultured, clear, syntax, semantics, grammar they use directly affects the alkalines of our DNA. That is why the neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, really does a big transformation. I can tell you. See, NLP is not all. It does not lead to enlightenment, but it surely awakens much more than what you are now. The neuro-linguistic programming surely makes you more alive than what you are now. The next important discovery, truth. Scientist Garge J says, our DNA can be reprogrammed by speech when words are modulated on correct carrier and frequencies, again and again and again. The Upanishads are chanted for so many different purposes. Not only your DNA can be altered, I tell you, the Upanishads came from such a high frequency. If a group of people whose DNAs are already altered by this chanting, if they chant, the cosmic DNA can be altered. That is why the chanting and homa brings rain. It brings whatever we need, the natural positive effects. Why do you think such big tsunami did not touch single temple? See, all over, from Kanyakumari to Chennai, at least 2000 temples are there, which compounds usually gets washed by the wave. At least 2000. Please understand. From Kanyakumari to Chennai, first of all, let us start with Kanyakumari Devi temple. From that to Chennai Tiruvottriyur, Kashi Vishwanath temple, and Pattinattar Samadhi. At least 2000 temples are there. Tiruchandur, Thoothukudi, just temples are there. Not a single temple was broken or damaged or disturbed. We may say, no, coincidence. No. If people whose DNAs are altered, reprogrammed by the sounds and mantras and frequencies, if they sit together and create those frequencies and sounds, the cosmos DNA can be reprogrammed. So a space, bit of cosmos, which is reprogrammed by the reprogrammed system of the body of the master, is energy field. Bit of the cosmos, which is reprogrammed by the reprogrammed body of the master, is energy field. That is why just very living in that field reprograms many of our DNA. Next truth. Since the basic structure of DNA and language is of same structure, one can simply use words and sentences of human language of proper frequencies. This proves DNA reacts to spoken words with proper frequencies. It directly, this is my own conclusion. Because of these researchers, these researchers directly or indirectly explains and proves how affirmations, hypnosis, words from spiritual masters affect your body and mind directly. This is the power of initiation, the process. Many of you people would have seen the video of people levitating during LEP. If you have attended LEP, you would have seen. I did not do anything. All I did is let your samana be balanced Let the air energy inside you be balanced. Let whatever happens inside your body happen. That's all. Affirmation. Satya Sankalpa. Nothing else. Satya Sankalpa. Over. Immediately, the whole thing fell in place. People started levitating, the raising. Understand? Ordinary Sankalpa is gravitation, Satya Sankalpa is levitation. Sankalpa, ordinary Sankalpa means will, words, thoughts created. Pulls you down, makes you more heavy. Satya Sankalpa makes you levitate. That is why whatever is said and done, when you listen to the great truths directly from Master, it just gets recorded into your DNA, becomes part of your DNA. This is the science why millions come to listen to the Masters, and how the Master's words directly gives experience to people. That's what I call transmission of lamp. Initiation. From a lit fire, only you can light the lamp. How much ever you sit and beg, please, please, why don't you lit yourself? How much ever you play and do any drama, any game, light cannot be lit by that itself. Only from the lit fire, it can be lit. Transmission of lamp only can happen. Same way. How much ever you sit and talk in ordinary way? No. Only the reprogrammed DNA can transmit that frequency and right words and reprogram your DNA. That process only I call initiation. So it is very important to know the importance of initiation. If you sit and listen to the truth from an ordinary man who has intellectually memorized it, it is called learning, teaching and learning. If you sit and listen to a man who himself is practicing those truths, he is called Acharya, you are called Shishya. If you sit and listen to those truths, who has experienced it, he is called Guru, you are a Shishya. If you are listening to those truths from a being whose very DNA is programmed, it is called initiation. He is an incarnation, you are a devotee, it is called initiation. This is what exactly I am doing in Inner Awakening. Every session of Inner Awakening is an initiation. Awakening of one DNA. Every session of Inner Awakening. First working on life, means different energy centers. Then working on death, the different energy layers. Then working on koshas, sheets different energy sheets, energy fields, then working on the very core of energy. So every session is an initiation into the next step. Your DNA gets reprogrammed for enlightenment. In my life, there is an experience with a group of Tibetan monks. They made me sit inside the bell. Some 10 monks sit around the bell and rub the bell and go on chanting. I never realized the sound can create pain in your hair holes, in your pore. The bell has small holes through which I can breathe, but all the 10 sides they are sitting and rubbing the bell with a small wooden piece. That vibration created, that sound, within 5 minutes your ear stops listening to that sound. You can't hear it anymore. But every hair pore feels the pain as if a needle is being inserted. And after half an hour the pain also disappears. It becomes like a pleasure. Very strong, deep pleasure. Then they chant the words like, you are deathless, you are painless, you have no hunger, you have no thirst, you have no old age. They chant like this. I now translated in negative way. They don't say you have no old age, they say you are ever young. They say you are always fulfilled. You are immortal. They declare in positive terms. And I was really shocked. Because first I thought, what can this do? Maybe a ceremony. I love usually these ceremonies. Anywhere, any ceremony I see, I'll go and sit. Whether it is a shraddha or I will not bother. Whether it is some sannyas ceremony is going on, or some shraddha is going on, some ceremony is going on, I'll go and sit. So I saw some ceremony going on. I asked, will you allow me? They said, are you sannyasi? I said, yes, I left the house long before. Then they put me in that ceremony. I started attending. Then I realized, now I can realize completely the frequencies and language can reprogram your DNA. I can tell you, still I do not have anything called pain in my body. If you have seen me 10 days before, in Himalayas, 10-15 days before, there was a big wound, at least 4 to 5 inch wound, long, maybe quarter inch depth. There was a bleeding and big wound. It took 5 days for me to realize there was a wound. Something has happened to the hand. Some brahmachari saw and told me. By the time it got healed by itself. Even though body is ordinary body, there is no such thing as pain. Still, it takes so much to push the food inside my system because there is no such thing as hunger. People have to remind me to drink water continuously because there is no thirst. The DNA reprogramming. The power of DNA is reprogramming. So your DNA can be reprogrammed by the right words, right chantings, right initiation from the incarnation whose DNA is completely reprogrammed. That is why the words heard from the Master spreads inside you like a fire and makes you experience. Scientist Garja Jayev says, human language did not appear coincidentally, but it is a reflection of our DNA. That is why Kashmir to Kanyakumari, when there was no communication like a telephone, television, telegraph, anything, Sahana Avatu is chanted in same frequency. Go to Kashmir Shaivites temples or Bhavani Mandir or Vaishnava Devi and go to Kanyakumari, Kanyadevi, Bhavati Mandir. You will see Sahana Avatu and Purnamatam being chanted in same tone, same frequency. So the language is not just coincident. It is a reflection of our DNA. So, through this I want you to understand three important truths. One, be aware of the words you use. Second, listen to the great words only from the person who has experienced. Third thing, whenever you listen to the great words on higher frequencies from the person who has experienced, whose DNA is reprogrammed, it becomes your experience. That is what is initiation. The next research, the scientist and researcher Greg Braden gives evidences on how emotions change our DNA. Number one, in case of gratitude, love and appreciation, DNA responded by relaxing and length become longer. Just simple, feeling love. Understand that every day, morning 1 hour when you do Guru Puja, your DNA is relaxed and length becomes longer. Because you are in the mood of gratitude, love and appreciation. 1 hour, DNA becoming longer is too much to live at least 130 years. I am telling you. 1 hour is too much. I tell you, even 21 minutes. 21 minutes of love and appreciation, feeling. That's one cycle. See, one cycle per day. If you keep anything alive, that is more than enough to keep you whole day in that experience. It's like any emotion maintained for a cycle becomes the louder voice in your system, because now morning you sit and more than actually 2 cycles you guys maintain. The Guru Puja is more than, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja you do is more than 2 cycles, around 42 minutes. So 2 cycles you are doing. In the 2 cycles, 1 cycle give it as a discount. Some moment maybe you are looking at the flower or looking at the mantra, or 1 or 2 moments you miss, leave it, it's okay. Even if 1 cycle, if you are able to maintain some feeling, some idea, some concept, that becomes the loudest concept uttered by your mind to your body in the whole day. Because you cannot maintain even the worst hatred or enmity for 1 cycle in a day, even if you try. Or you may have to sit and visualize, see that fellow's picture, remember that incident again and again. Anyhow, you are not going to do that every day. And you won't be able to. So naturally, this gratitude, love and appreciation becomes the loudest information, loudest action, loudest voice of your system. The second research, in case of anger, fear, frustration and stress, DNA is tightened up, DNA becomes shorter and DNA's codes are switched off. Means almost the partial death starts happening in you. The partial death becomes experience in you. So understand, the anger, fear and frustration and stress even if it happens with the logic and reason, it harms you more than your enemy. As I told you yesterday, develop this habit of abhayam sarvabhudebhyo, nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. You will be a powerful person and warrior, both. The next, the truth is, this is from a website, Living Light Foundation. Once 12 strands of DNA are activated, emotions, beliefs, behavioral patterns that do not serve our life can be removed and replaced with vibration of love energy. That is what I call you becoming an incarnation. This is what has exactly happened to me at the age of 22, 2000. Year 2000, at the age of 22, this is what has happened to me. All the 12 strands got awakened. All the 12 strands of DNA got activated. So the emotions, beliefs, behavioral patterns that do not serve our life, life's purpose, is removed and replaced with vibrations of love energy. I can call it as vibrations of awareness, bliss energy. Different names you can give. And I realized I am an incarnation and I have a purpose to fulfill. And it is expressing. So understand, this is the science behind how an incarnation feels, acts and lives. There is another one, truth. The balancedexistence.com, this is the another one website which works on, which gives information on this DNA science. Scientists experimented the change in emotions changes the shape of DNA. They infer that emotions change our physical DNA, and when we change, the world around us changes. Please understand. Oh God. Emotions change our physical DNA, and when we change, the world around us changes. Again, I always tell people, be blissful, wealth will be attracted towards you. You will attract all the right things, right situations and right happenings. The world around you will change. The scientists are saying the same thing in different words. So the essence is, let you start practicing the higher human emotions and reprogram your system with higher human existence, in a higher way of existing, with higher reality. You will see your DNA changes, your health improves, your life changes, even the world around you changes completely. So let you all experience this change. Inner awakening is all about giving you the glimpse of this change. You are reprogrammed to the higher reality. All your human emotions are purified, and not only your health becomes strong, you are transformed physically. You learn the science of attracting the right changes around you, because the Sangha gives you that intelligence. So to experience Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, be in inner awakening. Here is a discovery from dailygalaxy.com, a website. So many scientists contribute to that website. DNA has been found to have a bizarre activity to put itself together even at a distance, when according to known science it should not be able to. I'll explain how the teleporting, telepathy, all these things are possible. It is just because of this truth. DNA has been found to have a bizarre ability to put itself together even at a distance, when according to known science it should not be able to. Science is said to catch up with teleporting and telepathy and all that. Scientists Grezna and France found out the DNA can cause patterns in vacuum, producing magnetic wormholes. Please understand, it's a new word, wormholes. Wormholes are tunnels-like connections between areas in universe through which DNA attracts bits of information outside time and space and passes them on to our consciousness. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Let me add my own experience for this. They say, the scientists are saying that DNA can cause patterns in vacuum producing magnetic wormholes. That wormholes can attract bits of information outside time and space. Patanjali again and again says, you don't need to learn just from the five senses, means seeing and hearing. I have an example of Vivekananda. Whatever he expressed in 9 years of his public life, even for you to study, it will take 39 years, his lifetime. This proves solidly, Vivekananda did not receive all information through eyes and ears. You can take my example. Whatever I expressed in last 8 years, even for you to study and understand, it will take at least 33 years. Forget about experiencing and expressing, just to study. Very clearly you can see, logically you can see very clearly, objectively you can see, this much of information cannot get into the system through ears and seeing or any other education method within last 33 years, even if I was studying all 33 years, 24 hours. Then how did these informations get into the system and comes out? This is the secret. DNA can create magnetic wormholes which receives bits of information outside time and space. That's what we call consciousness. So till the wormholes are created in your DNA, you need an outside master. Once the wormholes are created in your DNA, you don't need outside master there. Outside Guru sits inside you as Antar Guru and teaches you. He sits inside you and goes on supplying the knowledge. And another one important information, the last punchline. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Whatever I downloaded through my wormholes and DNA can be transmitted to you without using my words, without you seeing or listening. Just if your DNA is activated or turned on. That is what I call initiation, Upanishad. Only in the beginning, you need to listen to my words. If the DNA gets activated or turned on, no need for words, no need for ordinary way of teaching. Just the transmission, the initiation, energy darshan is enough. That is what I was telling yesterday. It is, initiation is like an intense downloading into you. The knowledge and consciousness and information in this biomemory, in this DNA, is just transmitted. That is why these acharyas, once they are initiated, our trained teachers to go around and take classes, once they are initiated, there are thousands of information they never learnt from my books or heard from me, starts expressing through them. The answers which they would have never heard from me or read from my books suddenly starts expressing. How? This is the science. If your DNA is turned on or activated, these bits of information which gets downloaded through the wormholes created in DNA can just be transmitted without any conventional methods. This is what is happening during every initiation, every process in inner awakening. This is what I am doing in our Vidyalayas, in our Gurukuls. The transmission without using conventional methods is possible, was available, is available in our Vedic tradition. Was available in our Vedic tradition, is available in Nithyananda mission. It's possible. Otherwise you can't imagine hundreds of shakas of Upanishads, Vedas, have been by-hearted, memorized. By the time the kids complete 7 years in our tradition, there are rishis, there were rishis. By the age of 7, they mastered the whole thing. Millions of slokas. Shankara. I can give you thousands of examples. How is it possible? They are not myth. They are not just stories. They are histories. Understand? It's possible through super DNA. In NSP, every session, I am trying to make your DNA into super DNA. Same way in the inner awakening, every session is to turn on, activate the DNA so that the experience can be transmitted as it is. There's one more very interesting bit of information I have. It's from psychedelicadventure.com, website psychedelicadventure.com. Scientists irradiated DNA with laser light. On a screen, wave pattern was formed. The wave pattern still remained even after removal of DNA. It infers, point 1, the energy from outside of space still flows through activated wormholes after DNA removal. Means, once the initiation is given, even if you are not physically around me, the connection and energy transmission constantly goes on. The second thing, hypercommunication, telepathy, remote sensing is definitely a part of human protocol. Means, it is possible for human beings. Telepathy or remote sensing is possible for human beings. That is why I tell you, telepathy and remote sensing is a living mechanism even if you don't believe it. Whenever you have fear about somebody, anger towards somebody, enmity towards somebody, fear that they may attack you, just do one simple process. I give you this as a technique. Sit and say, Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. I give refuge to the whole world. And nobody, no being need to be afraid of me. I am not here to attack anybody. Please understand, visualize. Every DNA in your body sends this message. Every hair hole, pore in your body is used as a transmitter for this message. Sit very nicely, calmly, still. Every night when I switch off and relax into myself, say, Abhayam Sarva Bhudebhyo. Let the whole humanity be blessed with a deep abhaya. Nobody need to be afraid. Understand, still cosmos is alive. Still cosmos is alive. The big problem is the ordinary mind gets caught between these normal actions we need to do and the experience we need to carry. You just need little more expansion to comprehend the paradox of the life. That's all, nothing else. Whenever you have fear for somebody, about somebody, if you feel they may attack or do something harm, just sit and send a strong wave of Abhayam Sarvabhudebhyo. I am not enemy to anybody. I am not going to cherish enmity towards anybody. At the most, I may defend, protect myself, that's all. But I am not interested in attacking anybody. I am only interested in giving abhaya. Just send these waves. Not only that, when you send these waves of abhaya, you will see so much of healing happens in you. Even for defending, you will do minimum but right actions. As browsing through some of the articles about this epigenetics, this Dr. Hassan Church has written a book called Genie in Our Genes. He has done a great service to Vedic tradition by proving many of the Vedic truths scientifically. Anybody digs in any field with the one goal of Satya, truth, they land on Vedic tradition. In any field it can be. See, without having the vested interests of the marketing companies, marketing industry, in any field, anybody does research with Satya. Satya as the goal, truth as the goal. Simply they land on Vedic tradition. I can say this Hassan Church is a rishi. He very clearly proves the quality of your consciousness directly transforms the way in which you exist physiologically, or your physiological existence is directly affected by the quality of your consciousness. The quality of your consciousness and the physiological existence are so closely connected the epigenetics. They have done so much of research on this field, on this epigenome. Epigenome is a protein particle responsible for your genes and all the happenings based on genes. Please understand, we are always taught genes are responsible for our diseases. No. It's not true. Even your DNA is not responsible. The quality of your consciousness is responsible. The quality of consciousness can directly change DNA. Asan Church very beautifully proves even the persistent diseases handed over to you by the previous generations, like cancer, sugar, blood pressure, heart diseases, even they can be just altered, changed, transformed by the quality of your consciousness. Another research proves only 35% of your DNA is responsible, only 35%, for what you are, who you are, how you are, and all the major factors like your longevity, disease, health and everything. Only 35%. The science of epigenetics and the epigenome opens a new door to the great truths declared by Patanjali and Swatmarama. Patanjali in Raja Yoga Sutras and Swatmarama in Hatha Yoga Sutras. Shiva Sutras says very clearly, the man who is in perfect health just by his nisangalpa, means the intentionless consciousness, can transmit that to a human being or any being. That is what is exactly the science of healing. I have so many research references here today to share with you all. One is that Dawson Church research and the truth about the epigenome. I can see very clearly when I see these researches, exactly the experience which is happening in me, in others when I do the healing, is scientifically recorded and proved. Usually I see how the healing happens in people. I can see very clearly when I put the hand on the person, the epigenome structure starts changing, which is responsible for the whole building. Please understand, DNA is not responsible for the building. DNA is like a brick. Out of brick we build buildings, but brick itself is not responsible for the plan. If there is a defective brick, there will be defective building. But brick does not carry the blueprint of the building. The epigenome is responsible for the blueprint of the building. I could see very clearly the epigenome transforms itself and DNA just alters as per the transformation of the epigenome, and clearly the body just remembers the health. Please understand, health is your nature. You don't need to create it. You just need to remember it. The remembrance immediately awakens and the health is back. That is why even the doctors were surprised and shocked when they see the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, all those things get healed. Especially these long-term drug therapies are no more needed, and people just walk out of diseases. Doctors were shocked. They asked me again and again, what do you do? What do you do? I tell them, who knows? I only know what happens. But now I am understanding, because of the scientific discoveries. Maybe I can say earlier also I understand what happens, but now only I know the words to transmit that understanding to you all. I don't know what happens, but I do not know these technical terms like epigenetics and epigenome. Now I understand those words also, because of these scientific researches. The quality of your consciousness, the quality of consciousness in which you are living is directly responsible. It can just alter, transform any disease, including diseases like cancer, arthritis, handed over to you through generations. If you go to the internet, tons and tons of research is done in this field. How the spiritual healing directly works. Not only during spiritual healing, even during initiations, and when people come and sit near me in my breathing space, I can see very clearly their epigenome starts getting awakened, restructures itself, realigns itself. There is another research I was reading. In a vacuum tube, if there are some electrons lying random, if a human DNA is introduced, immediately they all come to a clear, organized shape. They all just stand up. It's like when master enters, how you automatically stand up. They all just organize themselves. Even after the DNA, human DNA was removed, they all stay back in the same shape. Same way, I can see very clearly when people sit in my breathing space, especially during Pada Puja, the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I can see very clearly their body just recupes and transforms. I used to wonder how to express this clearly in scientific terms. Hassan Church has done that job. Very beautifully, very scientifically, he has explained. The science of epigenome and epigenetics is the revelation. It's a science which proves now the declarations of Patanjali and Swatmarama and all great Vedic rishis, and my own experience. The quality of your consciousness decides diseases, longevity, quality of life, pain, depression, everything. Even the persistent diseases like cancer, blood pressure, heart diseases, sugar, everything. So I tell you, wake up and raise your consciousness. Not only to transform your DNA, to transform the whole world. See, when you transform your DNA, it is not just the great service done to you alone. It will be the greatest service you are doing to the world, whole world. Because when your DNA is transformed, you see, when your consciousness is brought to certain level, whoever you touch will be impacted by your consciousness, and their epigenome also will be re-altered. And their DNA will be transformed, and they get back to their health. This is the science of healer's initiation. That's what I am doing. Not only I transformed my epigenome and transformed my DNA structure and brought the highest possible conscious expression in this body and mind. Whoever is touched, if they also can raise their consciousness, of course, when I touch, the physical and mental healing happens. And if they also put a little bit of their effort and take up the responsibility to receive it completely, then a complete epigenome transformation, DNA transformation happens in them, and they also start experiencing the higher and higher possibilities of the consciousness in their body mind. So naturally, when they touch somebody else, their epigenome gets awakened, the DNA gets transformed, the health starts happening in that person. This is what the ripple wave effect. I tell you, this spiritual healing and enlightenment based communities, this too will be our greatest contribution to the human civilization. And the epigenome of epigenetics, this science of epigenome and epigenetics, will legitimize what we are doing internationally. This science will legitimize what we are doing internationally, I tell you. Seeing the researchers and the reports, I am really shocked, not just surprised, shocked. Every word uttered by our rishis, every truth casually mentioned by our rishis, which I am bringing back to life experientially, is proved with solid reports and researches. I tell you, future is ours. If humanity is going to have future, it is ours. Not only that, let us create new human beings. New human beings. It is time we create a breakthrough. We give a breakthrough for human beings. Like how gorilla, chimpanzee became human being. Now it is time for a human being to become enlightened being. Let us put all our efforts and energies strongly to raise the human consciousness more and more in all possible ways. This will be the greatest happening to the humanity. Even one moment, if you can unclutch and relax in restful awareness, or you can help somebody to unclutch and be in restful awareness, you are adding something great to the universe. Understand? Something great to the universe. Even if one moment you unclutch and rest in conscious, restful awareness, and help somebody to rest in restful awareness, raising consciousness, you contributed something great to the humanity. Understand? You contributed something great to the humanity. Let's popularize these great researches on this epigenetics and the epigenome, the ideas about the epigenome. Epigenome can be changed through conscious choices regardless of what we have been handed over through generations. Add more and more joy, laughter, love, life, dance, bliss, restful awareness to the humanity. Let us create intense, conscious cyclones, superconscious tsunamis. All over the world. Save the humanity, human consciousness, and human health. All you guys decide two things strongly. One, from now you will live in the highest possible consciousness continuously. Second, even if you leave the body, you will get back to serve the world in this highest consciousness. We need more and more people in human body to remove the inhumanity from humanity. We need more and more people in human body to remove inhumanity in humanity. It's time. We really need. Actually, when I go through the scientific researches, even I realize more and more the urgency with which we need to create N communities, urgency with which we need to create the N civilization, urgency with which we need to radiate enlightenment. So let the urge become the urgent. Even the life which is happening in your body is gift. Constantly you are showered. If you stand on this base, you can create wealth 10 times more. You can create infrastructure. See, if you start your life from the mood of not having, you will not create wealth, you will grab wealth. If you start your life feeling blessed, you will create wealth, you will not grab wealth. There's a big difference, understand? If you start your life with the feeling, I don't have, you will grab, you will never create. You will be waiting for the opportunities to grab. Sometimes people tell me, Swamiji, I am completely content. I tell them, oh, that's great. If you get a lottery, $1 billion, will you say you don't want? No, no, no. Then what do you mean by you are completely content? No. Move from contentment to fulfillment. Fulfillment is totally different from contentment. If you start with idea of not having, I don't have, you will only grab. You will wait to grab. If you start with the reality, I am showered. Still I am alive, my kidney is working, my liver is working, my brain is working at least once in a while, my heart is working. My lungs are working. So many things in our system is working. I am still feeling I am alive. Millions of possibilities open the moment you feel that you are alive. See, like the moment you are out of this door, the millions of stars are seen. The millions of possibilities are opening up. Same way, the moment you feel you are alive, the millions of possibilities are opening. The door for the millions of possibility is the first experience, I am alive. Why don't you recognize that and celebrate? Understand, just a few days before we celebrated my Enlightenment Day, I am telling you very directly, all that happened on the day, I wanted to put it in a very plain words to you. I just recognized I am alive, and I realized that I am alive opens thousands of possibility in the realms of mysticism, in the realms of life, in the realms of physical health, mental health, wealth, knowledge, enlightenment, relationships. In every realm which you feel is essence of life, are necessary for happy life, and finally being happy without anything, in all realms, I suddenly felt in each realm thousands of possibilities are opening for me because I am alive. All I did is I recognized I am alive, and I realized thousands of possibilities opening in front of me. Billions of possibilities are open in front of me, and I started celebrating, that's all. See, recognizing I am alive is Sat, truth. Recognizing billions of possibilities are there in front of me is Chit, consciousness. Celebrating, wow, is Ananda, that's all. Just I experienced Satchidananda, the glimpse of Satchidananda. On the day, that's what I call enlightenment. And just decide, today you will recognize you are alive. You are alive means what? Now, millions of possibilities are opening in front of you. What million? Billion? What billion? Trillion. Possibilities are opening in front of you. You can be a good father or you can be a bad father. You can be a good brother, or you can be a bad brother. You can be a good friend, or you can be a bad friend, or you can be healthy, or you can be sick. But all are possibilities. Thousands of possibilities are open in front of you is enough reason to celebrate. Understand? When you realize trillions of possibilities are open in front of you, you will become desireless. Please understand, I am cracking an important nut which keeps ignorance alive in you. I am cracking the head of the ignorance. If you are aware, trillions of possibilities are in front of you, you will not have desire. You will experience anashayam, means where not only there is desirelessness, the possibilities of desires gets burnt. You may think, how can it be? If there are billions of possibilities in front of me, naturally I will be having so many desires to have this choice, that choice, that choice, that choice. No. When there is billions of possibilities in front of you, billions of choices in front of you, suddenly you feel like resting in choicelessness. The decision to rest in choicelessness, decision to relax in choicelessness happens when you see trillions of choices in front of you. When trillions of possibilities are in front of you, you just decide relaxing into choicelessness. You feel the ability to choose is more powerful, important, energetic, fulfilling than any choice you make. Please understand? The moment you start making choices, your freedom of being in choicelessness is getting restricted. The moment you choose, you will be choosing language. Now you are in a bondage of acting only in that language realm. Till you choose, you have a freedom of all languages. The moment you choose, you will take birth in India. Now you are bound by all the plus and minuses of this Indian society. Till you choose, you are beyond the plus and minuses of Indian society. Every choice you make takes away some part of being choiceless from you. So when there are trillions of choices in front of you, you suddenly decide, wow, being choiceless is the best thing. Being choiceless is the ultimate experience. The person who is being choiceless will be the infinite creator. Infinite creator, please understand. Try resting in choicelessness. You will see the amount of wealth you will create, attract around you without grabbing. Relax into the space of gratitude. You are showered with so much. Trillions of choices are there in front of you. When you realize trillions of choices are there in front of you, you just relax in choiceless awareness.
I speak on this fracture. And the lesson to be learned from this whole thing. The lesson I live, and the lesson all of you can learn.
question everybody asks, why did Swamiji get into the horse? What is the need? See, life is not supposed to be just you wake up from the same bed and you walk through the same floor and you get into the same vehicle and you just go to the same office, come back and lie down in the same bed. Life is learning. So I also thought, why not pick up horse riding? And after all, this horse riding, swimming, all these things are inside our biomemory. Just keep your eye on it, it will come up. So I thought, why not try? That's the reason I tried. Nothing wrong. It was going well. Every day it was going well. And every day I was going around the ashram and hours. Morning and evening. I think that day, a little bit of music, loud music, and all our ashramites started cheering up. So I got really excited, nothing else, that's all. And the moment I felt, first thing I thought is, oh, these fellows should not suffer. All the brahmacharis, ashramites were around me, they should not suffer. First thing I told is, I am okay, don't worry. I am okay, don't worry. That's what I told first thing. And after I got up, I saw the fracture in the hand. And I told maybe there is a fracture, let's go to the hospital and do what needs to be done. First we went to 7 o'clock I fell. 2:30 only they did the surgery. Till then no painkiller, no anesthesia, no pain. No painkiller, no anesthesia, no pain. It is a compounded 2 fracture, bones are gone piece. And doctors were shocked, surprised. They were again and again saying, what do you mean by no pain, Swamiji? I said, I don't know. Actually, the fracture did not do any problem to my body. Now the little bit of sickness I am having is the medicines these fellows infused into my body. This antibiotic and all the anesthesia, everything they infused into the body. That is the reason I am having a little cough and phlegm and all that. Otherwise the original fracture did not do anything. There was no suffering, there was no pain. And fortunately, the moment I fell from the horse, that is also completely video recorded in the security camera. And the whole, how I was taken to the hospital, the whole thing is video recorded. And surgery is also video recorded. They are saying impossible. The doctors are saying it must be excruciating pain for me because the bone came out of skin. Bone has made a hole in the skin. There was bleeding. And some 3-4 pieces it became. 2 fracture and 3-4 pieces. And you may ask, why no pain? See, there was no suffering. I did not look back to think, why did I get into the horse? I did not look back. I could have just avoided getting into the horse. As the brahmacharis could have avoided the music. See, time is short. Whatever is happening is a Kalavaira, Guru. Kalavaira is Guru. Time is short. Time is short should not be looked with the why. You should not look at the time short with the postmortem mood. I did not do postmortem. This is the way life is. That's all. Either look at the time with a deep, complete acceptance or with gratitude. I look at the gratitude. Fortunately, there was no injury on the head. There was no injury on the back. Usually, when people fall from the horse, they have injury only on the head. They break collarbone. Nothing of that injuries happened. So I looked at Kailaasa only with the gratitude. Kailaasa is Guru. Life is Guru. Do not look at life with a postmortem mood. I could have thought, oh, this fellows could have avoided the music, this fellows could have avoided the shouting, cheering up. I got to avoid getting into the arts. What is the meaning for me to learn the arts in this age? Horse riding. Who asked me to learn the horse riding? Thousands of ways. You can ask why towards the life. But why towards the life always brings suffering. Why and if and wife. All three bring suffering. The why does not give any answers. It just brings more and more suffering. So I always tell you, look at the life. Look at Kala Bhairava means time shot. Whatever is happening. Look at life. Either with complete acceptance or with deep gratitude. That's all. Then there will not be any suffering. So the lesson you need to learn from this whole thing, my prasadam to you. See, this is a great experience for me. So I can give you the prasadam of this experience. Is never go to life, Kala Bhairava, Guru. All these three are one and the same. See, life only teaches you. Guru only teaches you. When the life is intensely teaching you, this Guru. Life or Kala Bhairava or Guru. Never go to the Kala Bhairava or Guru with a mood of why. Always go with the total acceptance or with extraordinary gratitude. Not only that, I will show you now, miraculously how. In 2-3 days the whole thing gets healed. Completely the whole thing gets healed. I will show you. And the whole healing miraculously happening also because no suffering. No suffering, no pain. So learn this one lesson. Come on. Sit with this one idea for a few minutes. Let me approach life with a deep gratitude or full acceptance. Know why to life.
Your thoughts and emotions can alter your DNA. I have some of the beautiful Shastra Pramanas. Of course, modern day Shastra Pramanas by some of the scientists. The scientist Daniel Winter and his heart coherence team found proof that human emotions can reprogram your DNA and shape your immune system. The next research, the scientist and researcher Greg Braden gives evidences on how emotions change our DNA. Number 1, in case of gratitude, love and appreciation, DNA responded by relaxing and length became longer. Just simple, feeling love. There is another one, truth. The balancedexistence.com. This is the another one website which works, which gives information on this DNA science. Scientists experimented. The change in emotions changes the shape of DNA. They infer that emotions change our physical DNA, and when we change, the world around us changes. Please understand. Oh God. Emotions change our physical DNA, and when we change, the world around us changes. Again, I always tell people, be blissful, wealth will be attracted towards you. You will attract all the right things, right situations, and right happenings. The world around you will change. The scientists are saying the same thing
in different words. Understand? If you are suffering with diabetes, the imbalance of samana, you are suffering with the desires and thoughts which are not going to bring fulfillment to you. I can connect every emotion, every thing to the major diseases people suffer. The fear is responsible for blood pressure. Constant fear raises the blood pressure. If your survival instinct is constantly challenged, blood pressure goes up. If you are constantly suffering with the desire which makes you tired, agamya, the ideas which makes you tired, agamya, the diabetes, blood sugar starts. If you are constantly suffering with the shrinking idea, please understand, shrinking means guilt. Guilt is shrinking. Shrinking ideas are responsible for arthritis. If you are suffering with the memories of physical, mental, emotional pain, that is directly responsible for your relationships, unable to expand your life, and the identity you feel. Please understand, some emotional pain, if it is carried strongly in your system, you will stop expanding.
But honesty is only one ingredient for authenticity. It is not authenticity by itself. Please understand. Honesty is only one ingredient for authenticity. Authenticity is something more than honesty. I'll give you the difference between honesty and authenticity. For example, if you are angry with somebody, you will express directly to that person, I am angry with you. It is honesty, but that is not authenticity. Authenticity means really two beings may understand each other where even the anger will not happen. Please understand, there is a difference between honesty and authenticity. Honesty is socially good quality. Authenticity is spiritual quality. It is not social good quality. Honesty is only the first step, initial step. Authenticity is the spiritual quality. Authenticity means living the spiritual truths authentically. See, a husband lying to the wife, neither there is honesty nor authenticity. Husband telling truth to the wife that he is a womanizer is honesty but not authenticity. Husband living just as a husband is authenticity. So each person's role, if he or she is completely living, it is authentic. When he is failing and revealing the failure to the other person, it is honesty. Revealing the failure is not living successfully. Understand? Revealing the failure is revealing the failure. It is honest, no doubt, but not authentic. You may be keeping your balance sheet proper with a country, nation. Are you keeping your balance sheet proper with the cosmos, with the universe? What is the meaning of the word keeping the balance sheet in tune with the cosmos? Means just remembering continuously you are not qualified for anything. Everything is showered on you. Please understand. Remembering everything is a gift given to you by the cosmos in your life is what I mean by keeping your balance sheet straight with the cosmos. You don't need to pay anything back. The attitude, everything is a gift to you.
is keeping the balance sheet authentic with the cosmos. You do not know. Gratitude is such a powerful ingredient. The moment you add that, honesty becomes authenticity. I have seen people many times mistake honesty into authenticity. No, honesty is not authenticity. Honesty is more like a hot love. Authenticity is like a cool stream. Understand? Honesty will always be demanding. I am honest, you be honest. Authenticity will be always flowing. I am flowing, I don't bother about you. Authenticity fills you and others. Honesty burns others and you. Many times I have seen the people who are honest, within few days or few weeks or few months, they will torture and kill the other person in the name of honesty. God, honesty is a foolish substitute to authenticity.
Gratitude is prayer. Generally, our religious life starts in prayer, ends in gratitude. Prayer has got different dimensions. It gets mature as you get mature. Prayer is the bridge towards divinity. Prayer is the bridge towards your higher consciousness. Prayer is the bridge to take you beyond the sufferings of the planet Earth. Prayer is the technique, is the method to lead you to superconscious state. Let us understand the various dimensions of prayer, step by step. One thing, prayer has got different forms. Nothing is higher, nothing is lower. Whatever way you can start, you can start. But naturally you will be growing towards the higher level of consciousness. First thing, in the physical level, prayer starts in the physical level, going to the temple, praying to God, praying to the murtis of gods and goddesses, and doing some puja, doing some havan. First physical thing. Prayer should be started in physical way. First, prayer starts in the level of physical worship. Then next, it goes to the level of verbal worship. You chant the stotras, you chant the mantras, you do the nama japa, chanting by words, you worship the divine, you pray. Now you come to a little higher level. First puja, then japa, stotra, or repetition of the God's mantra. All these things are verbal prayer. Verbal prayer plays a major role in keeping the mind in higher form, in the higher level. The remembrance of some sacred syllable, continuous repetition, with awareness. That's the important thing. Without awareness, repeating will become an unconscious habit. Please don't do that. The more your mind is filled with some sacred syllable, sacred words, the more your inner chattering will be cleansed. Your inner chattering has almost become like a junk. So much of unnecessary things you throw into it. So much of repression and suppression. So much of anger and violence you suppress inside your being. Where will all that go? It will go and disturb your inner chattering. Your inner chattering is made out of the stuff which you suppress inside. If you suppress too much of violence, if you suppress too much of sex, if you suppress too much of anger, those things only will come out in your inner chattering unconsciously. All your inner chattering is made of the same stuff which you suppress inside. What you put inside, that only will come out naturally. If you put mantras inside, the sacred syllables inside, the divine words inside, the stotras inside, good words inside, you will see you are radiating the same beautiful words, same beautiful feeling, same beautiful bliss. The more you chant the right words, less you will be chanting the wrong words. Second is the verbal prayer. Third is the important thing, mental prayer. When prayer reaches the third dimension, it becomes mental. First it is physical, second verbal, third mental. In mental level it is called as meditation. In physical level it is called worship or puja. In the verbal level it is called japa. In the mental level it is called meditation, dhyana. When you reach this level, neither your body needs to be involved, nor your inner chattering needs to be involved. Just your being will start relating. In japa, it is a communication. In dhyana, it is a communion. In prayer, it is communication between you and God. In meditation, it is a communion with you and God. You start experiencing the taste of divine. You start experiencing the glimpse of divine. You start experiencing the glimpse of bliss. Important thing, as long as you do puja or japa, you and God are different. The moment you enter the dhyana, you start realizing godliness in you. You start experiencing the divine in you. You start getting the glimpse of what you worshipped all these years. The unique communion starts between you and you. It is not even between you and God, because God becomes part of your being, you become part of Him. Drop merges into the ocean, ocean merges into the drop. You start experiencing the glimpse, you start feeling you are the part of the whole. The Advaitic experience, Advaitic means non-dualistic. A feeling of oneness starts happening. inside your being, a different kind of experience. As long as you do the japa, you are worshipping. The moment you enter into jnana, you merge with the object which you worshipped. With that, you become one. You start experiencing the consciousness. The final step comes, the fourth thing, where neither you nor the God exists. Both disappear into one experience. That is what I call gratitude. The beginning, the physical level, you worship. This is the puja, worship. In the verbal level, you chant, japa. This is what I call repetition of the names. In the mental level, you meditate, you experience the divine in you. That is what I call dhyana. And in the spiritual level, the fourth level, spiritual level, you experience not only the oneness, even the idea of oneness disappears. There is only one thing remains, gratitude. Towards whom? Towards nobody, just gratitude. Not even addressed to somebody. As long as the gratitude is addressed to somebody, there is two persons. Person who gives, person who receives. But the ultimate level, it is not even addressed to somebody. It just overflows. Energy expresses itself in the form of gratitude. Energy expresses itself in the form of bliss, deep feeling of fulfillment. That is what we call samadhi. Samadhi means the being, after getting totally fulfilled, expresses itself in the form of energy. There is nobody who expresses and there is nobody who receives, just experience. In this level, the experiencer and the experienced merges into experience. In that moment, only one thing exists, that is simply experience. Neither experiencer nor the experienced. Both merges into one being. That is what we call experience. You feel so much, life is showering on you. You feel it is too much. I can't tolerate anymore. It is so much of joy, so much of ecstasy. You start losing your identity. You start losing your boundary. You can have identity as long as you have a trace of suffering. The moment suffering disappears, you lose your boundary. Understand? An important thing you need to understand. You can have ego only if you have suffering. Your ego cannot exist without suffering. Suffering is the root for your ego. It is an important thing you need to understand. We always think the other way. Ego is disturbed by suffering. No, ego is enriched by suffering. An important thing. If your suffering is less, your ego is less. You feel you are too small, so you increase your suffering. You increase your suffering so that you can feel you are somebody. When ego disappears, you will be merged inside the bliss. When you merge inside the bliss, ego disappears. When you go really deep into your being, when you become one with the existence, when you experience, only gratitude flows, only grateful feeling overflows. It is just gratitude. That's a beautiful meditation in Sufism. They say the only way to relate with God is gratitude. Because with gratitude, you start experiencing Him. With prayer, you only start relating with Him. With gratitude, you start experiencing Him. The deeper level of your being, your spiritual layer, start experiencing with gratitude. Understand few things. How many things you are showered in your life? How much God has showered? But we never look into the things which is showered on us. We always look, what next? When you really live with a deep sensitivity, with understanding, without taking things for granted, you will experience a new space in your being, and you will experience deep joy in your being. You will experience different gratitude towards the whole life, towards persons, towards situations, ultimately towards the whole existence. Gratitude is the ultimate prayer. Gratitude is the greatest attitude. Gratitude is the greatest attitude which you can have towards human beings, towards life, towards persons, towards situations. So gratitude is the greatest attitude towards God. Gratitude is the ultimate prayer.
We relate, we worship through the idol, not the idol. Understand? When you see the deity, idol is not remembered. If you remember the idol, the deity is not remembered. When you see a stone elephant, you will not see the material. If you see it as a material, you can't see it as an elephant. An artist will see that as an elephant, but will not see it as a material. If there is a stone, if there is a wooden elephant, the elephant carved out of wood, a person who is involved with the wood business, if he sees, he will say, oh, sandalwood, wonderful wood, high cost, this must be the cost. He will be talking about the wood. He can never see the elephant. If an artist, if he sees, he will say, oh, beautiful sculpture, beautiful carving, elephant, amazing. He will not see the elephant. He will not see the wood. So if the moment you see the wood, you will not see elephant. The moment you see the elephant, you will not see the wood. It cannot happen in the same moment. It can happen only in the next moments. Even if you see wood, elephant, wood, one moment you can see only as elephant. Only in the next moment you can see it as a wood. The next moment you can see it as an elephant. When you see this as a God, you will not see it as a world. When you see this as a world, you will not see it as a God. If you see this whole cosmos as a world, giving you fear and greed, you can't see this as a God. If you see this whole thing as a God, you can't see this as a world. There won't be any fear and greed. See, the whole thing happened in Ramakrishna's life. Just an ordinary deity, statue. He started seeing it as a God. He was never able to see it as a stone or a statue. And it might have started in a very raw level, but slowly, just because of his very intensity, the whole thing became alive and led him to ultimate enlightenment, removing all the obstacles, guiding itself. He says, when he goes and talks to the Devi, she says, just to teach you the Jivan Mukti, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I brought him here, go and learn. Then he comes back and says, he is telling me to drop you. He is telling me to kill you, destroy you. She says, yes, do it. Please understand. In India, villages, I always tell this one example, Indian villages, they burn the dead bodies. They will use a big stick, big bamboo to burn the body. Once the whole body is burnt, they will throw that stick also in the same fire and that also will be burnt. Same way, use master's form or God's form to burn the attachment with all other forms. When all other forms attachment is dropped, this form is intelligent enough to disappear by itself or guide you to beyond the formlessness. The master's form or the God's form is intelligent enough to lead you to beyond all the forms and lead you to very form itself. So Kali says, yes, go beyond my form, cut the form. And I can say that is the moment of ultimate gratitude. Ultimate gratitude. He has liberated you from everything and liberates you from himself also. Liberates you from himself also. Then suddenly you will see his form will not be there anymore in your inner space, but you know he is there. He is there. He is there. Intensely present. Intensely present. As long as you feel connected with the form, sometime you will see he is present, sometime you will see he is absent. And you will struggle to feel connected, maintain that feeling connection continuously. You will struggle to feel the connection continuously. When you are able to feel connected to him beyond his form, you are liberated even from that form. You will see suddenly his presence is there intensely, continuously, and guiding you, radiating. This Thanksgiving is one of the wonderful thing I learned from the West. Understand? I am very open and honest. Whatever is said and done, somehow the Thanksgiving idea was not there. The very idea did not get engraved so much in India. Only in the West, especially this function, this Thanksgiving function, I saw so much of importance and respect is given to it. And I understood, yes, there are some wonderful things we need to learn. In India, maybe there during Deepavali or something, but not keeping this as a main base or bone, backbone structure. So this was one of the great thing, at least I learned from this country, from this tradition. And not only that, even verbally thanking is given so much of importance in this culture, which is needed. The Vedic tradition, the thanking or the gratitude, it has become more a spiritual quality. It was never a social quality. It was there, but more or less a spiritual quality. But here I saw it's vibrant, alive in every day-to-day life. It is a social quality which we need to really learn and imbibe. Maybe I can say this is a kind of a constant meditation, every day meditation. Whenever you say the word thank you, that's like a everyday meditation, reminding yourself how the gratitude becomes a spiritual practice. Today, very funny but a very mystical incident. Today Pradosha Puja was there, means before the discourse around 5:30, the puja for Nandi. Today is the day Mahadeva gave Shivasutras to Devi. Pradosham is the day Mahadeva spoke these teachings, these sutras to Devi. Today I went and sat there, and after the puja, the archana started. I was in such a deep silence and samadhi. The archana was going on. Slowly, I saw behind me, the group which was sitting, one or two people were little uncomfortable, not settling down. Of course, I did not see physically, but because I was in samadhi, I can see very clearly what is going on in the minds, like a worms moving. I saw few minds little unsettled, little irritated. I was thinking, this presence, anybody will fall in tune so beautifully, so wonderfully. What is the problem? I saw few guys are not able to, were a little agitated because that brahmachari was chanting the mantra. He chanted the name Nithyananda also, along with the mantra. These few, one or two brains doesn't understand the Rudra, the traditional Rudram itself, there is a word Nithyananda. It's a name of Shiva. It's name of Mahadeva. And I was just seeing. And another funny thing is, I did not even remember or listen, it is my name, because I was in such a deep samadhi. Never feel, that's my name. And there are few intelligent guys, maybe who had the click or initiation, who had that gratitude or the love. I saw, the more they heard that word, they were able to feel more and more connected. Because, understand, the experience with the master will intensify your true devotion. Usually, master is used like an object to create devotion in you. Many of our disciples come and tell me, Swamiji, only after I felt connected to you, only now I feel connected to all the puja, rituals, tradition and everything. Till then I never had connection with all those things. All those things people used to do, I go there like a ritual. Only now it makes sense so much. It makes meaning. Master is like a window or a door. Feeling connected to him or grateful to him will open a new door of being grateful to everything. Feeling connected to everything. Few people who had that click, I saw very beautifully they were able to settle. And the few people, and even those few, it is not that they never know or never had any blessing or never had any benefits from the master. They had. But that gratitude, the thanking attitude has not started. If that starts, you will stop judging. Thanking is one of the very powerful quality. In our first meditation technique, the first meditation program, the 7th technique, the quality to open the Sahasrara chakra, the ultimate chakra, is gratitude. In gratitude, you will stop judging and fall in tune more and more and more. I saw today beautifully the power of thanksgiving, consciously. Power of thanksgiving. That those few guys, they also do not know traditionally the Nithyananda is one more name of Shiva. If you chant the Rudram, the original Rudram, from the Varanasi edition, there will be a name Nithyananda. And I saw the person, both of them do not know. Person who got agitated and person who, did not, who felt connected. Both of them do not know traditionally it is the name of Shiva, so it is getting chanted. And the person who did not get agitated, he had some gratitude. Because of that, that name only connected him more and more. The person who did not have, because of that one word, one agitation, he was not able to connect to the whole ritual. The whole ritual. I just smiled And I understood the whole thing. I smiled and turned to the priest and said, "Stop chanting." He stopped. He just chanted only a few times, then he stopped. If you attended the puja, you would have seen why suddenly Swamiji stopped the recital of his name. That was the reason. Understand, whenever the one simple quality of gratitude, if it starts, gratitude is like a small fire which can burn all your karmas. All the karmas. Anything which you carry on, which you brought, which you are accumulating, anything can be burnt. A simple remembrance of gratitude, not only to the Master, to every being, to everything. It brings so much of sensitivity. It brings so much of love and so much of settled feeling, so much of connected feeling. It can just move. I saw the person who was agitated a little bit, whose mind was complicated, his mental thought, the structure was, why should his name being chanted? And he doesn't understand. The person whose name is chanted, he doesn't even remember it is his name. It is his name. Somebody asked me in the discourse, why should you be there and we should be here? I told him very beautifully, actually understanding these few ideas will really give you the deep insights about Thanksgiving, where we miss and what we miss. I told him, because I am nobody, I am here. Because you are somebody, you are there. Understand that if you are somebody, even if you are made to sit here, you will think, I think for my qualification, it should be little better. Wherever you go, whatever way you are respected, you will feel that something more has to be done, should have been done. If you are nobody, whether you are respected or not, you will never bother. You will be in such easiness, comfort. There will never be a disturbance. Person who has become nobody, wherever he is, he will be comfortable. Person who has become somebody, wherever he is, he will have some complications, some misunderstanding. The gratitude will make you as nobody. Just, you will be a flowing energy. You will be just flowing energy. I have seen that flowing energy in the poems of Sufi mystics. Sufism is completely the tradition based on the gratitude. And the way in which they flow, it was such wonderful flow. It was such a gratitude-based tradition. It does not take any training at all to have the divine experience through Sufism. With all other tradition, to have divine experience, the mindless, the experience beyond mind, it takes quite a lot of time. First understanding, then sadhana, austerity and all those things. With Sufism, it doesn't take time. Straight away it happens, because every step, every teaching is directed towards thanking, gratitude. So, understand this one great quality, it can really transport you to different plane.
What is the reason we do puja at the Guru's feet? Why do people want to touch the Guru's feet? It's an ancient tradition. In the Vedic tradition, when you are showered so much by Guru with his knowledge, experience, love, blessings,
everything, when you are showered by him, overflowing gratitude, you don't know what to do. So you offer whatever you have at his feet. That is the way the tradition of Guru Puja started, the Vedic tradition. This is the oldest ritual. Please understand. Oldest sacred ritual is Guru Puja. The moment the first disciple was excited, Parvati, Adi Shakti is the first disciple. The moment she was excited with the experience of Shiva, experience given by Mahadeva, Shiva, in that extraordinary gratitude, she fell at Mahadeva's feet and offered whatever she had at his feet. So the first ritual, Guru Puja, started. The first initiation is Shiva Sutra. The first sacred ritual is Guru Puja. First stotra is Guru Gita. The overflowing gratitude, you pour yourself at the feet of the Master. And same way, touching Guru's feet. Touching Guru's feet also. In the ecstasy, you always feel like offering yourself at his feet. There is no logical reason for why Guru Puja is done, why people touch Guru's feet. It is emotional feeling connection. For some people, it looks like, why should I do it? For some people, it is life. They can't live without it. I know, for millions of my disciples, morning satsang is much more important than eating food. This is bliss dose. Morning sitting in the Pada Puja or the morning satsang is a powerful bliss dose. Life. It is life itself. So please understand, it is the individual's emotion. I also wanted to tell you one more thing. Do all this only if you feel intensely connected to it, not otherwise. It should not be done as a ritual. See, as far as yoga is concerned, whether you want it or not, it has to be done. Because you are working on body. But when the Guru Puja comes, it is in your mind. Your mind itself should feel it. Out of ecstasy and joy, you should be pouring it. So there is no logical reason. What is the reason we do pujas at Guru's feet? Why do people want to touch the Guru's feet? There is no logical reason. Just that's the way it is. That's all.
Today I'll share a few words about the great truth, surrender. Such a vast subject, such a great truth. To tell you honestly,
there is only one thing still I continue to learn. That is surrender. There is one thing in the cosmos which you can't say you finished learning. It is unending process. As I always say that enlightenment is final but not ultimate. Sorry, it's ultimate but not final. It's ultimate but not final, constantly happening. Surrender is ultimate but not final. When you surrender, the different qualities of the cosmos starts expressing in you. So after some time, if you think, you become very intelligent, you can analyze the cosmos and you start holding the intellect or your understanding about life or everything. If you just hold, then from that moment surrender stops. The expansion stops. Again, because you are stuck, sometime the cosmos will give you a strong blow again. When it gives a blow, when you don't have anything to look out, there is no solution in the outer world, then you look in again. Again, cosmos is sitting there, smiling. Come back. Welcome back. And you will see, you melt. The surrender starts happening again. And the highest possible intelligence and the different qualities of the cosmos starts happening again in you. And ultimate but not final, as I said. The ultimate again and again and again happens in the higher and higher dimensions. I tell you, this is the same story exactly gets repeated with masters. People come, surrender, they experience the beautiful, intense period of ecstasy and expansion. Suddenly, after a certain intellectual, emotional, being level expansion, unfortunately their intellect starts judging the very source to which they surrendered and the expansion happened. They start judging the master. And when they start judging means they are stuck with that expansion. Means the moment they lift their surrender, they hold the life, they remove the surrender, then the expansion, growth stops. They are just stuck. It's almost like having bridge which can be lifted to the other shore. First they make a bridge, that is what is surrender. Then from the master's side, so much of intelligence, energy, compassion, expansion, everything is sent to the disciple's side. When the disciple receives too much, suddenly his ego, it just starts judging the other side, the master's side. The moment you judge, the bridge of surrender is lifted. No more transportation is possible. No more receiving gifts is possible. You are stuck. But one nice thing with life is it forgives you. It waits for you. Even though you are stuck, when the sufferings happen in your life, understand, when you are stuck, whatever suffering is given to you is just a reminder. Suffering comes and you try to solve in all possible ways in the outer world, because the logic with which you judge the master is so strong, so arrogant. It tries to find its own solutions without bending, without resting, without putting the bridge again back. It just wants to say, no, I know, I'll handle, I'll do it. But Cosmos is so compassionate, it gives you such a strong sufferings which can never be answered solved by the outer solutions, then no other way, with a lot of reluctance, slowly you lower the bridge again. The other side, he is just sitting with a smile and waiting for your bridge to land, and he says, okay, come on, let's start the work again. Where we left, 7th lesson, start the 8th. And again the energy, expansion, ecstasy, everything starts flowing towards the bridge, through the bridge towards you, and next level of happening starts happening. Unfortunately, sometimes the disciple side, it takes even few janmas, few births to lower the bridge, to put the bridge again. And fortunate are those who is able to put the bridge back again within few days. Intelligent are those who can understand the arrogant and cunning games of the mind and put the bridge back again and restart, refresh, reconnect with the Master, with the cosmos, so that all that flow of intelligence, expansion, ecstasy, everything starts happening. The flow becomes alive again. I tell you, fortunate are those who come back, put the bridge again quickly and start the process. Unfortunate are those who may need to wait for births and births and births. And most unfortunate are those who will wait for births, and when they put the bridge again, the Master will not be sitting there with the body, he will be without the body, he will be in the form of the formlessness, the cosmos. Then the process and the work, whole thing becomes too difficult. The difficulty becomes more. It's like trying to work with deities without having physical master. It's possible, but needs so much of intensity, takes so much of time, needs so much of tapas, means effort from your side. So naturally, the process is delayed and time is getting wasted. Again and again and again, the same cycle, same rut, people are stuck. I tell you, surrender is the one thing, even an incarnation goes on learning. There is no end. Nobody can say, I surrendered. No, I am surrendering. Because every moment your logic grows, your inner space expands. The possibility of ego and surrender is again presented in front of you. And again and again and again you have to choose surrender. When you choose surrender, again one more step of expansion. A new logic is gifted to you. When that logic is gifted, when you look at the life with that logic, that energy, again the choice is given. Two roads, surrender, ego. Again you have to pick up the surrender. So every moment, again and again and again, you are given the choice. That is why I tell you, surrender is one thing. You can never say you learnt it or you did it. It has to be an happening, continuous happening. I tell you, the one lesson which even now, still now, I go on learning is surrender. So, I bless you all. Let all of us continue to learn this lesson. This is the one lesson no master can say, I learnt, I am here to teach. No. I have learnt the higher parts of it, so I can share whatever I learnt with you. So it is a constant learning process. It is the ultimate happening, which nobody can say, I learnt it. Please understand, whenever you learnt some process, you have become master of that process. Surrender is the only process. Nobody can become master of it. Only that process can continue to be master of it. You will be continuously learning. Please understand, any process, if you have learnt it, you have become better than, more than that process. But surrender is a process which you can't become master, or which you can't say you learnt it. It is learning. Only in surrender, the process is the master. Nobody else can be the master. Even the cosmos is lower than surrender, because even cosmos continues to expand, because it is surrendered to itself, its very core, life. Cosmos has surrendered to one of its greatest dimension, life. That is why constant expansion is happening even in the cosmos. The moment cosmos judges the happening of life, the surrender bridge is lifted and cosmos will start shrinking. The expansion will stop happening. That's what we call pralaya, demolition or destruction. Then again, even the cosmos learns the lesson. Oh, I missed it. Let's put the bridge back. When the bridge is put back with the life source, with the surrender, Hiranyagarbha, again the life starts happening. Expansion happens. I tell you, nothing can say, I learned to surrender, because it is an happening. It is an happening. It is a constant happening. So, let us all learn surrender, and radiate enlightenment. In the real surrender, you don't exclude anything, you include everything. You just experience the whole. 3 levels of surrender exists. One is intellectual surrender, means trusting the master's intellect is much sharper, much more than your intellect, is intellectual surrender. Next, emotional surrender, surrendering the emotions, trusting that master's emotions or the way in which he guides is much more intelligent, that is best than my emotions. Third, surrendering the very senses, very cognition, the cognition which happens inside you, surrendering the root of the cognition itself. Here, surrendering the intellect is very easy, because it continuously tortures you. After some years, you have suffered enough with the intellect. You somehow wanted to get rid of it. You just surrender. Surrendering intellect is very, very easy. Just if you see somebody who is more intelligent, clear than your thinking system, you just surrender. For example, if you go to a consultant, naturally you surrender intellectually. You surrender to his ideas. If you go to a lawyer, you surrender legally. You know in that field he is more sharp than you. So you surrender to lawyer in that field. When you go to some accountant, you surrender to him intellectually as far as the accounts concerned, because he knows much more than you in that field. Intellectual surrender is easy. Same way, if you see somebody who has got more knowledge in the spiritual field, intellectually, immediately your intellect surrenders. That's not a big thing. Surrendering intellectually happens very easily. Moreover, you just wanted to get rid of it. You are finding somebody, you are finding some dustbin where you can dump your intellect. So when you find somebody, you just relax. from it. Next is emotional surrender. That happens when you feel deeply connected with the Master. When you feel deeply connected with the Master. When you start experiencing one or two things, little meditation, little bit of understanding, naturally the emotional surrender starts happening. You start respecting his emotions much more than your emotions. Master's emotions means whatever he tries to guide you, whatever way he wants you to live, you start giving importance to that more than what you think as life. Slowly, slowly, he becomes the center of your life. Almost like you start respecting him more than all other emotional attachments. The priority is slowly changing. You start thinking in your emotion, in your emotional level, Master comes as a number one priority. This is what I call emotional surrender. In the emotional level, you feel connected. Next, a deep level, of course, it's a spiritual technique. Because you all heard enough of these intellectual things, these 17 days, I think now you should understand the deeper levels of techniques. Surrender of senses means even your senses will listen to what he says. One disciple asked the Rishi, Vedic Rishi, why should I surrender? What is the need? Master asks, as far as you understand as you, how do you know you? He says, through my senses. According to your senses, who are you? I am this body and mind. Master says, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. Only when you surrender your senses, only when your senses starts listening to what I say, you will see the truth of what I am explaining. According to you, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. When you surrender your senses, when you believe me more than your senses, you will experience you are God. He says, the moment you believe me more than your senses, you will understand the meaning of Tattvamasi. Master again and again represents the ideal of you are God. Please understand, again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God. Again and again, he stands for the ideal of you are infinite. There are so many dimensions in your being which you have not explored, which you have not experienced. Again and again, he is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. He is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. Master stands for your multidimensional being. He again and again shows it is possible for you. When it is possible for me, why not for you? But as long as you believe your senses, you will be sure that you are body or mind. Only when you trust Master more than your senses, you will understand Master's words are true than your senses. Then you will experience the truth of Master's words. Then when Master says you are God, suddenly you will realize, yes, that is truth. All these days, my body and mind, my senses are telling, I am body and mind. As long as you believe your senses, you will believe only their ideas. The moment you start believing the Master more than your senses, you will realize the truth which Master explains. Two persons are speaking from two stages. One side your senses, they are saying you are body, you are mind. The other side Master is sitting, he is saying you are God and you are divine. You have so many dimensions of your being. Enjoy everything, experience everything. If you are sitting there and listening, you cannot listen this. Only when you believe this, the words of the Masters, more than the words of the senses, you will be able to experience the truth that you are God. You are ultimate. You are material and spiritual both together and something more. Let me tell you a small incident in Krishna's life. After the Gita, Krishna and Arjuna, both of them are going somewhere. After the war, everything is over. Maybe for a picnic, outing. Suddenly Krishna says, Arjuna, see that white color crows. Arjuna says, yes, beautiful white crows. After 2 minutes, Krishna says, no, they are black crows only. Arjuna says, yes, Krishna, they are black crows only. Suddenly Krishna asks, fool, what happened to you? When I say white, you say white. When I say black, you say black. What happened to you? What happened to your senses? Arjuna says, Krishna, I do not know what happened to my senses. But one thing is sure, when you said it is white, I saw them as white. When you said they are black, I saw them as black. I do not know what happened to my senses. I do not know what happened to me. One thing is sure, the crow is not going to give me life. You are my life. I do not know logically whether the crow is white or black. But I saw as you directed. When you said it is white, I saw it as white. When you said it is black, I saw that as black. In the inner world, the first and last tool which you need is complete surrender. Complete surrender. Only then you can wake up to the truth. You can wake up to the truth. Then Krishna says, you are right. Because you started trusting me more than your senses. If Arjuna is trusting his senses, at the most, he would have been a good warrior, good king. But because he trusted Krishna more than his senses, he has become enlightened. Here Krishna says, only when you understand all three levels of surrender, surrendering in the level of intellect, surrendering in the level of emotions, surrendering in the level of senses, only when you experience all three, the ultimate experience of surrender happens to you. I tell you, the very surrender itself is enlightenment. Don't think after surrender enlightenment will be issued to you. No. Don't think you will surrender, then you will get a paycheck through courier. Enlightened. You are enlightened. No. The very surrender, that very moment you experience the truth.
Surrender is not submission. Surrender means expressing your will 100% and dedicating your will to the higher will, making your will in tune with the higher will. Submission means destroying your will, bending your will. That's a big difference. Let me enter into the sutras. 96th Patanjali Yoga Sutra, in 2nd chapter, 45th verse. Samadhi siddhir Ishvara pranidhanat. Let me
translate this sutra. Samadhi siddhir Ishvara pranidhanat. All the words in the sutra are technical terms. Samadhi, Siddhi, Ishvara, Pranidhanat. All four words are technical terms. All four words needs a clear new definition. Samadhi means falling in tune with the origin, Adi, the original source. Sama means falling in tune or vibrating in the same frequency. Adi means the origin. Samadhi means vibrating in the same frequency of origin, from which you originated, vibrating in the same frequency. Please understand. When you start a spiritual practice, slowly you divert from the original mood. I've seen people diverting from the original mood. When they start, the inspiration they have, the energy they have, and how they divert. In any plane, if you get back to the origin state, fall in tune, vibrate in the frequency of the origin, you will achieve the success in any plane. Here, originally, you are the leader. It is you who decided to play the game of life by expanding yourself, getting back to that original leadership quality, the original state of leader is what I call Samadhi. Please understand. I am translating the Samadhi word with the clarity and understanding of active spiritualism. I am not translating that word Samadhi lying down in some cave somewhere. No. Now I am introducing a new spirituality to the world, active spiritualism. Spirituality which makes you alive. So that is the reason I am translating this Samadhi word with a proper understanding, getting back to your original leadership quality. How to know whether you are progressing towards Samadhi or achieved Samadhi? You will become leader. If you have become leader, of your breathing space, whatever is happening, means your life. You are growing towards samadhi. If you become leader of the whole happening in you and your life, you have become samadhi siddha. You achieved samadhi. Samadhi means not just having altered state of consciousness, achieving the original leadership quality with which you happened. Samadhi siddhi, ripening into samadhi. Siddhi means ripening. That's the way I want to translate that word siddhi. Ripening, imbibing, achieving. All these can be the different words. Ripening is the best word I'll choose. Ripening of samadhi in you, or you in samadhi. Usually, ripening of you in samadhi only happens, not samadhi in you. Because samadhi is bigger than you. You are not bigger than samadhi. You cannot have samadhi. Samadhi only can have you. You cannot possess samadhi. Samadhi only can possess you. Forget about samadhi. An ordinary simple kundalini awakening you can't possess. That only possesses you. That only shakes your body. You can't shake kundalini as you want. So how can you possess samadhi? No. Samadhi only can possess you. Samadhi can only possess you. You can only ripen in samadhi. Samadhi cannot ripen in you. Siddhihi means ripening. Samadhi siddhihi Ishvara pranidhanat. The word Ishvara, please understand why Patanjali is using the word Samadhi and Ishvara together in same sutra. He could have just finished Samadhi Siddhi, Sharanagati or Pranidhanat. He is using the word Ishvara Pranidhanat. Ishvara means the ultimate experience expressing in the plane you can relate. Please understand. If you feel you are just body, the energized deity which responds to you in your plane is Ishvara. If you feel you are just a mind, the sacred scriptures which puts you in tune with Samadhi is Ishvara. If you feel you are little more than mind, incarnation who is in the body, who can just put you in Samadhi is Ishvara for you. Understand? Patanjali is using a very powerful word, Ishvara Pranidhanat. By surrendering to Ishvara, Samadhi is achieved. If Ishvara and Samadhi is one and the same, then why is Patanjali using two words? And he is not fool. Very, very intelligent person. Man who knows when to use more words and when to use less words, when not to use any words. I have not seen more intelligent person than Patanjali, especially when using words concerned. When it is a question of using words, nothing like Patanjali. Buddha went on for 40 years, so he lost sensitivity for words. I can say for every master who goes on speaking, they lose sensitivity for words, including me. I go on and on and on and on. Soon I will cross number of hours speaking any master. I think as on now, only Osho is my competition. And maybe in few years, we will cross. Because I go on and on and on. And everything is recorded. By continuously speaking, sometimes we lose sensitivity for words. But Patanjali is a guy. After all, he is a grammarian who knows how to use or not to use words. He is using two words here, Samadhi and Ishvara. Why should you use the word Ishvara? Understand, surrendering to Ishvara, you will have Samadhi. Then the word Ishvara need to be completely understood. Only then the ripening of Samadhi will happen in you. Or you can ripen in Samadhi. Ishvara means which leads you to Samadhi. If you are in the very grass plain, most of the time you are in the idea or feeling connected only to your body. Then the energized deity is Ishvara for you. Spend all your time worshipping, taking care of the deity, so that the idea that I am the body slowly moves out. Very beautifully, Ramana Maharshi answers this doubt. Somebody asked him, what is this? How can worshipping a stone, statue, metal can lead to Samadhi? He says, it is much better than constantly worshipping your body. See, if you apply the sandal paste on the stone, at least it will be there for 2 days without smelling. Apply it on your body, what happens? He says, as long as you have the illusion and delusion that you are the physical body, better to have the ultimate state of consciousness also identified to a physical statue, so that your identification starts reducing. The shift in the consciousness of the first step starts happening. That is the reason still in the modern era I go on insist, inspire and establish temples all over the world. Still I insist on deities. People don't understand. If you are feeling that you are physical body, more than 51% of your time, awareness time, see when I say awareness time, the time you spend in dream state and waking state. For example, in a day, you spend 20 hours in the dreaming state and waking state. In the 20 hours, more than 10 hours if you feel your body, please start with deity worship. Don't cheat yourself. thinking that straight away you can become enlightened. Start with the deity worship. If you are feeling more time, 50% of the time, you as a mind, means all your planning, joy, suffering, past, future, everything is mental game. Your joy is also mental, your suffering also mental. It is more identity based life, not physical based. If your life is more identity based, you are running around more for identity protection than the basic need. If you are not running around for basic need like a food, clothes, shelter, that does not directly affect your suffering or joy. Just the food, clothes, shelter is not a major part of your life. You don't think too much about that. The physical suffering or physical joy is not a major thing in your life. It is more a mind. You are established more in mind. Your life is more identity based. Then understand the sacred truths. Either listening to the masters or reading the sacred texts, the sacred truths expressed by the master, that is God for you. That is Ishvara for you. Another one thing, I don't want to translate the word Ishvara to God. No. The God word has been spoiled too much. Too much of meaning has been loaded into it. I don't want to translate the word Ishvara as God. No. Let me retain the word Ishvara as pure as possible without translating it into God. If your whole identity is based on mind, if your joy, suffering, existence, everything was on mind, then sacred truths, listening from the master or reading of the master's words becomes God to you. That is, becomes Ishvara to you. That is why J. Krishnamurti says, listening is God. Because all his disciples are mind-based, the identity-based. They are not locked in the body. If you are locked in the body, you can't understand J. Krishnamurti, I tell you. If you are able to understand J. Krishnamurti, you are already in the plane of the mind. For them, listening is God. Listening is Ishvara. Shravana is Ishvara. Please understand. If you are established in the physical system, physical body, then Vigraha is Ishvara. Deity is God. Surrender to deity. Worship, decorate, play around, live. That is why all the people who are connected to the ISKCON, they created thousands of temples around the world. Because people of physical nature, I am revealing some of the important secrets of all religious and spiritual movements. And I am revealing some of the important secrets to find out which technique will work for you. People who are feeling connected to ISKCON movement, God is Krishna and he is in this deity and he stays in Goloka, comes here whenever we worship him as Archavatara to accept our worship. The person who feels connected to this idea can never be connected to the idea of listening is God. But I can tell you, how many people are liberated through the Krishna statue? By the Bhakti movements, same number of people, Krishnamurti is able to liberate just by the word. Different kind of people, that's it. J. Krishnamurti is also right. The Bhakti movements are also right. Each one of them cater to the different mental setup, different kind of persons. Third, very important thing, if you are feeling you are neither body nor mind, means you have reasonless suffering, reasonless joy. You are neither in the business of physical joy, nor bothered much about identity protection. You are searching for something more. Being level personalities means if you had even one glimpse of Kundalini awakening, levitation experience, or one glimpse of spiritual truth, you are a being level person. For you, incarnation, who is vibrating in the same space of samadhi, is God. Then forget about the statues and deities, forget about the scriptures and listening. Incarnation, master, is God. Please understand. Master is Ishvara. Surrendering to the Ishvara leads to Samadhi. Now find out which type you are. If you are the type of more than 51% of your waking time, you are spending feeling your body, then deity is path for you. Till you evolve from that state. If more than 51% of your time you are spending on the identity struggle, the mental game, then listening, imbibing the great truths, or reading, internalizing is Ishvara for you. Spend all your time maximum in that. Those truths will again and again make you fall in tune with the Samadhi state. If you are the being level person, neither you are spending your time in feeling your body, nor you are spending your time feeling your identity or mind. You are just feeling something more. Then Master, who happened in the planet Earth in physical form, is God for you. Just drop everything, be at his feet, he will lead you to Samadhi. Now the fourth word, Pranidhanat, the word surrender, need to be translated. Again, the surrender word is much misunderstood in the West. Like a becoming slave. I say no. Pranidhanat is not becoming slave. Rising to that frequency is what I wanted to translate. The word Pranidhanat. I want to translate that word Pranidhanat as falling in tune or feeling connection. Please understand. When you start feeling connection, falling in tune, you attract that vibration to your vibration. I have really seen in my own life, when some devotees bring something with lot of love, it will be very small thing. Somehow even I cannot resist myself. I will just pick it up and put it in my mouth. Small sweet or some piece of cloth. I will just take it and put it on my body. Devoted to anything other than you, the stem cell production happens. I tell you, devotion heals you. Second thing, how the early stem cell production happens. The stem cells which become part of your organs. I saw surrender. Surrender is nothing but the devotion which became part of your biomemory. The stabilized devotion is surrender. Surrender means, see, devotion means where you and the person or the object or the space to which you are devoted, both exist. But in surrender, you say, let you exist, that's enough. Nothing else is required. I am so happy to dissolve in you. Just be lost in the sweetness which happens in my mouth when I remember you. I am ready to lose myself in that sweetness, in that joy, in that taste. Surrender makes early stem cells which becomes part of your organs. I can tell you, it may take only few months, I feel, because the stem cell research, these kind of researches are too high, so they cannot be influenced by Vaishyas and Kshatriyas. Pure Brahmanas are needed, means the pure R&D people who can't compromise, who won't compromise. I tell you, this research will land within few months into the Vedic consciousness, and devotion and surrender, these two will be declared as one of the major pill for stem cell healing, and very soon every medical shop will start promoting these two concepts. During my wandering, I was resting in the noon time under a tree, putting my head on a small stone which had turmeric, all that little puja was done on that, but I did not expect it is worshipped by somebody as God. I thought maybe in village every stone, every tree is worshipped. In India, that's why when British put the milestones, first it was all painted in yellow. Suddenly they saw in 1 week all milestones have a fully dressed, decked with flowers, and people have started worshipping, and everything has become temple. So they have to change the color. Now British had a really tough time stopping the villagers worshipping the milestones, and it is perfectly shaped like a Shivalinga. That is why I just bow down to this civilization. How many thousands of mistakes this civilization may have, how much backward it may be, but just worshipping everything, whether it is a stone or a tree, the ability to worship everything, it's not a joke, understand? The ability to bow down to everything, the ability to surrender to everything, the ability to trust everything. One of the greatest gifts from the Ganges civilization to the whole cosmos is the ability to surrender, the ability to worship, the ability to trust, ability to dissolve. It's the greatest gift from the Ganges civilization. There is a beautiful story, Zen story. There was a great master. His disciple also is an enlightened master, Suzuki. When Suzuki's master passed away, the disciple, his name is Suzuki, he started crying, weeping, rolling on the ground. All the other disciples came and asked, Master, what is this? You are an enlightened being. How can you cry like this? How can you weep? Then Suzuki says, if an enlightened person should not cry, get lost. I am not interested in your enlightenment. I can't be so insensitive to this situation. I am crying because I'll miss his physical presence. He can never leave me, or I can never leave him, because he became me and I became him. That is different. But physically I'll miss him. I'll miss the graceful actions of him and the beautiful conscious leela, conscious play happening around him. I'll miss him. I'll miss it. That is why I'm crying. Then another disciple is asking, then what about the teaching which you are giving all these years? Accept what is happening. Accept what is happening. Tatada, tatada, tatada. What has happened to the teaching? Have you taught this to us without you experiencing? Please understand, very beautiful truth. Just understanding can give you a very strong click. The Suzuki's reply. The disciple is asking, then have you taught this tatada, accepting what is without you experiencing? Suzuki beautifully explains, there are two levels of acceptance. One, accepting whatever is outside, the situation. Accepting the situation. Surrendering to this moment. Surrendering to tathata, what is. Surrendering to the now. When surrendering to the now happens, that does not mean you will be insensitive. You will be insensitive. When you surrender to this moment, for example, this moment that when the master is dead, he is no more in the body. It is not that you will be insensitive. It can create a strong emotions in you, accepting that also. Acceptance in the internal level, in the inner level, the second level. See, usually what we do, we try to accept the situation in the outer world. Then immediately we have a scale. If I accept, I should be behaving like this in the inner world. You don't have acceptance in the inner world. You have a scale. If I accept this situation, I should be peaceful, collective, calm, restful. You have a scale about the inner world. You accepted the outer world, means you are very moral, conscience based, but not conscious based. There is a big difference between just accepting the outer world happening and accepting the outer and inner world happenings. Here, Suzuki is throwing a light, new light on tathata, acceptance. He says, Ishvara Pranidhanani, let us surrender everything unto the God. It is one spiritual quality. He is not even bothered about God, he is bothered about the surrendering, that quality. He is not talking anywhere else about anything. He says, you can use God as a tool to surrender, that's all. As a tool to surrender. As an object to surrender. That's all. He takes the complete responsibility. So, take the complete responsibility. Even surrendering with responsibility. Understand? Surrendering with responsibility is enlightenment. Responsible surrender is enlightenment. I have seen people surrendering or claiming that they are surrendered. Oh God. Even if you are caught by your enemies, you will not be tortured that much by the pseudo-surrendering people. By this pseudo-surrendering people. They will claim that they are surrendered, and whatever right happens is their responsibility because of them. Whatever wrong happens, it is because of you. And they will not do anything more than saying word, I have surrendered, I have surrendered, I have surrendered. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, what should I do further? I tell them, what do you mean? No, whatever you say, I will do. The moment I tell something, no, I have this difficulty, that problem, this problem. Then I tell them, then tell all your conditions first. Then I will tell you the solution. They say, no, whatever you do, I will do. Whatever you say, I will do. The moment I open my mouth, they will have 1001 condition, 1001 priorities, 1001 preferences, 1001 conditions. So, Patanjali says very beautifully, take the responsibility completely on your shoulder. A responsible person, even if he surrenders, it will be so graceful, so beautiful.
Conflict has no life. Anything which has life don't have conflict. That's all. In you, whatever has conflict, body, mind, has no life. In you, whatever has life, has no conflict. Then, why are you feeling conflict-filled life? Especially when you come around the master, he will see that you fall into conflicts. Because he has to remind you, till you realize the conflict we face, the conflicts are there in you. Understand? Whatever conflict the world creates in you, he is to put you in more and more conflicts. Whatever conflict master creates in you, to lift you out of the conflict. I tell you, if you are blessed enough to be around master and he tries to create some conflict in you, that is the greatest blessing. Just stand by master. Just stand by master. I tell you, whatever can create conflict in you has no life. He will make you understand. He will make you understand. Whatever is life in you has no conflict. Whatever creates conflict in you has no life. Whatever has life in you has no conflict. Anything which creates conflict in you has no life. Understand? Your fear, it may have life. Maybe it is having few years of life. 1 year life, nothing. It has no life. It has simply no life. Depression, insecurity, fear of your outer world wealth, or fear of your own image, everything. Those things has no life. I tell you, conflict has no life, life has no conflict. When you think conflict as life, you are doing the mistake of avidya. What Patanjali says here, taking anitya as nitya, asuchi as suchi, and anatma as atma, dukkha as sukha. Please understand, conflict-free life is not opposite to conflict-filled life. If you think the word conflict-filled life
and conflict-free life are opposite to each other, then conflict-free life itself has one conflict. Is it not? Understand? If a conflict-free life has an opposite of conflict-free life, then even if you achieve the state of conflict-free life, you have an opposite, you have a conflict of conflict-filled life. For example, now you all have a conflict-filled life. You achieve conflict-free life. Then naturally even there you have a conflict. Any time conflict-filled my life may come back. Is it not? That is why I am telling you, conflict-free life is not opposite to conflict-filled life. It is beyond conflict-filled life. Whenever Master inflicts conflict in you, he invokes conflict in you. Take that opportunity to jump and be in the space of conflict-free life. Understand, conflict-free life is not opposite to conflict-filled life. It is above the conflict-filled and conflict-less.
Conflict-free life, the only way out of depression. Learn the art of prana pratishta. Learn the art of prana pratishta, giving life to what you want. Then you will just live in conflict-free life. Understand? It's a very simple truth. I think I would have explained this villager with whom I had a very strange experience. During my wandering, I was resting in the noon time under a tree, putting my head on a small stone, which had turmeric, all that little puja was done on that, but I did not expect it is worshipped by somebody as God. I thought maybe in village every stone, every tree is worshipped. In India, that's why when British put the milestones, first it was all painted in yellow. Suddenly they saw in 1 week all milestones have a fully dressed, decked with flowers, and people have started worshipping and everything has become temple. So they have to change the color. Now British had really tough time stopping the villagers worshipping the milestones, and it is perfectly shaped like a Shivalinga. That is why I just bow down to this civilization. How many thousands of mistakes this civilization may have, how much backward it may be, but just worshipping everything, whether it is a stone or a tree, the ability to worship everything, it's not a joke, understand? The ability to bow down to everything, the ability to surrender to everything, the ability to trust everything. One of the greatest gifts from the Ganges civilization to the whole cosmos is the ability to surrender, the ability to worship, the ability to trust, ability to dissolve. It's the greatest gift from the Ganges civilization. It is not a joke. When you feel an individuality, the ability to just relax, trust, ability to trust more than your boundary. There are many peculiar diseases only the ego-based civilizations suffer. One is osteoporosis. They don't trust their own bone structure.
many of the diseases the ego-based civilizations suffer does not even exist. Because this guy just knows how to bow down to anything. Go to village, whether it is a small kids or the officer going to an office or anybody, when they walk on the road, see, every street will have 20 temples, small or big. They will bow down in front of every temple and go. And they will bow down in front of every temple very sincerely. Even in my school days, if school starts at 8:30, I'll start from my house by 6:30. And the school is only maybe 2 kilometers, not more than that. Because I will have to bow down in every temple, every deity. On the way, at least 25 temples are there. So I need 5 minutes in every temple. But I will always be late for the class, if at all I reach the class. I put my head on this stone. I should not say stone. Deity for somebody. Once it is deity for somebody, it should be deity for everybody. So, I put my head by mistake, without knowing, the deity on deity. Usually when there is a turmeric powder smeared, snakes will not come there. That is why in the snake holes, before worshipping they will put the turmeric powder. Snakes won't come. So I thought maybe that is the area where the snakes are too much, so somebody, before resting, they have put turmeric powder. They rested. So I put my head. Maybe in 1 hour, some villager from 2-3 kilometers apart, away, he was running towards me, shouting. When he came near me, he just said, "Because you are a sadhu, I am leaving you. Otherwise I would have broken your head. How dare you put your head on my Shiva?" So he had a telepathy connection with the deity. He was sleeping in the house. Noon usually villages rest. See, morning they work before the sunrise, like around 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock they work in their field. Then once it becomes very hot, especially Madhya Pradesh, too hot. They rest in the noon time. Evening again they come back and work in the field till maybe around 4 o'clock they will start until 7 o'clock. Till it becomes completely dark they will work. So this guy was sleeping in his house and he ran and came. And he said, "I saw in my dream somebody is disrespecting my deity, my Shiva. So anyhow, you are a sadhu, I am leaving you. Don't do this anymore." I really felt bad that I abused somebody's deity. So I apologized to him, but I was so happy that somebody could have a telepathy connection just with a stone. When you worship as a deity, he is so strong with his feeling connection, he was able to just connect with the deity, just with the trust. So I apologized, then I moved. There was a small temple in that village. I stayed in that village, in the temple. And I was talking about this incident to few people. Some foreigner came to that village like as a tourist. His guide, who can speak little English and little Hindi, English or Hindi. That guy was taking around that foreigner and he wanted to show that foreigner some Indian sadhu. So he brought that foreigner to me and he was telling him about Indian sadhus, few things. Then I also tried. Those days I can't speak fluent English. I can manage but not fluently. neither Hindi nor English, but somehow I managed my wandering. But broken Hindi words are enough. For sadhu, you don't need to speak much. Now in North India, they'll give you food and they'll take care of you, and great people. It's very beautiful civilization. In the north, so much of respect and love for the sadhus and for the tradition. So I was explaining that like this happened. I put my head on the deity and that guy came running. He had a telepathy experience with the deity, that he felt like he should protect it, that somebody is abusing it. Then he came running. I apologized. I told the whole story. This foreigner was really, he got the curiosity. Wow, he wants to meet that villager. So anyhow, this local guide said, I'll get that villager, don't worry, because I described how that villager looks. Then this guide took that Westerner to that villager. I also wanted to see the fun, I went there. I also went. And during the conversation, that Westerner, he asked that villager what happened and all that, and that villager described, like this, I had a vision that my Shiva is being abused by somebody. I ran and I saw this sadhu was putting his head on that Shiva and I drove him out. He described all the story, and then that foreigner asked, that Westerner asked, how did you feel this? How can this happen? He said, no, I feel it is Shiva for me, and so through this deity, Shiva responds to me. That foreigner, I don't know whether he wants to test that villager or really offered. He said, if I give money, will you give this? I'll give you $5,000. Means now 2.5 lakh. I don't know at that time what value. At least few lakh. Few lakh is not a small money. The villager, maybe his whole property will be only that much worthy. Whatever property he has, his house or little land, whatever he has, the whole thing will be only that $5,000 worth. And I thought really that villager is going to jump on that foreigner and finish him off. Shout at him or abuse him or drive him out, saying, how dare you bargain, give money, fix a price for my God, for my Shiva. I thought there is going to be big ruckus, chaos, big scene. I was just keeping quiet. I was really surprised. That villager very simply said, please take it. He gave it away. He said, please take it. Give the money and take the deity. And that Westerner really wanted to carry that as a souvenir. So he gave the money and took it. I think he gave in Indian rupee and took it. That guide, he also made little commission in the fixing the bargain. Everything was done. I was really shocked. Then after that Westerner went away, I caught hold of the guide and caught that farmer, that villager, and asked, how dare you sell your God? He was very cool. And I tell you honestly, he had a telepathy experience with the deity. It was not lie. It's a truth. He was very cool. And he told me very cool way, Swamiji, I did not sell my God. I just sold a stone which I thought as worshipped as God. I'll put another stone, and not only that, with this money I'll build a temple for that stone. See, and he was very clear, I'll put another stone and do prana pratishtha. And that will become God. Now I did two things. One, satisfied a Westerner and inspiring him in the tradition. You see, he will carry this. It will be a God for him. So in a way, I am responsible for spreading Vedic tradition to one person. True. See, he said, naturally he is going to carry it and worship. And I know the science of doing prana pratishtha. I will put another one stone and worship it as a god, and this new stone is going to do the same work for me which the old stone was doing. So I have the ability to do prana pratishtha. I was really shocked, understand? See, especially when you have some extraordinary experience with a stone, it is not an easy joke to retain the clarity. I put energy into it. Even though it speaks to me, it is my own trust. It is my ability to do prana pratishtha. This is what I call, even if you have the Daiva Bhakti, you should ultimately know the truth. It is Atma Bhakti. Your own Atman, you are seeing it as God outside. So the Daiva Bhakti should lead you to the depth of Atma Bhakti. I was shocked, a villager can have so much of clarity. And that guy really did not spend that money on himself. And he put another one small deity as Shiva and built a small temple. Not big, but small temple he built with that money. Still the temple is there. Ability to do prana pratishtha. The clarity to have prana pratishtha. Understand? Now, in your life also, because you gave life to the conflict, conflict appears as reality and you really perceive it. Because you perceive it, you forget you gave power to it. Don't forget, even if you perceive it as reality, you gave power to it. That villager, even if he is able to experience that stone as a god, he did not forget the truth, he gave power to it. He did prana pratishtha to it. But in your life, even though you gave power to all the conflicts, after you start perceiving it, you forget you gave power to those conflicts. Remember, retain the ability to do prana pratishtha. When you gave power, when you perceive conflict, take the power back. Put the power on life. It is you who is going to decide whether to give power to conflict or life. Again, life has no conflict, conflict has no life. Life has no conflict, conflict has no life. This is the truth. So, yesterday I received a question from one early participant. Swamiji, sometimes the conflicts are so real. If I go on feeling it is not true, is it not like cheating myself? Where is the line? Understand, he was asking, where is the line for the optimism? Be extreme optimistic. Be extreme optimistic. There is no such thing as borderline for optimism. I tell you, give power to life continuously. Don't even a moment slag and give power to conflict. Optimism means giving power to life, doing prana pratishtha to life. So there is no extreme in optimism. Learn how that villager, he was able to put God in a stone. Immediately next moment he was able to put another one stone and put God in it. Same way, have the ability to move life. If you have given life to conflict, if it is hurting you, just move it to the life. That's all. Nothing else. Today's subject, conflict-free life. We have right decision making. Again, the subject opens some of the deep important truths on decision making. What is right decision making? Seeing the past as past, future as future, present as present, and deciding is right decision making. Right decision making means seeing the past as past, future as future, present as present, without infusing the past into future or future into past. Many times, what you want in the future, you start dreaming, you had it in the past. We go on dreaming, we had a golden childhood. Every individual again and again and again goes on dreaming. If he is in the old age, he feels his middle age was great, golden. If he is in the middle age, he feels his youth was great and golden. If he is young now, he thinks his childhood was golden and great. Understand, this is one of the biggest illusion we have. Not only you project your past into future, you project your future into past. Understand, there was never any golden childhood. If the childhood was golden, out of that whatever comes out, you see, out of your childhood, youth came. Out of your youth, middle age came. Out of your middle age, old age came. So if your childhood was golden, then youth would have been golden or diamond. If your youth was golden, then your middle age should have been diamond or platinum at least. If your middle age was golden, then at least your old age should be platinum. Understand, not only we project our past into future, we go on imagining our past was what we want in the future. We miss this important truth. We projecting our future into the past. We always feel, ask anybody, they'll say, oh, my childhood was great, golden childhood. No, you had all fears, all insecurity, all greed, all troubles. Actually, it all started there only. It all originated there only. So, right decision making means seeing the past as it happened, seeing the future as it is without projecting your past into the future, and deciding in the present. One important thing, many times you don't decide in the present. You just execute what you decided in the past. You don't wake up for the great changes happened, the different situations. We forget that you need to be in the present to make decisions. Do not be a worker executing your past decisions. Be a leader deciding every moment. All your suffering is because you are not deciding. You are a slave executing the decisions made in your past, sometime by mistake. Sometime you make some decision by mistake. You sit and think pros and cons, make one decision, over. After that, you forget that you have a component in you which has capacity to decide, and go on executing that past decision. By that time, you are executing 50%, the whole situation is different. But you are not sensitive for the present. You are just executing. So, the right decision making means these two things. Not projecting what you want in the future as you had it in the past. This is one of the biggest illusion we all have. How do you want your relationship to be? How it was 3 years before. Look, 3 years before also you had enough suffering. Unfortunately, you forget. Because you forgot does not mean it was not there. So, seeing the past as past, seeing the future as future, making decisions from the present is what I call right decision making. I'll expand a little more on this truths of time, Kala, so that you will be able to understand this truth of right decision making. The psychological time and chronological time. Chronological time means that clock clicking. That is chronological time. Psychological time means your mind moving. Your mind moving to and fro or back and forth, whatever way it moves. Gap between one thought and the other thought is 1 unit of time in psychological field. In the field of inner space, psychology, the gap between one thought and the other thought is 1 unit of time, kshana. In the physical field, all of you know, there is so many definitions of 1 second, 1 unit of time. There are so many definitions. The physical field that you all know, I don't need to define. But in the psychological field, gap between one thought and the other thought is 1 unit of time. When there is more gap, means less number of thoughts. When there is more gap, each unit of time will be more clear, more available, more spacious, so all your 5 senses can perceive it. Please understand. If the psychological 1 unit of time is 4 times more than physical 1 unit of time, your senses will be purified, because your senses will have sensitivity to perceive. If your psychological time unit is 5 times more than the physical unit of time, you will enter into the divine space, means the extraordinary smell, extraordinary taste, extraordinary hearing, extraordinary touch will start happening. Understand? Till this equation you need to understand. The physical unit, 1 time, 1 unit time, and psychological 1 unit time. If the psychological unit is at least 4 unit of physical unit, means like a 4 second is gap between one thought and the other thought, means your body will get the sensitivity to sense things peacefully. Till then, any decision you make, you directly go to hell. No roundabout way. Please understand, basic need of a human being is 4 unit of physical time as 1 unit of psychological time. This is the basic need of a human being. Only then you are a human being. Only then you have a right to handle your brain. This is a owner's manual for brain. If you have not learnt how to make 4 unit of physical time as 1 unit of psychological time, you are sitting and driving a vehicle which has no brake. This should be the basic lesson taught to all the beings which has an independent, intelligent brain. When a child is able to think independently, the first lesson he need to learn is how to make 4 unit of physical time into 1 unit of his psychological time. Then simply he knows how to run his life. How to run his life. When you are able to make 5 unit of physical time, physical unit into 1 psychological unit time, means 5 second gap between one thought and the other thought. Then you will start experiencing the divine, I can say that intense smell. What you go through in the energy darshan, the intense sound, the intense touch, the intense taste in the tongue, all this starts happening. Another important truth is, if your psychological unit is less than physical unit, 1 second, your time is not solid experience, it is a kind of a air, just disappears. That is what is called pralaya, black hole. Everything being sucked into it and nothing is delivered. That is what is black hole. Please understand. If your psychological time is less than 1 second, the gap between one thought and the other thought is less than 1 second, that thought acts as a black hole in you. That is what is death in you continuously. Continuously it sucks everything for no reason, destroys everything for no reason. The aging gets quickened. Any decision you make, you directly go to hell. And when more unit of physical time becomes psychological unit, your future becomes very solid, which you can perceive, use. I can say, if your psychological time unit, the gap between one thought and the other thought, kshana, is more than 4 seconds, the future, which is a solid material, will be given to you, out of which you can make as you want. It's like a wax handed over to you. You have freedom to do what you want with it. That is the material out of which your dream and waking state is made. Now, whatever you perceive, the persons who are sitting next to you, the person who is sitting opposite to you, the place in which you are sitting, or in imagination, the places you are able to remember, all that are made out of wax, which is called time. Which is called time. If you have a deep insecurity of melting this wax, you will hold on, hold on, hold on, even if this wax is torturing you, even if the structure you created is binding you. But if you do not have the fear to melt this wax building you created, wax world you created out of you, you are called Kala Bhairava. Bhairava means Bhayat Ramyate iti Bhairavaha. Who can flirt with fear is Bhairava. Understand? That's our exact translation. You can just flirt with fear. Means if the fear happens, come on, sit, let's have a little fun. You can very comfortably, very beautifully spend time with fear. Bhairava, who can just have the Ramya, very romantic space with Bhaya. Person whose psychological unit of time, kshana, is more than 4 seconds, not only will have freedom to create his future, he will have healed emotion. Means he will just have a deep, complete centering on emotion. He can play it as he wants. He can put it on something or somebody and take it out immediately within a second. Living without getting attached, renouncing without having hangover. The complete conflict-free inner space. So, work on seeing your past as past, future as future, present as present. Any decision you make in the present will be the present to you by the presence. The today's truth: live conflict free and stay young forever. You may think how living conflict free can make you live young forever. Understand the concept of time in the Vedic tradition. Because our rishis, our masters, know The time is one more matter which can be handled, manipulated, used as we want. They have created a clear understanding about time. Please understand, time is a matter, just like a chair on which you are sitting. The chair on which you are sitting, you can move wherever you want. You can either sit on it or you can sit on the ground. You can use as you want. Same way, just like that, time is a matter. What is aging after all? Look deeply into this idea of time and idea of aging. See, your body is made out of bio-memories. Means lot of thoughts and engraved memories, engrams, which inspires you, pushes you into actions. Thoughts, engraved memories which pushes you into actions. These two are the base material for your body. Thoughts are like a random, vague, as I said, that random fishes jumping. Engraved memories, the thoughts which you picked up again and again to work, those became engraved memory. These two are the base material. Please understand, I am revealing one of the important truth. The gap between one thought and the other thought is kshana, 1 unit of time in Vedic tradition. If you pick up more and more thoughts to make it into action, more and more engrams. Please understand, step by step. First, your body is made out of random thoughts and regularized engrams. Regularized engram means the thoughts which you again and again picked up to work, to make into reality. What for you are working. You are maybe even thinking is working. If you are thinking far in that particular direction again and again and again, it can be called as working. So, random thoughts like a fish is jumping in the lake, and specific thoughts which you again and again picked up, try to make into reality, try to infuse reality. So engrams, these two are the base material for your body. This is one truth. The other truth, the gap between one thought and the other thought is a kshana, means time. As long as there are only thoughts, there is no aging. Only when the engrams hit the thoughts or thoughts hit the engrams, the aging starts happening in your body. Please understand. When you pick up more and more thoughts and try to make them into reality, the conflict starts. 10 seconds before you picked up the thought of being in silence and trying to make it reality. 10 minutes after you are picking up the thought of going to the office and working wildly and making money, you want this thought to become reality. Then starts conflict. Aging starts happening when there is a fight between the engram and thoughts. If there is only thoughts, there is no aging. There is no aging. Only the fight between the engrams and thoughts in your muscles is responsible for aging. If you look little deeply, the time, which is a one more matter, itself has no power to destroy your consciousness. Then what is it that is adding so much of fear, insecurity and sense of aging on us. Please understand, the time itself has no power over your consciousness. But your inner space, in which consciousness is also part, struggles constantly with fear and insecurity of aging and getting destroyed or being lost. What is that? Suffering. What is the reason for suffering? What is that which is suffering? Look both. The reason for suffering is your thoughts and engrams having conflict. What is that suffering is the biomemory which is made out of these two, the thoughts and engraved memories. It's a very subtle, deep truth. I wanted you to understand this important fact. If you go and see the Kalabhairava in our ashram, in charge of security, is the Lord of Time, you will see he will be standing on the time shaft. Means he is the Lord of time shaft, who is beyond time shaft. If you see, he will be having his left leg in the front and right leg in the back. Funny thing is, the right leg represents the future, left leg represents the past. So he says, past comes before the future. Please understand. Now what I am going to utter is past. Please understand. What I am going to utter is past. What I am going to say is past. What I am going to do in next 1 hour is past. I am not saying what I did is past. What I am going to do is past. You may think, what? What is happening here? Anything which is going to happen, as you understand, is the conflict between the thought and engrams. I don't know whether you are able to catch. Anything which is going to happen is the fight and conflict between thought and engrams, means time, which is already defined. Anything already defined is past. So the layer of your thought and engram which is projected further, even if it has not yet happened, it is past. It is past. You understand? It is standing. It is standing, but it is past because already it is projected. And the moments you spent in the past without the fight between thought and engrams is future, even though it is already lived. Listen. The moments you are going to spend in conflict between the thoughts and biomemory, thoughts and engrams, even it is not lived, because it is already projected, it is past. The moments you spent without having fight between the thoughts and engrams, even if it is already spent, it is future. Emptiness.